but there is certain information that Felix is only going to share with the Inquisition.
Yeah, I want to know everything, you know.
Let's role play it in...
Just saying.
You would do it?
Yeah, I do it.
You'd brand?
Yeah.
Okay.
You take... do a constitution, so you take 1d12.
No, so essentially what it is, so Lilith would should just hold over your arm, and then...
Using Lilith to brand everyone.
Yeah. So you need arm class and passive perception, yeah?
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly trust me.
You want to do your lights?
That's true, we're still waiting for Adam. If you bring the
Not that one not plugged in.
Has he got a chair?
Passive.
Quite possibly not.
Investigation.
it's not plugged in over here.
No.
Too far away.
Yeah, it's too far away.
Here you go. Hand it over.
That
Probably
worked
right
well.
off the
Is there
two.
a spare chair next door, Jamie? So.
There is, yeah, there'll be a bunch of them.
Cool.
You can see why I never worked in a warehouse.
I can see why you're not allowed on Taskmaster.
So passive intelligence is your investigation.
I actually think that'd do well for
Yeah, investigation.
views and entertainment purposes.
It's alright, it's just for if you're not looking for anything specific, if you're in a room and you're like, I'm just looking around, then your investigation would be, you see this in the drawer kind of thing.
Right, okay.
Unless you go in and specifically look in that drawer. Okay, I can give you guys some sort of minor details before Bron gets here. So, Hendrik, Felix, Dops and Remin spent about 2 weeks travelling to the castle from where you picked all up. Along the way, everybody's pretty silent. For the first week, several days, not many people speak. I imagine including yourselves.
Yes.
Everybody's a little bit
silence.
lost in thought. Maybe a couple of cackles from Dot as she flies around the building.
A few sorrowful chords from Hendrik as he tries to express his emotions.
There's a bit of a heated exchange between Felix and Orla at one point.
She took it way too personally.
As Felix asks if she'll break a part of herself off to give to him to craft a bow from her flesh.
You can be
it's
so
living wood.
insensitive.
which makes Remin laugh, which is about the first bit of laughter you've heard in the coming week. As you travel in, the mood starts to lighten slightly. You know, you get more in depth in conversation. You speak to a few passers-by that you see, and they kind of fill Felix's map to a certain extent with a few landmark locations, which I still haven't numbered and named, which I'll do. 6 months in game, 2 weeks for me.
Would you have an estate for me?
She's here.
Thank you.
She should be anyway. If I get out Felix's trusty map that he's printed off for me.
Copies will be going to Inquisition members.
You travel from around here, and you travel kind of through the woodlands, kind of the opposite side of the lake of water that you found Orla in the first place. As you kind of meet more landmarks, there's a small farm and town here. You kind of stay around, you don't stay in the towns, you stay sort of out with the large tree and army that you see who have amassed. Which slowly fills Felix's map. You can see that there are ruins scattered around. There are several landmarks to see. You kind of pass near this forest that looks much more colourful than the trees that you've been through before, but it almost looks quite ominous as you walk near it. Orla doesn't seem to veer in that direction. You can see that she just kind of bypasses But in this area, you can see that there are very vibrant colours. You can see that there are like shimmers of light that come through this area. It looks very inviting.
Is the healthy landscape that we can now see different to the healthy landscape that we thought we could see under Hypnos's illusions? Is it or does this look in a different way, more vibrant and can we now tell that this is the real reality?
So as you walk through, you can see that this is like a growing forest. You can see that these sacks are still around, but much fewer than what you saw before. It's more like a rarity, you know, to see one.
So how did you find out that it was all opposite?
You know the crown that Orog wanted to give?
Yeah.
I should probably fill you in with that.
We took that, we got it. So TLDR, we got it. It was a big fight. Every person that we
I
seemed
think
to
I was
have,
there when he got the crown.
yeah, every person that we
Yeah, you were there when you got the crown, but you weren't there on the session.
Because you
That
put
bit
it on.
kind of wrapped
we
it up.
got chased by everyone and anyone. Like Mika came. I think Rawn tried to chase from the ground, didn't he?
Rawn shot you with
So
2 arrows.
because everything's opposite, does that mean that
Opposite land.
the older brother that we thought was fucking
Good.
evil is
Good.
brilliant?
Well, good was bad and bad is good.
Yeah.
He's fighting.
Yeah,
on,
good is bad and bad is good.
he's fighting actually on the good side, but obviously we perceived it as the bad side.
And
Actually,
that's why
he's
he
the good
didn't. He
side.
wanted to follow us and
Yeah.
watch what we were doing.
That's why those little tooth fairies are like imps. Where in
Yeah.
reality, it's
We-
like little fairies.
We were actually evil.
There's still tooth fairies.
Oh, there's still.
There's still tooth fairies.
Oh.
But they're good too.
I don't know. Everything's backwards now. I'm like, was it a horse or was it a demon horse?
So it's and then once we gave the crown over to Hypnos, he gave chests for us all. Turned out to be mimics, and then he just dropped the veil instantly.
Yeah, he was
because got
like-
what we needed from us.
So as they went back into the tree, they were greeted by Hypnos, and all of you were greeted by Hypnos. And in front of him, he placed a chest for each person who was there, including one for Remy. He said that once the crown or helmet had been handed over to him, then the chest would unlock, and whatever item it is that you desire would be inside that chest.
Okay.
Urug very reluctantly gave up the helmet after Bron kind of stepping between
Well,
the two. at one point.
Ron had some information which he chose not to act on.
Turns out he
T-
fucked up.
Turns out maybe acting on it would have been the right answer because we were all because Uru was like, hang on, this is my helmet. I've grown quite attached to it. It's pretty cool. I like it.
He's got attached to it in
were
the
like,
10 minutes
"All
he's
right,
had it."
all right,
Yeah.
go. Give it to the Dream Lord. That's the whole reason we're here. Give it to the Dream Lord. Let's get what's in the tread chest. And like that. And Bron's like,
He asked what the Dream Lord would do if he didn't give the helmet back, and the Dream Lord said he'd take his head.
which we did check.
Whilst
And-
you all
and-
perceived him
and-
to still be good.
Yes. Well, I think we did check that he would have taken the head regardless.
Yeah, that would
whether
have
he-
raised some
Yeah,
questions.
they did an
Yes.
inside check and rolled like a
Yeah.
24
Yeah.
or something.
I rolled
And it was
quite
like,
high.
he's telling the truth.
But Bron had had a vision.
I had a
Or-
vision, but it wasn't as black and white in the sense of
No.
I knew everything was bad.
No.
It was more of
But
consequently me versus all 1v6 of all my friends.
you
Because that would have been my only response if I actually acted on it. Because essentially I saw the veil was lifted for like momentarily for like a split second, but everyone who was a player was a demon, and the
Well,
reason.
yeah, because we
Yeah,
horrible.
because we were corrupted.
You all had
We had
demonic
corruption on
features.
us.
Yeah.
So it was.
Right.
Well, I got sent back, so was I actually there?
So you were there for the flight over,
Yeah.
so you were perceived by Bron as having demonic features too.
So basically, there's a big boss battle. Well, really, kind of, we had to fight the mimics, which weren't that challenging. We had to do the do and get on top
Do
of
the
it.
do.
Get on top of the problem. But then basically, it was clear that Hypnos was massively more powerful than our abilities to overcome him.
To the point that nobody tried to attack him while they were fighting.
I mean,
the mimics.
I actually, so Hendrik tried to persuade him that actually I could potentially act as an ally on his behalf, and I was then going to betray him and attack him from behind and all this kind of stuff. But
He accepted it.
But I think, yeah, the price was too high. Effectively, there was no sort of obvious
It was
gain
a
in the battle.
It was a you can join me, but your friends are going to die
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
thing.
which-
And he was like, no, if I join you, my friends are coming
Yeah.
too. And he was like,
And he was like, no. So,
Oh,
which
thank you.
I held up my amulet of Peridox, which seems to work because actually there was also another bit where at some point Hypnos appears to manifest as Peridox.
Yeah, he's the avatar of Peridot, isn't he?
Do you want to
he's
just...
an avatar.
Right.
Are you working tomorrow?
Oh, is there multiple?
Yeah.
When we get a chance
And
to
then-
write me a breakdown,
It's
so I can add some notes to it.
You want like a shortened version?
Yeah.
of that?
No, I'll keep this, but
Oh, yeah, you know-
what happened last session?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Write me a summary.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because I will watch it.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
But then
Okay.
basically Hypnos. So we're there. Uruk has found himself right at the front of this big room, near to where Hypnos is. We've all retreated to a reasonably safe distance, which we thought.
There you go, Uruk.
But yeah. Well, he.
Well, he can handle himself.
Well, he was doing Uruk thing.
Fucking fall back.
Evidently not.
And but then I think Hypnos just got a little bit bored of the situation. He got what he wanted. He started spewing out this black dust. Sand, basically, which was swirling and it
I imagine like the mummy kind of.
yeah.
It was his Disney villain moment.
Yeah.
He had
And
it.
it immediately overcame Uruk because Uruk was at the front, and I think Uruk might have actually been prone at the time. But anyway, it overcame Uruk. And then I think essentially the intention was that it was going to overcome all of us because the impact of this sand would have been to have transported us back to the plane of reality.
Is that
as
what
opposed to
took
the
some of us back?
So
Yeah, so that's
yes.
basically you, Mystique and Bear would have got caught up in that.
And I think
That
we sort of broke the
saved
game a
the
little bit because we actually managed to.
I totally didn't expect you guys to be like, I'm going to run back into the village that I know is full of demons and scary
It's
things.
kind of the only way out, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and we really shouldn't have been able to get out of the room, but
You missed the dragon above.
Oh, okay.
It was
In the room.
Tatiana was above the
Okay.
white dragon.
Ah, yes, the white dragon. Yes. Yeah. So, and we managed to escape the room
She's
through a
been
combination
dispatched.
of bit of luck, bit
Take
of
forever.
good rolling,
Mm-hmm.
thunderwave spell, little bit of
New
prestidigitation. And then we exited. And,
We're going to have
but
to
it
do
was
Happy
it-
Felix.
but it was
The
Brom,
emo Felix comes up.
Felix, Dot, and Hendrik that were able to and Remin that were able to exit. Everyone else was left in the room covered with the sand and therefore transported
Well, yeah,
back
because I couldn't
to.
make any decisions.
Who's on your? It was only
You
your
want to see me flip this
table.
table?
Well, no, because
else got
Will you
because
Flip this
Jazz was
table.
there,
I've got
Mystique
50
was there,
Oh,
yeah,
Mrs.
and
There's
Gremmy,
plenty of trees.
the ranger. So
Was he there?
yeah,
Was Gremlin there?
was Gremmy there with us as well? Technically,
Wayne's character.
Wayne's character.
He wouldn't be there, would he?
So Gremlin hasn't been on for a couple of sessions.
If he was there, I would have killed him outright from the bow.
But I would
Inquisition
imagine
now is justified.
I'll have to message him and I'll see whether or not he stayed in under the canopy or whether he would have travelled back to Mistass
Yeah.
before returning. And things, but I will have to find out. I will have to message him and find that out. Felix will want to know where he is. I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's all justified now.
So I loaded every spell I had into him and not a scratch. Not a single scratch.
Not even you.
Nope. Not a scratch. It came down on him and then
Both doing
he domed
exactly the
around
same
it.
Yeah, then.
I
I'm
could
strict slightly
yeah,
that
it
way.
would be that.
Okay. I was thinking
Why play footsie with each other?
Maybe.
Like,
It's quite impressive, really, considering the
I know.
distance we're far.
the sounds quite tall, so long
So
legs.
the white
It's like
dragon
get attention,
is Tatiana.
Would Dot be in Dot? Oh, so yeah. So basically, Lilith would hold on to your arm, not not pierce the skin or anything, then you'd see her blue fire start to come out from underneath, and then it would get hot. A little bit more painful than a tattoo, essentially.
Bitch, I'm a barbarian. I'm good.
They just rage through it. It's fine. Take that time. And then what would be left would be that symbol, but it would be sort of like this sort of blue glowing.
Oh, I love that.
So it would be like a nice.
Is that like an F, an E,
Okay.
and an I?
No, so it's an F and an I. So it's just the Fey Inquisition
How do you spell Inquisition?
with an I.
That helps.
I don't know. I spell check it. It also corrects something.
INQ.
Position.
You.
That's how.
Okay,
U-ition.
okay, I'm
I think
doing
that's what it
it.
is.
And essentially, for those that have played Warcraft, it's like the Lich King sort of blue glow as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have just had a uniform made, but branding people works.
Anyone can rob a uniform.
That's true.
This brand is unique.
That one.
Not with the Z though. I've never
No,
seen it with
it's
the Z.
This is where my spies will
That's
be
the
branded
X.
just.
Yeah, it's American,
Okay.
obviously.
Hendrik is on the fence. Bron, did you accept?
Well, I think
Oh, I have it on my hand. It's fucking clear to see all the time.
I'd like to discuss the formation of the Inquisition
Did I can say
in the
I
round,
do
in
something.
game,
I
in
only
the
received
castle,
Yeah.
with a
the
wider
survey
audience
Sunday
of participants, including Bella.
Yeah,
and
no,
Ralph.
that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to join it in the first 6 months. The position for Hendrik would be open because of what he's been through already. It's sort of like you have a standing invitation.
But so is the
But
Inquisition?
you can
At what point in the
contact
6
your
months
deity.
is the Inquisition formed?
Well, you're
Towards the end.
Okay, but you're saying Bella is aware, supportive of the Inquisition, so there must have been a conversation with Bella at some point during that 6 months.
I haven't been told
reason she was like she wants to investigate why she's
the ins and outs of that conversation yet.
Okay, but
got
so
a name.
Just okay with it.
can we actually have that conversation, or is that
I assume we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you know,
Smiley.
or is it happened in 6 months and now we need to?
I'm
sort of
assuming
get
like,
to the
so
other end.
Bron has basically joined in the 6
I haven't got
months.
his name now, but I can send it.
Mystique has joined within the 6 months. Hendrik didn't have to join within the 6 months. You don't have to join at all.
Well, I mean, Hendrix has also been back in this task. I'm not sure whether that aspect has also been.
I've been off doing other things, so probably wouldn't have noticed if you. I would have noticed you not been following me, but then you wouldn't have.
Yes.
I wouldn't have expected you to follow me.
Yeah.
Like it would have been a bit creepy.
Cackling and
So-
Because there's a room of mirrors in the castle. You aware of this? The room of mirrors. Yes. Right, yeah. So it transpires that after we got to the castle, the butler Desmond
go off destroying things.
showed us a room full of mirrors, and in these mirrors you could see reflected on the other side this task. And it transpires quite logically as the other side to Hypnos,
What made Hypnos lower
the
veil?
power alternative to Hypnos. But Bella actually also has the ability to send people between the dream, the Feywild dream world and this house. And these mirrors are the mechanism by which that transportation is achieved. So
Shit.
it is possible for
Basically,
in
the cabinet behind
us to go and get Mystique
There,
and
we see that red flag
Brooke
that you
from
can see.
his task because we have the means of bi-directional travel.
third shelf
and
down.
Hendrik
In the middle?
as
with
a means of
with
processing the traumatic issues
Yes,
has been
yes.
spending time in
That's
this task,
Hypnos.
working on his music,
Okay.
Painted slightly different because that's Jamie's, but I've
building
got
more of a
one
reputation of his skills throughout this task, and in particular he's been spending time playing music near the local Magicians Guild, where he befriended a young enchanter called Fendar. Fendar was particularly taken by
Get me
Hendrik's
right
music,
now summary,
and
I'll watch
two
it,
of them
and then
have
I'll
been
write my
working
own
hard
notes, so I can just
on
like add it to
tuning
what
and
I've got in a minute.
enchanting Hendrik's lute, which is now called, which now has a name like any good lute should have. So Electra, the lute,
That one is the same.
now
You've got the second page.
glows
Yeah,
with a
that's what I
faint purple
Basically, find out what information
haze
do I know.
when it's played.
More and more Hendrix.
That's why I'm trying to watch it. 'Cause it's
And
about three,
it
4,
is
5
now
Yeah,
a
but you can
magic
hear the
flute
end.
with +1
A lot
to
of it is
all
kind of the
spell
falling and the
saves
falling,
and
yeah.
attack rolls.
Oh, that's
If you want
fantastic.
to
Which is very
slow.
I feel like you sat there with a list
I
of
think it was
Jimi
just
Hendrix
running
songs. It was like,
around.
right,
Yeah.
Purple Haze, it can glow with that. Right, we're ticking that off. You've got to get all of them in
Oh, yes,
somehow.
there's
You wanna
lots
try
of.
to-
I nicked on the boundary, didn't I? I went that way.
Email.
Sorry, I footed with him again.
And I'll print it off it where. That's fine.
But
Because I want to add it to my
so Hendrik would potentially have been. I don't know. Is the mirror room? I mean, do we need to kind of play that out a little bit? Is it effectively just a
So a lot of it,
teleport on demand?
a lot of it are things that that I was going to tell you on the table. So the mirror room is full of around 12 mirrors in this room, sort of full length, full size. None of them have a reflection as you walk past them. You can only see like you would against a dull, like a dull shine. So that as you walk past that whiteboard, you can't see, but you can see like a silhouette of what's there. You have to be escorted. The room is locked, and the only person that ever escorts you in is Desmond, the butler, who was pushing Bella in the wooden wheelchair. Who doesn't open it with a conventional key. You can't see him take a key out, but you can hear as he places his hand towards the lock,
Mechanical sound.
So kind of like several locks
Okay.
unlocking. In this room, he runs his hand alongside a mirror, and obviously when Hendrik's going back, as he runs his hand along the side of the mirror, you can see the sort of gates of Mistas appear. So as you went through, you would just appear near the front gates of Mistas.
Before I go through, I would talk to Desmond to understand the means of returning.
So he would, before you left, he would hand you a sort of a small hand mirror, which has that similar effect where there's no reflection in the mirror, and would tell you to place your hand, just the palm of your hand, over that part of the mirror and to wait.
Okay, and can I use this, on demand, or does it have a limited number of times I can use it?
It's on demand,
Okay.
but obviously as you wait, the wait time might vary, so it might be
The doorbell, so as well when he gets to the door.
yeah, kind of, effectively.
It's not an instant teleport me out of here.
Effectively, you're calling.
Yeah.
You're calling to come back,
Okay.
and that can be either instantaneous, or it can be 3 days later.
Okay, no, that's great. And I would also ask Desmond whether he could.
all of you would receive this same hand mirror when you come in.
Okay.
Does time progress at the same rate in Misthast and the Feywild? Or have we got an interstellar type thing going on here? Which could be.
For my sanity, I'm just gonna say yes.
Okay.
But it just does at the same time. I tried the time difference thing,
Yeah.
but with people skipping in and out of different campaigns,
Yeah.
man, it becomes hella confusing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you're in there for a day, then you've missed like 3 days in here, so you can't leave one session and come back to the.
Okay. So
For my sanity,
Okay.
I'm just gonna say.
so Hendrik is when he leaves, he will be aware of Felix's intentions around the Inquisition, but it will be the early formation of his thinking, I think. But he's going to be away, I think, 3 months. So, as the Inquisition,
It would have been spoken about then.
yes.
So as you
but-
come back,
yeah, and then when he returns, after having sort of focused on his music and built Electra, then you would be talking. Yeah, he would be that the Inquisition would be announced to him for the first time. I think.
Would Dot in the 6 months take up the Inquisition?
You said a few times, or I think I heard you say indoctrination.
This is my floor plan.
Yeah,
of
not
the
in a
keep.
sense of like anything. It's
So the
just the
mirror room
branding.
is
This one.
this one.
So
It's
more
not signing a
being
contract.
persuaded
I just put a big
rather
mirror
than
picture. I was like,
cult
that'll
kind
do.
of-
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna try
it's
and
not
pull over
signing a
little mirrors.
contract or anything like that.
What's that? Is that incarnate?
It's sort of it's
No,
essentially
not
more
everything
along
with incarnate.
an oath and a
Or
promise,
it's
like
incarnate for the map. I haven't tried to do
that you promise
like,
also
individual buildings.
to do what is necessary,
I'll
and
try it.
if it means you have to burn down half the forest, I mean, Dot
It's
was
just what I
static
found
about
that
that.
was like
Uh,
what I needed.
But if-
So it's kind of Scarab's on a sort of dib and
Yeah.
promise to do my best.
Yeah, but then
okay.
it's also a way to recognise other people in the Inquisition without having to say anything, and then others that don't know the branding wouldn't know. So this is
You're only going to show to a
This
spy
is-
once.
this is
And they'll
obviously
be like,
this has obviously
people
been
can't
formed
live.
outside of their knowing, so they wouldn't know. He wouldn't know the branding. Obviously, he knows some people, but then if newer characters are coming in and other people on the table, if they accept the branding, it's easy to know. And then Bella was informed of the. I did write on there that Bella was informed of the Inquisition.
Yeah. Is Bella
And she would have
supportive?
been shown. Don't know. She would have been shown the branding that we had as well and what we pledged to do. Would have told her that the Frost Giant would be the first port of call.
So effectively,
What have we pledged to do? I just wanted to
Destroy.
call
Essentially, the overarching goal is destroy Hypnos.
pretty much the same goal as you had before.
I'm
Get
up
rid of
for
the
that.
corruption. Kill
Yeah.
who's causing the
But-
corruption.
It's personal
Like-
stuff.
Oh yeah.
This time
But
it's
sort of
personal.
like at any means necessary. So if you have a chance to kill him and it means you have to kill Felix, then you do it.
Yeah.
It's not a save. Like if you get a chance to kill Hypnos, obviously it's not going to happen anytime soon. But it's very
Why
situational.
would we kill Felix?
If there is a chance to do it, that's what sort of the branding means.
It's
It's what the
Any
Inquisition
means-
demands.
Any
It's,
means
uh,
necessary.
What is it? It's the
Does.
Goku holding
That's it. Yeah.
Raditz
Yeah.
Yeah.
moment
What-
while
that's
Piccolo
What if that
fires through
means
the two of them.
destroying
That's
the world?
fine.
Oh, it's just Dragon Ball Z where
And
it
Hypnos
holds him in
Well-
place while he basically shoots through.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
been
bit
used
more
often.
than the thing. That would obviously give a little bit of discussion.
me
The
grabbing
world.
it and
Just go to
and then you shoot the big
We
laser.
win.
through the
Just
two of us.
fucking
That would be a bit more for the
Just to
world
kill
to
Sam.
I know
destroy.
what you
I'm
mean.
thinking more like in
Oh,
a
okay.
village,
I
but
thought
there
I
will
was
be an
right.
attempt to
I
save
thought
the
I was
village.
holding shield and you were the one.
Like you've had a
that-
gemstone nuke and you happen to be tied there. Just
I'm holding you there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if I get a grapple on him
Yeah.
and it means you plunge something into him to destroy us both. A bit Iron Man-y, you know, like
Yeah,
if one of us has to die
Yeah.
to do it, then
Okay.
that's what you pledge to do, then you take them out.
Okay.
I wonder when you get to higher levels, how many of you will want to sacrifice your character?
And
No, he said Felix, not Bron. He said Felix.
Yeah, I
You
did
got
hear
the
Felix.
Is there an
will the
oath?
cult be?
But essentially that is the pledge, sorry. That is the pledge.
Right.
Like,
You write down an oath.
if you take, I know I need to. I didn't think I had as many questions.
So
so if
someone
you,
who swear to kill
if you-
Felix.
if you
It
take-
sends me massive paragraphs
Yeah.
of questions and then can't even be bothered to write a small oath.
you know that was bullet pointed down from the original essay.
Mate, trust me, I know. Right.
So if you take the brand, you are taking the oath, pledge, promise, whatever you want to call it, that you will do whatever needs to be done to do that. Not necessarily at the expense of all life. Attempts must be made to save the innocent. However, Hypnos
Bitch, I'm
and
innocent.
his generals must die, even if that means at the cost of
Hypnos-
our own, of the Inquisition's own life.
What if it's the cost of somebody else's life?
Star Trek.
You try to save them, but if you got to go, if it's
These are the
Hypnos and someone else,
What if it's one of the Guardians? So what if you convince the Frost Giant to grab hold and then to kill Hypnos you have to then kill the Frost Giant as well?
then there are still 4 Guardians left, so we're good.
Or are you going to go around to the Guardians and brand them with the
I mean,
Inquisition?
it's difficult because
You're part of the Inquisition now.
you can essentially throw any difficult situation, and none of these situations might ever come up. But it's just I thought it was a nice little bit of fluff to go with how Felix has been, and it also helps again with other people.
Now with the branding, you just made it Dan's campaign.
Why?
Because we're all branded on our chest, aren't we?
No one's touching
Yeah, but that gives us
budgets.
powers. This don't give a shit.
Yeah, that gives you powers. This.
And will this cult be disbanded once Hypnos is
It's
dead?
like it's a cult. No, it's not religious. Not religious. Yeah, it's a cult. You have to make oaths.
The
But it's not
Inquisition
religious.
will be
But it's called the
disbanded
Inquisition.
upon Hypnos' death.
So it won't become like a secret police.
Yeah.
following.
Everyone's
Okay.
killed up.
No, we are not here to police anyone. We are not here to
I'll show you about it.
Was you?
to assert our authority.
You
We
killed
have
Who already
I'm not happy
has
with you.
a mark?
myself, Mystique, and Bron, and Lilith.
Mystique.
Yeah, I just went blindly.
Would you let me do like a magical investigation on the?
I would offer you mine.
Thing.
You're more than welcome to.
Well, I don't want you to know that I'm doing it. That's the
Okay.
thing. So I'm not
Yeah.
going to tell you I'm doing it secretly.
Are we all like?
I should have fucking asked you for magic powers with this shit.
Are we all like?
You've already got spells.
No
You've already got
secrets
magic powers.
kind of shit. Like no secrets.
Unless Felix
If
deems
Dot-
doesn't want to tell you
If Dot
something.
hasn't got the brand, you are not allowed to release secrets of the Inquisition to
But-
anyone. Not
Out
Is this
of-
because all you've done for my whole campaign is tell everybody you've ever met exactly what you're doing, what you're doing?
and look where that's got me.
I don't think
All I
I
wanna-
should let you investigate my branding.
All I want to do is just look at it, and then you can tell afterwards. All I'm going to say is, do you mind if I look at it?
I mean, you can
It's so that-
look at it, but I'm so going to tell everyone that you did it.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I want to do a magical investigation to make sure there's no kind of like controlling powers in there or anything.
Like an Arcana check.
Yeah, please. So flame you guys. There we go.
And I'm going to tell everyone in my little clan, like, listen to what Doc's doing. It's a bit suspicious.
So I got a nat 1.
It's painted
And
for
this is irrelevant.
It almost looks like it's just drawn on.
If anything, it's just got Reggie.
Why did you kill the
It's a
dog?
brown from where it is fresh.
What could Bella's staff?
Is it his head?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Right.
kind of cute, I
For
suppose.
for Bron at the moment, that's obviously for the start of it. Was he under house arrest? Reading your thing right. I'm under yeah. I thought.
Effectively.
Why are you under house arrest?
Effectively, Bron was under house arrest for the first few days.
Yeah. Well, because I was the only one there, wasn't I? And I was the only one from the party who just give Hypnos back his.
So rather than let him roam free in the city and the castle for the first few days.
Because you lot were travelling, weren't you? So, for all purposes, I was the only one there. So,
But he was fed good food,
Yeah.
obviously
Oh, yeah.
watered.
Yeah.
His armour and weapons and things were cleaned and sharpened and repaired. And so by the time you see Bron, he's like fully slicked back hair,
maybe
fresh cuts,
fresh
like
braids.
yeah, fresh braids. All his stuff's been repaired. New cloak, like.
Good.
Okay, I'm willing to join the Inquisition because I'm certain that it's not going to become some secret police.
Is it the first rule of
It's
Fight
no
Club?
control.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
So like, you go, we're part of the Inquisition, and he's like, I'll join the
Well,
Inquisition.
or
You're
he
like,
saw
"How
in
do you
your
know about the
mark and he
Inquisition?"
just wanted to know what it was.
Not anyone can join the Inquisition. So Doc and Hendrik obviously allowed it because they've gone through.
Well,
We've
point
just
that-
gone through a lot of
So-
shit.
So Henrik will join the Inquisition. He will take his brand. He will make the commitments,
Oh,
but he will
friends.
also look Felix in the eye and say, there may be an occasion where there is a decision that I feel I have to make, which is
Group counsellor
not
sessions.
100% aligned with the parameters that you currently set out. However, I will do that with full faith and best intentions of the Inquisition's objectives to destroy Hypnos at all costs.
That is acceptable.
Because for all the purposes, we are we call it democracy, not a dictatorship.
Yeah,
We almost agree on that.
I think
actually.
that's something that I haven't put out.
Yes, okay.
So Lilith is the only one that can do the brand
Okay.
because it's a brand from a blue drake and none of it does have. However, if you feel that you come across, if any of you feel that you come across anyone you deem as worthy, so basically if you put on the table, if I'm not there and think, oh, they're worthy, then just
Okay.
Joel can fluff it that if
We'd
Lilith
be
is tossing around,
wrong.
Can someone
they can be
Can
indoctrinated.
someone
We'd be so we'd
do
really
you
bad
not-
judges of character,
I
obviously.
don't think indoctrinated is the right word.
I guess, yeah, I'm not helping myself with my terminology at all. Branded, taken into the fold.
Okay, yes.
the-
Welcome
Welcome
into
into
the
the
joyous
fold.
and wholesome
Essentially,
brotherhood of the Inquisition.
yes, sadly and rather a gruesome way of scalping them, but you're basically just scraping the skin off of their
Okay.
thing. It's a horrible way. But for someone to be taken out,
Almost
they
like
must have done
shadow
something.
tentacles.
They must have killed innocent without trying to save
And
them.
is Felix judge, jury, debrander?
No, it is
Or
not. It's not a
okay.
dictatorship. It is a democracy, but Inquisition members' votes are taken above it. So, for example, say if you two didn't, us three, and then there was a split. So us three wanted to do something, you two didn't want to do something. You weren't part of the Inquisition. Us three would go off and do what the Inquisition
Okay.
deemed to do,
Okay.
regardless of your vote.
And if it's a split vote, Chairman Felix has the casting decision.
It should never really be a split vote because most of the time there's 7 on the table.
It should
But
be
you
like
have
a
said that
jury.
more
I'm
people
Remen.
could be joining
Oh,
the
I'm
Inquisition.
Remen.
Would Renan take the brand?
Probably.
Okay, cool.
I'll make the 8.
So if there is a split decision, then alternative routes need to be looked at.
It should be like a jury. Like
Yeah.
it should be what's the word?
Yes,
I don't
if it's a hung verdict, then
it needs to
it's
be
not guilty.
100%
Yes.
certain that he killed
Rock,
someone.
paper, scissors.
It needs to be 100%
We're not
certain that
reasonable.
we
Yeah. So if
beyond unreasonable doubt,
Yeah.
yes.
if there is a split vote,
Yeah.
the option that saves the most innocent lives
Yeah.
should be chosen.
Okay.
We need to write this all down.
Okay, so tell you what I'm gonna do. Ready for next session? I'll send it to you guys once I've done it.
Well,
I'm gonna
this
do
is kind of what
We need to have
I
a
wanted this
contract.
session to be.
right.
Oh,
So I give you
Yeah.
information.
Yeah.
So I tell you what we're
You
gonna
guys
do.
can do whatever you want to do in terms of what your next move is.
So
And then obviously when you guys have decided that,
Just-
I can throw some combat in if you want.
just quickly, would
Are we all together character-wise?
So, okay, let me.
So
I'm in the
are we
real-
now
I'm in the reality
post
realm
6
right now.
months? So is the montage played out and we are now, or does anyone around the table still need to talk about what they've been doing?
Yeah,
in 6
because I
months?
haven't filled out that form or whatever.
Okay, well, you
I
can
haven't done
have
very
a think
well.
about it,
Yeah,
and then you can message me.
I want a new bitch.
We want a new bitch.
I want a new bitch.
You're gonna parade Miss Tass looking
I'm
for a
literally,
new.
I want another Goliath.
Okay.
But I want him to have good
Luckily,
health points.
luckily, there's not many Goliaths in Miss
Yeah.
Tass. You could try and find Gartok, I suppose, and I don't know if John's next door. Oh, he is, because that's the.
Yeah.
You could try and convince Gartok to be a bitch. A level
It'd
15.
be a hell of a bitch to have.
A level 15 Goliath barbarian who's the main tank for the whole campaign.
just saying, John was already throwing papers up when Datora was on it.
I put a creature that killed 2 people on the board, and the Toro would have been rinsed it. Like,
You're that
But,
Put it
bad.
on there if you want to look
So, what would Bella make of the Inquisition when I spoke to her about it?
so the
That's some
Inquisition.
information I would need.
The Inquisition is basically don't let anything get in the way of killing Hypnos.
Yeah. So,
Effectively.
yeah.
I like her.
However, any attempts. So, for example, in the situation where there is a village and Hypnos is in it, and we need to storm it. Say we needed to nuke it, an evacuation attempt would be made. However, at the end of the day, if we only could evacuate half of the village, then and before we kill Hypnos, then sadly half of the village needs to die because Hypnos needs to be stopped. But it's not at any risk of all innocent life. Like, they're not going to just go around popping off innocent people. Innocent lives will be saved, and they will be tried to be saved. However, the end goal is Hypnos needs to be stopped.
We've essentially got a Geneva Convention.
She would be a bit reluctant of the instant thought of killing him.
Chemical warfare. I think.
She would prefer if you
I
would
think
find a
he's
way to
designed
capture
something.
or detain.
That's fine. Yeah. I would ask her if she
First.
knows of anything that could hold an avatar,
And
or if she could look into it for us.
she has a special banishment spell,
If-
which you
if-
guys don't know about.
If she doesn't know of any items at the moment, if she could at least look into an imprisonment item for us to use for when we get closer to our end goal.
So effectively, you'd need something that was like an anti-magical force field trap. Effectively, what can we trap somebody who's got lots of magical powers in that they can't just counterspell? Or
Well, could I leave
Or
that
could
with-
we do a magical overload so the force field gets.
you could use the power of friendship and like.
Didn't we try that and that didn't work?
Well, I don't know whether. I mean, you can either try and break the force field, the magic force field, or you can overload it to the point that it. It's
power
explodes
surge it,
by
basically.
Power surge, yes, yeah.
I-
And if we manage to get
I mean, the
other
Power
guardians,
Rangers, the
other
Power-
powerful
Put
guardians
together,
with their
together.
powers, maybe we can somehow channel,
It's now spelled.
find a channeling instrument for their powers
Spell
to
instant friend.
overload the.
There is one
So-
that's called like.
What spell slots
I
is-
want
So
that
can
in my
I,
list.
I mean, being a ranger, I
Yeah.
got like 2 spell
Like a
slots.
charm
and
spell.
I'm very
and they're not
charming.
good
I don't need a
spells. They're
spell.
not.
I just
I do not
get a
have.
bap
They're
out or
not
something.
adept
That's how I
in
got my
the
first
spelling.
one.
I think that's essentially what we got.
Yeah, it was
because
weak
the
throws, so your baps aren't
Yeah.
that good.
And they poured all the powers into it.
I mean,
Yeah.
And then
to
they
be fair, I
dedicated
have watched some
essentially
really
that. I
ugly
think
bars
it's
recently.
so
for
it's
work.
like draining.
They're really
Work
gratified.
class.
Can I do what?
But no padding or
Into plan
nothing.
walking?
Like,
Yeah.
sad.
No, I didn't go down that route.
I don't know if it's
I went a different subclass.
I mean, it's proper
Well, you can get it
gratified.
to feet, can't
I'm
you?
not going to show you on camera, but
So we picture later.
There's a lot of feats, and I've read a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't read only
I
half
think,
of them.
so I was
Possible.
talking to my lad about it, who knows he was like a million times better than me. I was telling him about the whole thing, and he sort of travelled between. He's like, "Have you got your ranger
so
pass?"
what's this
Like,
thing left?
yes. And he said, "Oh, has he got
I've seen this
interplanar
podcast actually.
stride or
It's
whatever?"
posted, but I haven't had a
I
chance to
don't know.
read catch
And
up
then
on it.
he said he had to go on a route, but there is a feat you can get that allows you to.
I will have a look on my next level up. I think I've got 2 levels up, and then I can get another one. I
It
think
might be a different kind of ranger, I suppose.
there is a plague
Maybe
walker
say that-
ranger, isn't there?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, what do you need from
So
that?
could I basically ask Bella to look into essentially some
Well,
handcuffs to hold their
you can
avatar,
travel
or some way
because
to, not
Maybe-
essentially
maybe
that, but you know what I mean,
travel
some way
to-
that she wants us to imprison him and not
like
kill
the
him.
realm of.
There's only one person who might know how to make handcuffs.
He's not- He's not
These are
exactly.
the
Hold an
avatars.
When's
avatar.
hug time and get it over with?
Well, exactly. It's
So
mixing
if you can communicate
Stitches,
directly
who's
with
an
them,
avatar.
Yeah, yeah.
maybe they've got
I
the
missed that.
power
How
to.
is it?
Yeah.
Eventually, I do get the ability to.
You're welcome.
cast
This is why
time
people
shift.
have me. I remember the names.
Okay, so
Well,
you can
like,
replace
this is
it.
why
Eventually.
you can
Yeah,
circle
if you
stuff,
do more levels,
write
I
notes,
can-
you can do
Yeah.
whatever.
Shift
I
everyone's
would
powers.
say
Druids
good
will.
luck.
They got like all these
I
skills.
quite like to
I don't
go
wanna
into
get it, but I think-
villages. I think
Fifth
just
or
looking as a
fifth
little
level
old lady,
So put that
going to
before
the
that.
villages,
But yeah, eventually
scouting
I
out
can
dodgy
shift
looking
planes.
people, scouting out good looking people. So maybe she might be able to work her way out.
Grinning with all
6
the
months.
teeth.
Yeah. Work her way over to Stitches again. If there's like little villages and stuff on the way, maybe with a little group. Over the
I wanted to go visit Stitches anyway. So if that's not possible, then we can go as a group.
Like I say, it's it is a travel. You're probably looking at around sort of 6 or 7 days travel to from the sort of keep where you are to Stitches. So it's not very to scale because I've never built a map before. So like my 1 day travel was there, but my 2 week travel is here, kind of thing, you know.
As you were narrowing the
So-
Inquisition, any and all
Did you
information.
get your gloves, by the way?
No, they're still at Stitches,
Okay.
which is an avatar.
yeah.
So I've got an avatar making me some
He went,
gloves.
I want to
Is-
travel.
Is Stitch an avatar?
He went,
Yeah.
I want to travel all the way to Stitches.
Like, it's
on
one
my
of the
own.
avatars.
I was like,
Delilah,
okay, Philip
Patmos,
dies, that's
Hypnos,
okay.
Stitches.
Can we, as part of the Inquisition knowledge sharing, do like a download of like which avatar equals which
Yeah, so-
animal equals which god?
I
Just
can
write
do-
a contract and write some notes that
I've
we
got
need
a
to
dragon.
know.
So I can do that for you. So in a sec, I'm just going to clarify a little bit. Then I think as a group we can make, because this is the founding of the Inquisition. We can make the
Oh, we're
Inquisition rules.
founders.
And then I can embellish on those rules and I'll send out a proper document like something fancy printed.
Kind of through here.
Like get a tea bag and coffee
And
stain
then
piece of
what I'll
paper.
do is I will share
forest there.
a lot of the information that Felix has got, which I know you guys don't
For
have.
the landmarks.
Some of it's here.
So is that the information I gave?
There's a lot that's... Say
Is
again?
that the info I gave you by any chance?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
written.
it's the stuff that you don't write down that you forget.
But
That when you and Kira are on the table without me, you're like, I don't know.
I'll do the
Where
gods
you were in
one.
the
I'll
fight
do the little
before.
episodes and then you already got that.
So
I guess
can
that-
I
While I
have
do
a
that,
label
you can
this?
grab all you.
I will
That's
say,
the
yeah,
stitches
yeah,
coming.
There's a big difference. Really, there should be
This
like further down here.
implies so the white dragon is
Tatiana.
I can't make the map
So
any bigger,
she is
and I'd already
on the
started
side of
placing
it.
stuff down.
Mhm.
and I was
She
like,
is, because she is a creation
I
of
don't have enough
Hypnos.
map here.
okay. So
So this
she's not a
that's the
god.
stitches coming.
No,
No.
but she's a
Yeah,
creation.
little
She's a direct
The Hypnos is
I
is
an
just
avatar,
wanted to
avatar
sort of
of
avatar of
Peridot.
Peridot, which is why he
Make a
stopped
little legend.
your showing of the amulet.
Yes. So
Nice.
and Hypnos is
I need a pen for
the
this. This shit ain't
what is his
Avatar.
what
Okay.
is his avatar? He is
So
Yeah.
he is an avatar. He is an avatar of the god. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, Joel. So essentially, the gods couldn't walk directly on the earth, so they had the avatars
Okay.
do it for them.
Right.
The avatars were called back, but a lot of them went, "Nah, thanks, mate," and stayed.
Where are the
Hypnos
gods
is one of them.
Okay.
A lot of them are vying for power, I think, or some of them are vying for like power to overthrow their god,
To become
their
the
gods,
god.
to become the
Some of
gods.
them refuse to be recalled.
Yeah.
And I believe Hypnos is his mate for play for power to sort of push himself into the god.
So actually, the gods could potentially become allies if the avatars are going rogue.
Essentially.
Yeah.
So if we can somehow travel to the
Yeah.
whatever it is, the godly plane, have that conversation.
That's not a bad idea. You know, well, if I get that plane shift spell, eventually just grab Hypnos and then go.
So,
Here's your god.
deal with him, right? Yeah.
Peridot, he's
That'd
been a
be great.
naughty, naughty boy.
You'd just be like, just take him to Peridot and be like, I've recalled him for you.
Yeah, now beat his ass.
So it's like that old woman, I'm going to take you to your parents' house, grabs you by the ear and drags you back.
That's it, yeah.
I feel like Doc should be the one to do that.
Love it.
All the all the additional information I've got on the avatars and everything. Who did I essentially get that from? Was that from Bella?
So yeah, so sort of whilst everybody's travelling and things,
Yeah.
that's more information you would have picked up. So in the castle, I'll just
Yeah, we're
do
going to
the-
go through
do
information.
the
dump
edited
in a sec.
bits. So there's the mirror room here,
Yeah.
which you've only seen accessed by several people, but only Desmond is the one that unlocks it. This room here is like a sort of big council room
Okay.
with that sort of big U-shaped table. I couldn't find like a cool fantasy
Yeah.
U-shaped table, but effectively there's around sort of 12 seats, 6 either side, and then 1 in the centre of this room. It's quite a large sort of, large pillars. You can see that also the sort of U-shaped table is like the sort of snake-like dragon
Oh, okay.
with a sort of flat top over, but it's like ornately
Yeah.
carved. Lots of it is like a sort of work and keep, but you don't see many people in that aren't maids and things. Nobody else lives there, apart from the fact that you've been staying in there for a while.
Squatting.
Is it?
You've been staying there for a while, and Bella and Desmond.
Oh,
You
okay.
see familiar faces like a Rawn peer through, but with 2 people that you haven't really noticed before, although you kind of guess that without their demonic form, they're the 2 that stay with the Rawn normally.
So I assume being in over 6 months, I've got an alright decorum with them now, like in the sense of the
So you're only in house arrest for about 3 days.
Yeah, and the rest
of
is
6
guessed.
months,
Yeah.
and then you're sort of slowly introduced
Okay.
into what's happening.
Yeah.
Effectively. So you would be in that sort of council room several times, and you'll kind of gather
Okay.
information of what's happened. There's been a few verbal assaults at you from other
Well,
Big head.
but
I can imagine worse.
from other things. But Bella defends you in that. There's a lot of sort of silence in my room, kind of thing being thrown around. And as soon as she does that, everybody's silent. And I imagine Bron's like, moonbeam, motherfucker. And things. Until obviously there's word from the gate that a large party of treants and a cackling old woman on a broomstick and with a ranger and a...
Oh yeah, you got the stick, didn't you?
You kept it.
Yeah, I managed
It
to
was
keep
the only one who could.
You had to throw some pretty hot dice to get it.
Yeah, everybody else's was destroyed. Dot passed every single dice roll.
It was amazing.
I never got to roll for mine. I just went through the mirror.
You never tried to ride it?
No, I didn't.
Never tried to ride it, but I do remember.
You've got the bits for ours, haven't you? I think Hendrik's got the bits for our rooms.
There's a screw on the table.
A squirrel.
so-
It's like
Yeah. So I was speaking with Bella.
Effectively, once you guys are all brought towards the castle,
Does that include me? Where am I?
you'll come slightly later.
Okay.
so
I hope so.
I was given some mirrors to
But-
take some missed tasks.
You are essentially gifted this large mansion,
Oh,
which is almost like an adventurers guild. Bella pays for somebody to clean, so there's some people that clean
I
the
want the
building.
yellow bed.
The company that clean the building. There are caretakers that come and look after and sort of fix any repairs and things. There is no chef, but the pantry is always stocked, so you will have to
Don't
provide.
expect the woman to cook.
You will have to provide food for yourselves, but the food is always stocked there, so that you won't. Obviously, won't go. It's like a Hobbit thing. I had to just stick a picture of a fantasy kitchen because there were like 20 beds in that room.
Oh, right.
So
I want that one.
Just,
The
You
yellow
want the
one.
yellow
Yeah,
one?
write my name in that
Nana
one.
Nice.
Dot and a
Kieran wanted the messy one. Kieran was like, "Oh, we'll have that one." I'm like, "Not there yet. Can't claim them." So effectively,
Shut
there is space for 9 people to stay here at any time.
The Fey Inquisition has a
I was
headquarters.
gonna say, it's the headquarters.
Don't brand the door.
The one big room that's got the 2 double beds in doesn't have the beds in.
Yeah.
That's more like a living quarter and a study.
Yeah.
So in there
That's
there
the
are
couple's
bookcases.
So in this I would show obviously Bella the Inquisition mark and ask if she could notify agents that if she sees those and that, then we are obviously acting that. I'd let her know that the first mission we are to undertake is to go get the frost giant, who's
I want the yellow
contacted
one.
me
Yeah.
to let him know he's in danger, and that is our first port of call. Then obviously we'll put Orla, and then get set up with that bit as well.
Yeah, so it all finds that there is like a large.
I'm sure that needs to be Hendrik. All the songs you're trying to write. That's a good fucking work. That seems like trying to.
I think we're all bags need it, but
And
He's
then
not
I
here.
basically tell her that
That suits you.
the goal is to
just so different
ensure
songs,
all
one after
the
another. Like that.
avatars
That don't
are
work.
here.
Which one is the frost giant? What's
but
his
obviously
name?
starting
You
with
just say,
frost
what rhymes with
I'll
last?
get onto that in a sec.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is
so
it on our
he
sheet?
tried that one. He dream.
I haven't given any
Think,
guide,
you
you know.
figure out that things right with
I've got
dream.
the town actually.
It's not what it seems. Things
That
like
is
that.
the only
That
guy
was-
in your name.
that was
Oh,
it,
yeah.
But yeah, hit loss is not rhymes with hit loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the sort of city walls, so imagine kind of King's Landing, you've got a city in front and a keep sort of to the rear. In this sort of city, there is like a large garden area, which is where Orla takes her treants to kind of set up. Like a
So
small
yeah,
base.
all is good, even
Yeah.
though it was
Oh,
backwards, is all is
This one,
still good.
Yeah.
Are you
So
gonna
that wasn't
you're gonna
fake.
challenge
No.
Uruk for it?
Oh,
Right,
jealous.
okay.
Would Bella have, apart from she doesn't want us to kill Hypnos, she wants us to capture him?
We all got different
Any other requests?
first letters.
More capture,
Yeah.
if possible, kill last resort.
Okay.
I assume.
So, Fey Inquisition rules, as far as we go. Does anyone want to? So number one at the top of the priority.
I just put your little.
So you obviously know that he
put a D
will
on
protect
which
that helmet
bed you want.
quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean
Because
this is
the only
essentially
thing that allowed him to not return was to be without that helmet.
yeah. I mean this is essentially a long way off. We're like level 5. I think
I know, but this is information that I'm hoping you'll forget later down the line. When
No, because I've already written them down.
yeah, I know, but then give another 10 levels of notes.
Yeah.
You'll be going.
Oh,
I know, I've got it.
really
I know, I've got
fighting.
I do have a new documentation system that I want
Yeah,
to start doing on a computer and characterise.
Well, it's either that one
Show
or
you.
opposite.
It's going to be your voice now.
You're going to have to do an
Or the
Excel
end, basically.
spreadsheet and then tab.
It is on Excel,
Well,
and the characters
too
have got
close,
tabs at the bottom, and there's going to be they're going to be colour coded for characters, and then there's a colour
Yeah,
code for
like
places.
And
You
get
put as
the
much work in as I do.
chin. 1-year-old bones.
So, Fey Inquisition rules, just so we could get that out of the way. So, Bella has requested that we try capture Hypnos, not kill him.
Oh, okay.
However, if a last
Last
resort
res-
needs to
yeah.
be, then kill him. But if we can try capture him and find a way to capture him, that would be best.
So, maim him.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Incapacitate.
next thing is on the list is to make every attempt to save innocence, but Hypnos must be stopped. all costs.
Bella has dialed down the
She has.
Well, we did kill a whole nursery.
Yeah, and like I say, Felix is not like
Yeah.
all out like that's fine
Okay.
if it capture it, but he needs to be stopped
Okay.
at any cost. He can't be allowed to go. Oh, we don't want to kill a rabbit, so let's let more evil happen.
No.
That's the whole point of Dead or Alive, isn't it? You can go
So I
alive.
think as Bella's softening stance percolates through the rules of the
So,
Inquisition,
Make Hendrik a little
I think
happier.
Hendrik is definitely becoming a lot more at ease with these.
But did anyone else? So with draws like split votes for stuff, are we saying explore other options? Are we saying
It
go
needs
on
to
the
be
side?
beyond unreasonable doubt.
Yeah, but if there's a split vote, then
Then no.
Maybe.
We all need to be
technically it's
certain.
beyond reasonable doubt, because if
No.
it's beyond unreasonable doubt,
You
then
know what
it's
I mean?
like,
It needs to be. We need to be 100%.
okay, yeah, but that doesn't explain how you settle a split vote.
No, nothing.
What?
Yeah, but I'm
If there's a
asking.
split
With
vote,
the
I'm
roll of
asking
the dice.
how do you
That's what
settle
it
a
is.
split
So the
vote?
sardonic way.
Is
they
it-
don't. If there's a
Coin.
split vote, they don't get in because none of us, not
Okay,
all of us
no,
are
but
100%.
that's a different circumstance. So I'm saying all of us go up a road, and there's a fork. Okay,
Fork.
half of us want to go one way, half of us want to go the other way. How do you settle the
never
vote?
split up because we're not in a
But
hurry.
how do you settle the vote?
The sardonic
What
way.
about if, so like at the beginning of each session, or the beginning of every third session, we roll or choose between us who's kind of
Who's the
leader
leader?
for the
I like
time.
that idea.
Yeah.
And they get
That'd be
two
a
votes
fun
if
idea.
it's split.
Have a voted in leader.
Oh, yeah, so for that session, their vote counts as 2.
Or at least they get to
They
decide.
can
who
overrule
votes.
the
They can-
decision,
yeah.
like,
I like that. Is that
And
would
I-
Hendrik agree?
Yeah.
If they could do something like I could roll a dice, and it might go in favour of
Yeah.
the leader's thing, or if it's like a nat 1, goes in
The opposite.
the opposite direction.
Are you doing it that the leader can't be the same leader consecutively? It's got
Well,
it's
we
got to be.
We've all got a. Well,
It's dice roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's random. Then.
It is a dice.
So like 7 of you, and then you could roll like a d8.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
whoever
in
gets
favour
the highest
of
number
dice
or
roll
something.
for leader at the start of every session?
I.
Hang on. Can we get the first bit voting? Can we get the first bit voting?
yeah. So it's just,
It was immediately split.
So, roll
I'll
off.
also
So
agree.
is Revan going to be branded?
Yeah, Revan will take a
Because
brand.
I just
but,
want to have a
but-
list of.
but he is resistant to fire,
It's
so I don't know how well you can
It's cold.
brand.
It's
Oh,
cold.
it's cold damage, so it's like an ice burn.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I imagine that'd go through. I was like, he is sort of part dragon, so I don't know how well at branding.
Yeah.
How well
I'll
can you
brand the fucker,
can you
don't we?
brand dragons?
I'll
That'll
find
be
a
a
way.
fun way. Like,
Oh, I have options for the
Supervisor? Is the Fey Inquisition?
So I either
Doom of Fey
get myself a
Inquisition.
new bitch
Oh,
or a
leader.
pet.
Scout leader, path leader.
okay,
Which one's more?
the one that's not going to make you too overpowered. And considering you'll be raging a lot, you won't be able to give commands very often.
So a pet.
A pet that might run away.
I want like a Lilith that I can just like.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a
You
class
chose,
thing.
you chose the wrong class for.
I know, but I want a pet.
You can multi-class.
You could multi-class into
I'm
ranger.
not level 5 yet.
Like,
You have to be level 5.
That's 5. You can multi-class with her. Yeah.
whenever you gain a level, you can use that level to gain anything, as long as it's within your stats.
I don't know how to do that. I want a pet.
You could go into wizard level 1, and then you could instantly have a
Conjure
familiar.
familiar.
Would her intelligence or wisdom stats support?
She would
that?
she would have to.
Fudge it a little. You'll have to buy with it a little bit.
Yeah, you would have to. Your stats would have
It's
to be
13.
able to be.
Yeah.
But it does come under requirement, so it comes up. You can't multi-class if you don't have the.
You probably
requirement.
find at the moment you can only do probably warrior and rogue.
So,
Fighter and rogue. Because
is there,
of how naturally the
I don't know what your
barbarians
stats are.
especially Hendrik, is there anything that's concerning you that you would like to?
Because I'd say
See
if
it
your
writing.
dex was high, you'd be able to be a ranger. Because is it
I
dex for
think-
ranger?
Yeah.
So you probably got relatively high dex as a
I think the
barb.
It wouldn't much for all guns.
Yeah, so she's got
Ranger.
high strength, high dex, high con. So you could
What's the
be.
whiz?
Fey,
negative.
does Dot want
Jump
written
stat.
into the Constitution, if you like, Fey Inquisition to be disbanded on Hypnos's demise,
Yeah.
should we say?
Yeah, I think
On
so.
his loss of control.
What was that rule, sir?
To be so the Fey Inquisition is to be
Dissolved.
dissolved upon Hypnos's demise, because
Or
we're going to
or
attempt to
you get
capture
feet
him,
and go
but
like
Bella
with
has
an
deemed to
initiate,
kill
then
if
you
we
get
cannot
some-
have that.
We have to come back on
Yeah.
10-year reunion.
But also, I mean that's going to be a whole load of sessions alone to figure out how to capture
I
bloody
mean,
Avatar.
I'd probably allow you
This is the next big thing, is it?
to tame a dog, but it will just have generic dog stats.
No, I
which
want
would
a
be
magical
like,
pet.
which would be like 4 HP.
Yeah, it did.
Really chosen the wrong cast.
I know, but
I'm like, she wants a barbarian with high health to just guard her at all times.
yeah.
Like, or a magical pet.
Can it be gifted to me by? I'm whoring myself out to some wizard, and he's
Yeah,
like,
you can-
I can't
You
pay
can have a
you.
magical pet, but
Have a
it can't leave
magical
your
pet.
room.
You probably could, but it probably end up being a curse.
You can have a Minotaur.
What about if you
only in
talk
your
to
room.
all
Yeah, you can have a
see
man
whether
only
you
in
can
your
adopt one
room.
of her like baby ents?
Yeah.
What, like a group?
a bonsai ent.
You're the
I
baby
mean,
group.
it's destined. I already have one.
I like that.
I already have a baby tree.
Okay, sorry, you were umming and ahhing. So the Fey Inquisition going into the Constitution is going to be dissolved at Hypnos's demise.
Or capture.
What if we really
No,
have
his
one
demise,
together?
because we could capture him. We've still got to get him back to Bella safely.
Is she gonna kill him though?
That's Avatar and
You
Avatar
know-
shit. That's beyond us.
A year in time for these 6 levels. Here you go,
What
Bella.
if we
Haha,
really
Bella's
enjoy,
evil.
like, doing
Haha, yeah, and Hypnos was good the whole time.
It's been another illusion.
There'll be
Now it's another year of story that I have to switch around again.
We're gonna have like several
I'll flip the
rounds
fucking table.
throughout the years.
you might even die on the way.
Eventually, I'm going to have you kill everybody in there, and just all the avatars are going to fight you in the end.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Is there any other rulings that want to go in? Obviously, if you think of anything throughout
Yeah,
the session, we can
I'll
tick down. But
think about it.
okay.
No secret.
I'll speak to one
Are
of.
you gonna make like a Facebook group for the Fey Inquisition?
Yeah, I will make a Fey Inquisition. I'll turn our
Yeah, can we put
Wildwood
all our
one
stuff on it?
into the Fey Inquisition
Yeah. I was
Facebook group.
thinking as well about everyone else, but everyone gets one only once, but you get a veto to stop one person joining, but you have to give the group the reason why.
What happens if Felix dies and Lilith can't give brands anymore?
No, we'll find a way.
What if
I'll carve it.
Lilith dies and Felix
Yeah,
lives?
Because I was thinking, if someone sweet talked
I
like
can
Hendrix to
technically-
get in, for example.
Rules wise, I can summon her back. Yeah, it's basically I get to.
I mean,
I
and
do
also if you want to
magical
bring an
CPR,
NPC
it's
in,
fine.
Yeah,
but somebody's suspicious of that NPC,
that's what I was thinking.
then they, you know.
You can veto and go, no.
So rather than just any of you being able to get whoever you want in,
That's what's the
So,
real
so do
bit.
we say interview process?
Yeah.
And we all have to
I think.
like
Hold on, who?
You could do something like 2 vetoes per person.
Yeah, that's
And
what, and that's it.
once
Once
you've
you're
used,
gone,
once
you're
you've
gone.
used your veto,
My
you don't get any
issue
points.
is then you've got to then track vetoes for people, and that's a lot of.
Let's track you.
Welcome
yeah,
to
but you're good
DMing.
at that.
Yeah, this is not my fucking DMing thing. So, but I think that instead of that,
I'd probably have to keep track of it.
maybe so you sponsor someone to go. So for example, say if I've sponsored Hendrik to come, Hendrik has to be interviewed
It's been
by
vouched.
Bron and
God.
Dot,
Right.
not myself, to see whether or not he is
Yeah.
allowed to
okay.
be come in. Obviously, you're coming in anyway, but
Yeah, and
If
then there's a final vote.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then there's a final group vote, which
You have
even
to,
if
like,
you
I feel
were
like it would be a persuasion off.
Yeah,
even if you
yeah.
weren't
like,
on the
for
table,
decision making.
even
Yeah.
if you weren't on the table, then all Fey Inquisition members I'd message anyway to say
Oh.
there is a vote for this person to come in.
I need to
Do
learn
you
Zone
vote
of
yay or
Truth.
nay, or do you abstain?
I don't think I can, but I want to learn Zone of Truth somehow. You know?
You learn Zone of Truth.
I
the
want
interview,
a
the
rule
cleric
like
thing.
Yeah.
no lies or secrets.
You could
We've
go
all got to be
Magic
honest with
Initiate
each other's
Cleric.
rule.
Zone of
Yeah.
Truth
In
for
a
level 8
group.
or whatever.
Yeah. And then just
We're in
yeah.
a pact.
It
We've
needs
got
to be.
no lies,
just do that. No, right.
no secrets.
Yeah, because they can refuse to
And
do
then it
it,
comes
or
up.
they
Nothing
can
but
say,
bad
well, you
ways
know
to do it.
exactly if they
Yeah.
refuse.
No, he's fifth.
If they refuse, psh,
Don't be a
Yeah,
dickhead.
that's it. Yeah.
That has to be
full
100%
transparency
trust.
of
Otherwise,
information and knowledge.
there's no point.
What's that? Sorry.
There has to be 100% trust
No,
between. Yeah.
It's not us who you have to worry about with that.
Well, or we can fuck off.
Well, I'll tell you, have you spoken to Kieran yet about this? Because I think Uruk's going to have his own.
He's not been. He's not
Uruk
been.
might die.
Yeah,
Uruk is
he
in a
might not.
lock-in session
In a
at
game.
low HP
Is it?
with 1 healing thing left
yeah, he is very.
in a fight.
But essentially, he needs to be then
Hello.
indoctrinated in, so we would then all have to vote, because he's not here for the founding,
Right.
we would then have to vote whether or not we think
Yeah.
Uruk
They
Yeah.
have to abide by those rules, and if you don't,
He won't.
Because
You know he
Obviously,
Uruk-
once you
but
make
if
the
he
group,
doesn't-
I'm not sure Uruk would be able to.
It's
He
bitch
might
bag.
say
Uh,
he will, but
But
Yeah, but then if he
Uruk
doesn't,
wouldn't be able to get involved in this because Uruk might be dead.
yeah. But if
Well, that's
you,
what I mean, if he comes, he will then have to be indoctrinated
Yeah,
in.
because we're the
Yeah.
founders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
God,
fact
it's
I think induct rather than indoctrinate.
Yeah,
just say join.
he will then have to be
Welcome.
recruited.
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 He will then have to be
I was
recruited.
gonna say, if any of you are suspicious, it's definitely him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just
I'm gonna
ironically
walk
he
around
doesn't
in
look
his armour
suspicious because he
and
didn't
slow
want to
all
give
of
the
you
help.
down.
It was
It's
because
done,
of,
isn't it?
it was
It's
because
done.
of greed. It wasn't
No,
anything
but
to do
actually,
with.
he is the most.
We've all fought with him. We all know
Okay,
he's a wanker.
So no information holding, no full transparency, no withholding information.
Mhm.
Obviously, I'll get on to sharing my information in just a moment. And then, what was the? So the recruitment one. So
Our sponsors, wasn't it? Was it like sponsor an individual to join a group, but you must be interviewed by 2 members of the Inquisition,
and then voted on by.
and then voted on
Everyone.
as a group.
Yeah.
So
it's like a
sponsored.
job.
And maybe
Oh,
not
I'm going for a
have
job interview.
anyone able to come into the building unless they are.
No,
I'd
we got to have a
probably-
scan.
Inquisition.
I'd probably try and limit your interview questions because I feel like you could do a full session.
Oh yeah.
Just
Only
interview
interviewing.
someone.
So you get something like 3 questions each.
Oh yeah.
And then
So,
that way-
are you a dickhead?
Because what will end up happening is you'll just be battering somebody
Yeah,
with
no, I
questions.
don't-
And we've got a roll
but
for
also there
uh,
should be some dice
what, intuition as well, just to make sure we're telling the truth.
to the interviewing type.
Yeah. So
There
it's,
should be some persuasion.
so it's,
Yeah, I was gonna
essentially,
say, depending on.
say if I said, "Are you a good?" My interview question, "Are you a good person?" and you turn around to me and say, "Yeah," I say, "I want to insight check that," and then I roll against your persuasion
I
and deception.
think to
Based.
come in, there should be a difficulty, and if they answer the question well, they get a plus.
Yes.
And if they answer the question badly, they get a minus.
Who decides if it's a good
And
or a bad
when,
answer?
and then,
Well, the interview.
well, obviously the interviewers
That's what we
will
get at the end
decide whether it's good or bad. They
Yeah.
can pass on to me or something, and then. So if you say to get into the Inquisition, you have to roll a 12.
I'll tell you what,
have
so-
to get 12.
Yeah.
So would
But you might get -8
Yeah.
by the end of the questions, and then I roll a dice, and I'd have to roll a nat 20.
Would
So
you get a charisma bonus to your roll?
you wouldn't get any. You wouldn't get a critical bonus.
Charisma bonus.
You wouldn't get a charisma bonus. It'd just be a flat roll, But if you answer well, you get a bonus. If you answer badly, you get a negative.
So could to do with the interview panel then, if
That's
we
kind
said
of the same way that Jamie does reviving. It's a similar thing, so like people pray and stuff, but then it makes it difficulty.
So if we always said it then, because it's always going to be on the table, if we always said the interviewers were Bella plus two Fey Inquisition members,
an NPC.
so there's always an NPC there.
But then that would require Bella being one of the Inquisition.
Well, she's...
So now you're going to try and
She's
brand an avatar.
the sponsor of the
So the Inquisition is answerable to... I've made it so they're answerable to Bella.
So, alright, I'll give you a little bit more
What's the
sort
thing,
of
de facto-
information.
de facto
that
and
you guys
legal.
sort of talk. You can sponsor somebody to go into the War Council on their own, or there can be 3 of you that enter. But if it's 3 of you, it has to be the same 3.
Oh, this is the War Council for...
So
for
in the actual
Okay.
along with Bella and things, and you would go as kind of speakers of the Fey Inquisition.
Okay.
So you could either nominate one person to go, or you could have 3 people that went, but it would have to be the same 3, or none at all.
But can we nominate one person at a time? So that one person can change.
It would have to be the same person.
Oh.
Okay, so say one person, the same 3 person people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially. Well, I think we'd choose the 3 over the
3 over the 1.
3 over the 1.
Yeah.
Because then obviously, like, even if I went, my perception of something might be different to Dot's perception with the aged wisdom.
Could we not try and persuade Bella that the rotating leadership of the Inquisition is also part of the representation
So,
of the War Council?
sort of classified information won't be allowed to be passed on,
Okay.
but there will be some free information that you can pass on
But we have no
to
secrets.
other, like,
Yeah. That's
In the spirit of the Inquisition, if we're going to get more information by having a fixed attendance at the War Council, considering that Inquisition is committed to free and transparent knowledge sharing, that's the better solution for us than having a rotating representation and only getting limited information from the War Council.
yeah.
because each of Bella's kind of right hand, left hand, that are in the council have sort of 2 bodyguards that are trusted by them.
Well, I would like Felix to go into the war.
So it's a group of 3.
Me
I think
too.
so, Felix, yeah.
Because I'm
We're allowed 3.
I'm a scout.
We're allowed 3.
I think you said we're allowed 3 people as
So
part
three
of
people. So
one. So basically, 1 person and 2 flanking.
Yeah,
so
I'm
sort
so
of-
I'm
so
intimidating
kind of 1
barbarian.
person and 2 advisors.
We're not there to intimidate.
I know, but
I think we would send our highest level characters. I think you know,
That's me.
in the free and transparent.
That's me, Felix. I'm laughing because it's Uruk.
I might be dead.
He's not in the Inquisition yet, so who's the next highest level at you?
Well, Dot and I exactly the equal,
Four,
exactly
nearly
the same.
five.
Are we 3 nearly 4 though?
how the fuck
Huh?
are you?
Oh yeah,
think
3 nearly 4.
3 nearly 4.
Oh.
4 nearly 5.
I was like, how is John in level
Sam and I have been in the same session, so our experience is exactly the
So
same.
if you're all level 3,
Yeah.
would a roll off?
Or who do you think character would actually show interest in going to the War Council?
Would your character?
I'm an ex-soldier. Like,
as is Hendrik.
And a
but
blue elf.
I think Hendrik is quite happy to defer the War Council to others and
receive
focus
the
on-
information afterwards,
Yes. Yeah.
because there is no
I don't like receiving
full transparency.
afterwards.
So all notes would be
Yeah.
provided
If-
I
afterwards.
like to receive shit.
If Mystique wants to be part of the War Council delegation, I'm okay with that.
I'm an ex-soldier. It's in my blood.
That's okay. I think it would be. It's not Doc's place. She was,
She'll fly out the
smuggling lady
window.
at one point.
Yeah.
Then she got old,
Yeah.
so
The only thing that I would say is that Hendrik does have the ability to is it the mind reading spell? It's basically you can tell people's intentions. And if they're being
You can see like their front thoughts.
Detect thoughts. And if they are being interrogated while you do the detect thoughts, then that gives you that next level of information in terms of intentions as well as the base level thoughts. That could be quite powerful.
Felix will be pushing for a rotation of War Council members. I know there's not at the moment, but there's as we
I'll
do.
just spread loads of information out to a load of random people they've only
But
met
no,
for
they
the
would
last
have
couple of weeks.
But this is the thing. Like, as the Inquisition maybe gets a
Bring
reputation.
somebody in tomorrow, random. They can go in the War Council. No, never even met
It has to
Bella.
be an experienced
I was gonna say, never
member
met- never
or a
met
founder.
Bella.
But as the Inquisition gains renown on actually doing things, and because we're recognisable by our branding, then I'm hoping that I could then push for.
Well, you say you want
this
3
person's not
members,
here,
right? So
I
we
think
have
we're
a
gonna have to earn
founder.
that. We're going to
Yeah,
earn that.
an
Yeah, that's what I think. I don't think it could be done
member.
at the first couple of meetings, but
And
we could really push.
and
this-
a
that's
regular.
thoughts.
Yeah, because I think Bob's
Detect thoughts would be quite
The
powerful.
classified information.
How's that? That is a good idea, though, isn't it?
With all of them now. Ron.
So you have a founder, an experienced member, and one person and a regular to a War Council meeting.
Technically, we're all founders.
Yeah, we're all founders, but new members aren't. So we have one founder,
So the
one of us.
Yeah, but so the issue you've got there is Bella has dictated it to be a fixed 3. We have got no clout to start kicking around orders. So at the moment, we don't forget,
Yeah, we've
It
been
was just
spreading the
an
corruption.
idea.
We've just freed the bad guy.
we're the one. We're the ones. We're the
Take
reason
my
they're-
demand.
We're the reason they're losing the war at the moment. So we need to do some good stuff.
Yeah.
We need to
so
earn
that
the
we
right
so
to
that
do
we
it.
can earn the right to sit there and say, well, actually,
This is
these founding
yeah.
members can actually be part of the War Council.
So I think Semstick, I mean, actually thinking it through, if I'm using detect thoughts, the person I'm detecting thoughts on is aware that I'm detecting their thoughts, so it might not be the best look.
That might not
Turning
go.
up to the War Council and start like...
It would be thematic as the Inquisition.
I think I had an issue with
Yeah,
that.
you just go detect
Both
thoughts and they go power kill.
Yeah.
I mean, we protect it,
yeah.
both domestic
But-
and foreign.
But I'll tell you what, as the Inquisitor, in the detect thoughts is quite
It is
quite
very
useful.
It is quite a handy
Yeah.
one.
You could get POWs.
Oh, you so know I'm going to do titles, and Hendrik is having. like,
I thought there was going to be no leader.
no, but you can have titles.
Yeah,
within there.
as Mystique the Great.
I mean,
you have to earn it
could
like
kind of do.
You gotta earn it like Ulfgar, you gotta earn it.
Like,
I'll happily be
It was an example.
I'll happily be head torturer.
Mystique. What is it?
With that
Mystique.
Mystique the Flasher.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Living the life.
The serial
yeah.
Flasher.
Mystique the
Cook
bitch
their nuts.
tamer.
Pin mystique.
Yeah.
Could you
Show
come
her
and
a
eat a
teeth.
bowl of nuts?
Do you like shower
Roasted
of
nuts.
I'm
taters?
looking, you can literally be
Yes,
Yeah, I could.
good.
I could have my own ring and everything.
Burning hands.
Have my own like little elf sex ring.
Make mystique a pin.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
You
Pyromaniac,
could, I was gonna say, you could always go off
Back
and
in the
find
day.
people that want to follow you
Yeah.
and big seeds and stuff.
So I've obviously got
Yeah, but I want a pet.
sponsored new members to be
yeah, but
interviewed.
you don't want a pet, you want a magical
Um,
pet. And you have no magical means at all.
Yeah.
Just
if
so
I-
that
You,
we don't
you've got no arcana.
indoctrinate.
So
like,
in
Right, so
the-
you can't cast any spells.
But my pet can.
dodgy
I can
NPC.
tell it what
You have to
Someone I
somehow
might have rolled.
tame a magical
I
beast
might
with
think
no
is totally
magic.
fine.
I was sleeping with a wizard,
Detect
right? And
thoughts
these
is
6 months,
totally
I'm sleeping with a
doable there.
wizard.
I
He's like,
feel
oh,
like
there you go, babe.
Hendrik should be on
Have a pet.
every interview
Yeah,
panel
have a
for that
pet.
reason.
Train it
Yeah.
Because
in teaching
can,
it.
then that would
it'll be
also
yours.
You
force
could do
dice
that.
rolls
See how
then,
much
wouldn't
damage
it?
that pet does to you.
Well, I mean,
And I can, yeah, but in those 6 months, I can
maybe-
be training
maybe-
it.
No, you could do
fast
that, but
days.
he's not asking questions
Not a magic
because he actually has to
Joe,
concentrate.
you could do
Yeah,
it, but it's only
so-
120 feet
but
from
be present. So,
Only stays 120
sort
feet
of-
from you.
Not for the wizard.
you know,
That's
add
the
power
Because
to
it's familiar,
the.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
No,
the
once
more
you
they
walk through the
resist
door,
you,
you just go poof.
Yeah.
Well, I see
show,
how I see
and then
it. Is
obviously
you wouldn't
with
be able
forced
to
dice
tame a
rolls,
magic
Well,
creature
we can even
if you
declare,
didn't
as part of the
have
Inquisition,
the ability
we
to
are
use
committed
magic
to free and
yourself.
transparency.
Another barbarian
As part of that, you need to
with a
open up
negative
your
on your
thoughts
wisdom.
and
allow me, because they can force to fail. They can choose to fail.
I'm a barbarian. I've tried to heal
you
it
have to
5
accept
times.
that
Someone gets it.
your thoughts will be detected during this.
I mean, I don't have a
So
negative
addendum has
arcana.
been put onto that.
Yeah,
Kendrick to be
that
present on
counts.
all interviews,
Can you cast
Um,
spells?
so
I don't
that
know,
you
but
can
I don't have a
Have
negative.
you got a
Jedi
spell
mind trick the
modifier?
shit out of them.
I don't know.
No, you don't.
That's cool. So,
You won't. You won't.
anything else into the
Okay, then I
Constitution?
want to get a following then.
No.
I think the last one is, could we put like, it's same again, if any amendments to the rules have been made, it needs a majority vote.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just stuck in stone, we can...
The Constitution. Well,
But there's no point dictating a
Okay,
lot
so there
of
could,
Are you
there
gonna have-
there
are
could
you
be
gonna have all
power
these-
play.
Are you going to have them
where,
all written
you
in
know,
banners
the-
and put in like a room where you
It
guys
should be
have
like the
your
Magna
own-
Carta that that there
Okay.
there are the rules which cannot be changed. Okay?
Yeah.
Is that a
So for example, you
Yeah.
can't
You-
suddenly decide that.
So that's the
I
entry
see
Right,
Oral
right.
making a play
Yeah,
for
so that's the
changing the
entry.
rules.
Yeah,
So
but then he has to
put
get a
billboards
majority
up.
vote. Yeah, no, actually, no, not a
Just
majority.
like-
I think it's be it has to be every
in
single
one of
member.
these
Yes,
agrees
areas.
with
it's unanimous
With
vote for any
rules.
rule
This
change.
Yeah.
is sort of
And that's just
living
because if something
quarters
doesn't
where
work
you
or
guys
something,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
come
yeah,
up
yeah.
to
Okay.
a situation you've never
area,
envisaged.
and then
As long as
So
it's
in
unanimous
the
agreement.
meeting area,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
can
It has to
have
be
a whole
everyone,
all of
and
this
they all have to be
room,
members
yeah.
of
So you could have like
position as
We
well.
can have a plaque.
And on an
Stone,
out of character thing,
like,
I will put that that has to be a separate
What are
session
them big
request.
stones
Yeah,
called?
yeah, yeah.
So a whole separate session,
We used to
because we're going
polish
to
it
need
on.
a whole separate session for the Fae Inquisition to
Tablet.
sit down and
And
discuss
just like
the new
put all
rule.
the rules
So
in.
someone could, the person
Yeah.
can chair it,
Yes.
whom is putting forward
Yeah.
the request
Yes.
to have a rule change,
Yeah.
and then we can then go.
It's got to be a
into
system.
so
like,
rule changes. Are
It has to
basically
be
going to be a session
unanimous.
request.
Everyone has to
Okay.
vote yes.
Because
we'll have
I think
a
it would
request box.
Okay.
it would interfere too much, and like with all the RP and
Yeah.
and discussing, it would literally be like a shopping trip.
Just put a request box
You could
in the
obviously
hallway.
in your chat.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we
You
do
could
that.
do bits in there,
We
but
can do
then
it within. We can do it offline.
Yeah.
you could give yourself some. You could give yourself some kind of options, and then when you're at the table,
Yeah.
The vote.
you can
then
do the
would be done at
rolls and
table.
stuff then.
Yeah.
Like
I can't wait
The change
for
of-
this
the change in
contract.
all
It's going to be great.
contract.
I just feel like we need that little
Oh,
flexibility.
Josh is
Something
right.
like
Yeah.
that. We just, like for example, Oral gets a fucking death spear.
You want Ross to write the contracts? Have you seen some of the contracts Ross writes for D&D?
Oh, I will be contacting him about possible help with the Constitution. It's not a contract, so no.
He'll
so
legalise it and
I
everything, so
I think
it'll
we
be
should
in all
all-
that weird
I
language
think we should
that
all
nobody
sign
understands.
it, but not sign individual ones.
Oh,
Why
sign,
not?
I'll get like a big one done. A bit like the Constitution, yeah.
Ross writes
A bit like the
contracts.
Constitution.
Okay.
Like D&D.
And then we'll all sign
And
it
they're
at
like
the bottom.
10
And then
pages
everyone else who
sometimes.
joins has to sign
Has to sign it.
Wow.
until they've got names coming up the
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
So I've said what I'll do is I'll actually get like a big A1 Constitution written out, and we can all sign it. At
Are you
the
gonna
bottom.
Tea
tea
bag,
stain
yes.
it and then have like
I
a little
said that
ribbon?
earlier.
Yeah, I'll tea stain it, and then I'll get
How
a seal
much
on
they
it.
need to get to
That's
like,
It'd be a big fancy one, wouldn't it?
yeah, it would
And
be,
then obviously you can sign
The
it.
crown would just be just.
Remming, yeah, Remming's going to be a paw print.
yeah.
Yeah, what you do is like, every time you come in, like on these sessions,
But
just hang
then,
it there.
but then new people
Yeah,
that
but
come in can then
comes
sign at the
comes
bottom.
with
and
2 handprints.
Remin would sign it however Remin signed it.
Like
Oh,
a fucking walk, the
I'll dip
walk
my
of
tea in
stars.
ink.
and
Just
I
like,
Holds the bag and the arm comes out.
Whose hand was that?
The side's arm comes out the bag.
So unanimous vote for any rule changes.
Yeah.
Any more?
I think that's it really for now. Unless
I think not a
can we have,
constitutional
can we have,
issue.
can we
but,
have
like,
code names?
with the
Branding.
tattoo thing?
Isn't that why you make your own character
Should we be
name?
showing them off straight away?
no, I think only
Personal
if
choice.
I wonder whether there should be some kind of really subtle hand movement or something.
Or a bird call like, ooh.
That when we meet someone, we do it,
Well, already
and if
got a
they
secret.
respond, then you can go right.
Handshake
Okay,
with
definitely.
Roman.
So it's
Yeah.
not too
Oh, I
strange.
know
Always
it
got a
too.
secret.
After
That's
it's sent
big.
out, everyone will just copy it. I've got paranoid now.
Hmm.
But you got
I don't know.
that's the point of the brand, isn't it? In some ways, that you know,
Just like
it's
flash it.
Are we happy that that's enough? Yeah.
I mean, so the reason I wanted
Yeah,
Lilith
it's still
Lilith
an
to be the
illusion,
branding
that.
with the blue drake is that it's incredibly
Minor
unique
illusion
and
would be
it's
it.
not
Yeah.
something that can be replicated with any
Perfect, then, that's
ease.
fine.
Well, even with minor illusion.
You've only got to see it once, and then you'd sort of be able to minor illusion.
But then, if it's like you've got things.
But
like
if you didn't
detect-
Arcana check then,
but then
it would come up.
you could.
Songs that they
If you were unsure of a random member, especially being founding member, like if we were unsure,
Yeah, just
say if-
somebody
if
walks
we walk
into your
a room-
building, you go.
Can
Like, we don't
we
recognise
somehow, in the process of the branding, get it infused with some sort of magic, and then there can be a magic check on the branding?
Yeah,
I would have
because
to research it, but
we will look into it.
because we're all members. If we don't recognise someone with the branding, we know it's not one of us because we've
you could have
all
like
of
a
us have
minor
picked,
magical bracelet or
we have
something.
picked this
with the brand.
person,
No, good, dude. Well, then have
and if
like,
we don't recognise
Lilith's
it, then
essence,
it's
so we can't
not
do
one of
it.
us.
Yeah.
Just
Just
we
yeah,
picked-
just
you can
something,
feel her in it, so you know it's.
something like that. Yeah.
Because then, even if I cop it, Lilith could be the pet dog in the manor, as long as she can get back.
Does
And then
it-
she's always there to
Does
brand.
Lilith thing not say like if you die she disappears? No.
No, she's just.
No.
But I'm
If
assuming
I go
once-
down, she can just do basic actions.
Yeah, but what happens if you die? Like
It doesn't say.
0 hit
It
point,
doesn't say.
failure.
It doesn't say.
DM's discretion, I guess.
It
Unless it's
doesn't,
like-
doesn't say because it's sort of obvious that she would.
It would. I
disappear.
can
Well,
say
it's-
it would depend on.
She's
what
a
the,
separate creature,
Mhm.
so.
Well,
Yeah,
that's-
but you spawn her with magic. So does she disappear when you disappear?
Story-wise, I hatched her from an egg.
Yeah.
Story-wise, you did.
Does she go under the DM control?
Well, because then would it hurt if she
It's
just
like
She becomes a creature.
if she just went to be a dog at the
Turns
manor?
into stone and becomes a statue
I think one of
to
them.
forever live
In the Fey Inquisition
in
manor,
the Fey Inquisition manor.
Well,
like
but
a
when we
gargoyle.
disband, what's going to happen to Stone Lilith?
then it's a
Stays there
as a
forever on.
you know
Reminder.
as
Yeah,
a
but
reminder. of-
she's alive in this statue. They should throw her
I'll take her
alive.
home and look after her. Fine.
But
You got room to
Dot's
dust
never
her.
dying.
Yeah, I'm
Knit her a little cosy.
She can sit by the fireplace. It'd be lovely.
A little hat for each day.
Okay, cool. So we'll look into, because I know you can do the magical tattoo stuff, can't you? But obviously we'll look into other options to infuse it with something else.
Is it be a kind of ward or something?
I don't know what. I don't get why that's needed though,
Yeah.
because we
Yeah, it could be
recognise
a glyph,
someone.
Yeah, I suppose if we're
Because
already showing
we
it-
put them in the
You
Inquisition.
can have like
We
a
know who we've put in
magical
it.
ink things that made.
Yeah, I think it's the
tattoos.
brand is not only just for us to
I was going to do that on my
recognise
office. I was going to be a
it's also
tattooist in this.
other agents that Bella might have sent out
Right.
in
Ah.
case
There's a lot of
they're
components needed.
in case
for
they're
it.
trying to sabotage somewhere or something.
It's not
Yeah.
They
simple
might
as
realise, oh shit,
when
actually,
they're
yeah,
telling you, it's a
I
lot
wa-
of.
Yeah,
you
but
guys
if it
carry
was a
on.
press roll-
I am
roll-
friendly too, sort of thing. Just so that we don't end up
Possible.
killing some of Bella's agents by accident as well. So that's another reason for the branding, because we'd hate to, because obviously there is a war going on, and a certain part of the war is the subterfuge element of the war, and we would hate to accidentally kill any of her agents or any of the other people's agents there that are good. And then at least this brand, if we were mid-fight and they were to see it, they'd go, shit, don't do this, I'm actually with... But stick your fingers in your ears. I don't want to give you ideas.
So
It's all on recording.
God damn.
do we go into it? So we go into a village because there's some issue there. Do we go instantly go? Everybody, go down.
Dealers,
It's the Inquisition.
Right. Okay.
No.
So
Are some of you banner bearers, whatever they're called, where they go
Oh,
"Ooh," with the banner? And you got the Fey Inquisition
Yeah.
flag bearer.
No, because essentially the Fey Inquisition has nothing to its name yet, because we've done no deeds.
yeah.
So we have no clout, so we need to do some deeds a bit, get some clout
The
into an egg.
Levi calling card. You've been visited.
Yeah, you could be like Zorro, where you just dead. You could just like carve in the Fey Inquisition to the
It
wall.
might end up being that.
Yeah, it genuinely might, but we all might just die in a big blaze of glory like in the next session, so who knows?
I want my face.
So
in
any
this,
other
by the way.
rules,
I want my
just let
face
us know
cheeks.
throughout the session, we'll get it added on to the Constitution.
I mean, you guys have met, what, like 5 or 6 avatars? Which normal, like, Till's only encountered 1
Yeah.
at level 9.
Technically you encountered 2, one of them did kill you.
Is it God? He had an avatar.
That was good,
A
yeah.
Fate.
No, we encountered the one that when you got killed.
Fate?
No, the one that
Oh,
Fate
the
killed.
one that got. Oh, yeah, technically. I've met 2 then.
wasn't a long encounter. It was a brief encounter.
Technically, I'm the first.
Okay, so information share.
Okay. So just as a little bit of out of game thing. So is all this lore consistent across the whole of Mistpast? So these avatars, these gods, they have been woven into the wider story of everything that's happened.
I might not have got it 100% correct, but from
I've just
sort of
called
what I
it
remember,
Felix's
and
intel
things,
dump.
that the gods created avatars, and sort of when they kind of created them to sort of spread worship, but then some of the avatars were like, I want to be worshipped.
Yeah.
I don't want them worshipping my creator.
Yeah.
And evidently, lots of them got recalled.
Yeah.
Not all of them returned, so there are still some
I see.
around.
If you look at the symbol, right?
Some of the high levels of encounters have had like a big stone
You
thrown.
missed that big told us.
Yeah, I did actually. I
If
didn't know
they
he
could
told
have
us
got a big
that.
stone thrown,
Okay.
everybody
A load of shit from the start.
What, they're in the air?
But the recall and everything is lore across Mistpass and the planes and everything.
I think I put it all in the book.
Obviously, all I've done is I've moved my avatars
Yes.
into
Yep.
another sort of plane of existence,
Okay.
just so that
That's great.
Thought he would die.
And but these are avatars that you created for your.
so each creature, each of the creatures and everything are all.
So
sort
which
of
ones
from
have
mine.
we met that we know that us as characters know that we've met? So we've met Stitches.
Well,
This
this might
is
be.
all-
Well, one
I'm about
person
to
has the
check.
information, and if they want to download that
So
out,
let's
they
let's,
can,
let's let's do the download of,
Yeah.
of
So,
who equals who.
I'm going to start with a load of shit first.
I'm gonna say you've got
Felix's intel dump.
the names there, but
Well, we've got Delilah.
Well, we've
Patmos,
definitely met
Was
Pete
Black
Lewis.
Obelisk actually an evil Black Obelisk?
yeah,
Definitely met him.
So that perception hadn't changed.
there is something in the law which points towards that.
Completely off topic. I watched the Witcher Origins, and they buried obelisks because the owls wanted to worship them, and then they got disturbed.
I just started
That's
that.
a little bit like my thing.
That's what I made the connection.
And
of.
specifically put, they were buried underground with the idea that they shall never rise again, as there was no need, and these avatars were worried it would bring them worship.
So
Watch
essentially,
Witcher Origins.
Felix
I haven't
started out
watched it, which is-
with one of these black obelisks.
I just started.
If you look at your map,
Sorry.
you should be able to see it on the
It even tells
on the
you.
far left.
It even tells you whose obelisk that is if you read the law properly.
I can't read really quick and I'm really slow.
I can just imagine all of us around the table now,
So
the
where-
character with my glasses on, right?
So where are the obelisks?
I'm assuming
So the
it's
obelisk
these
on the
ones?
map,
You've
if
only-
you
you've
go
only seen
west,
Yeah.
you'll see basically what looks like a Tower of Sauron.
Yes.
I don't know which way is
Left.
west.
Left.
Thank you.
That has been destroyed, and I think it got levelled, didn't it?
It did.
I believe it got levelled. I've written down that it got levelled. That was one thing that we did. However, there was a sub-basement in there that had been caved in, and it was noted that there was noises and things underneath there. So there is stuff buried underneath the rubble of that obelisk that we were too shit scared, because we were like level 1 and 2,
Yeah.
too shit scared to go deal with at the time. It is roughly distance-wise. We travelled for about a day from the tree to reach the obelisk. So distance-wise, from the obelisk, from the edge of the tree, so from the edge of the thick
Okay, so
trees.
the obelisks aren't actually marked on this map.
So there's one obelisk there that's marked. That thing there.
Okay.
That one there.
The one that we just
the
crossed out.
Sauron Tower.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
we-
Sauron Tower. That was an obelisk.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't tell you whose obelisk.
Thank you.
Um,
Okay.
And that was about a day's travel from there.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Okay. But then the map's not entirely.
I'm not to scale.
It's not to scale, but
Yeah.
just
I'll
to give
try
you a
and
rough.
describe it the best.
Yeah.
Just
the
to
best
give you a
you
rough.
Okay.
Just to give you a rough idea.
Right. So.
It's just so you can keep track on like
Yeah.
place names and things more than.
The obelisk was about 200 feet tall, obsidian-like.
Yeah.
A shadowy spirit actually left the obelisk after it fell down. We're
I
not
remember
sure
that.
where it went, we're not sure what it was, but a shadowy spirit, the notes I've got is a shadowy spirit left the obelisk after it fell.
I'm
Okay.
100. That was my first ever session.
No one
Watching
actively
that
looked at
obelisk.
it, so I think it was based off passive perception stuff.
I
Okay.
caught in the corner of my eye.
Right.
That was the only thing.
So
The description you got is the description that Bron gave you.
Yeah.
Not the description I gave Bron.
Was it not?
Yes, Bron doesn't write anything down.
Yo,
It's only written down what the character knew.
can we just do the basics of, so Bella equals unicorn.
So yeah,
Right.
yes.
Hypnos.
Hold on, sorry. The unicorn spirit
Yeah.
has been killed. There was a recovery mission where we needed to go
Can you slow down a
save
little bit? I'm a
the
bit
unicorn
confused.
and help the unicorn.
Mm.
We
Yeah.
completely
There's no
outright
information
failed,
in
Yeah.
here.
and the whole water was corrupted, and the unicorn's guardian is dead.
Oh, the demon showed up as well.
Yeah, I think it well and truly.
Right.
So
So
headed north.
Can we start again?
I forgot about that demon. I totally forgot about it.
Sorry. I'm thick.
Okay, so Bella, who is an avatar,
So Bella.
So
Yeah.
her guardian
Yeah.
that she chose was a unicorn.
Damn, yes.
Yeah,
okay, so
Bella.
they're guardians, not manifestations of. So I was thinking like the avatar is a manifestation of the god, and,
And
the
then-
guardian is a manifestation of the avatar. But
Yeah.
no,
The-
they're different. The
Yeah,
guardian
yeah.
can die, and the
And then
avatar
the
can
avatar's
live.
fine.
they took
Yeah.
a creature
And
The,
vice
now-
versa.
the Guardian is kind of like a chosen warrior.
Yeah.
So is the
Okay.
unicorn dead?
Yes.
Okay,
Each avatar took a creature to name as a guardian.
right.
Right.
There are 6 guardians total.
There are 7 guardians. Well,
Yeah.
There were originally 7.
7 of these
Avatars.
avatars.
Tatiana will not count as a guardian.
Well, no, we got Delilah, Patmos, Hypnos, Stitches.
This is the
Female
information
and
shared that Felix knows. There
Okay.
are 6 guardians
Okay.
to protect. One has been killed. I know that one is a frost giant. One is a
Okay, so 6 guardians to protect, 1 guardian to kill. Hypnos being the one to kill.
no, sorry, one has been killed,
Oh, okay.
which is the unicorn.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's not first session.
The frost giant
Yes.
is the next sort of session request in the Wildwoods because he has called out to Felix that he needs saving.
Okay. And who and which avatar is the frost
The
giant?
frost
the
giant-
guardian of.
Belongs to Delilah, who we have not met.
Mm.
It's not guardian.
Or have you?
G-U-A-R.
Gee.
I've not written down a Delilah. I've not
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
Delilah.
So Mammon was
What
the black
like
dragon.
Delilah?
Remin?
Patmos chosen elemental. Have we met
What
the
does
elemental?
the name start with?
Have we met
Stitches.
So the frost giant
Stitches
guardians,
wants to be
Delilah's.
Mm.
Delilah's chose a giant. Okay, yes. Yuffie chose a treant.
Which we believe is all.
Treant.
I don't get it, but if Stitches is Stitches, how can Stitches also be D?
Bella chose,
Which is Delilah.
Hypnos chose a white dragon.
Who was that?
Because that's just their nickname, isn't it?
Who's that?
You use minis as proxies as well.
I don't use this one. There
So
are
Mammon chose a black dragon.
like 7 main minis.
It's
But I have, but I don't
Stitch
use
calls
them.
herself me after her sister Delilah.
She does, yeah, she did.
Right.
She did say this is my name, but this is what people call me.
It's like Ollie calling himself Josh.
Yeah, but we've not met Delilah.
The law says that Stitches is a separate avatar. What we don't know is who the guardian of Stitches is, though. I can't see it yet in the text.
Stitches. I did have it here. I think.
Stitches doesn't have a.
Oh, Yuffie, by the way, who chose a treant.
Yes.
It's Orla.
Yes, yeah.
So that's that. So the treant guardian. So technically, we've saved one because Orla is now safe.
Yes.
This is somebody that they've met before.
Oh yeah.
Oh, was that Delilah?
Really?
The
Oh.
fish lady.
There's one of you that know.
They're like getting messy with.
We saw it in the town once.
And
Didn't-
Ulrich like molested her.
Pissed her off.
But turned to a rabbit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
we
Prop
think,
tried to eat
we
it.
think.
I'm not gonna lie, it could have been many people. Warwick pissed
That's
off.
true.
Okay, yeah. So the frost giant is belongs to who will we
Delilah.
Belongs to Delilah. The frost giant has expressly called out for help and needs help,
Okay.
which is the Fey Inquisition's first mission, to go and bring him back and make sure he is alive, safe and well. We have already saved Orla. We are one down because the unicorn is dead. I know that...
Did you guys know who Yuffie was?
No, not met Yuffie.
I mean,
I can only do so
I do
much.
who was it?
So, and
What's
then...
the name?
Yeah, but Bella would know, wouldn't she? So we would be able to ask Bella.
Bella would be able to describe them to you.
Okay.
but not
Describe her then.
I don't think I've met them.
Patmos, if you remember that prick with a book that exploded, that demanded his
Okay.
books, that's Patmos,
Is
who is
it?
an avatar.
I feel like I'm doing that whole illusion thing. You know, where like you say the name and you go,
Yeah.
So Patmos, if you remember
So
the
who's
one
that?
demanded his book back.
Patmos.
That Patmos. Okay.
That's Patmos, the one that demanded his
Yeah,
book
yeah.
back. He is an avatar,
Yeah.
and his one is an
Elemental.
element in the southeast.
We haven't met that.
Not met him, don't know his name, don't know anything, but we've
Okay.
met Patmos.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Patmos is neutral towards us.
Yeah.
He wants to. Did you want to elaborate?
Do you want me to go through?
Go on.
So as far as we know, the gods in their current alignment is Delilah, who we also know as D. She is an avatar of Sardonyx, and she's neutral.
Sorry, taking notes. So the book that was thrown at you,
That's Patmos.
that was Patmos's book, and that's who you give it back to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's also a disc.
Patmos. No, he's
a neutral.
Was he Peridot?
No, Peridot is Hypnos apparently.
Yeah, and Patmos is also Peridot,
Oh really?
and his alignment is evil.
NEU. TRAR.
And Hypnos,
Well, I thought
Hypnos
evil
is
was better
Peridot
than
and
bad
evil
guy.
as well.
Sorry, carry on.
So Bella is ally, and she's good alignment.
Mm-hmm.
Bella. Okay, how's that right spells?
ILAIE.
and that's the truth.
Yeah.
Hypnos is Peridot and he's evil.
Animated gospel.
So we have met.
Stitches, who calls herself D, is Darius, and she's neutral.
A lot of my TV's kids do.
Yuppie is Imogen,
Yuffie.
Yuffie, sorry, is Imogen, and she's neutral, evil leaning.
So what? What do you mean she's Imogen?
That's her avatar. She's the
She's the
avatar of Imogen,
of Imogen.
the god Imogen.
So the god that created
Stitches is the sister of
So
Delilah,
there
and
are
she's
6
Darius,
gods?
and she's neutral.
Sardonyx.
Oh, I don't know any of them. I'll Google it.
No, these are gods that are in.
Yeah, I
these are
know.
homebrewed gods.
You can't Google it.
Yeah, these are homebrewed gods in Jamie's campaign.
Oh,
You can look at the Wildwood
I'll
PDF.
get,
There's a
Yeah.
Wildwood introduction PDF.
I'll get
as
that.
well.
Yeah, it's
I'll
the
look
one
at
there,
that.
yeah.
I'll print
Including the
that.
forbidden god. and the fate of the new
My
god.
man is Gar,
Okay.
but that she's gone.
Imogen, the goddess of life.
She's
I
gone.
believe. No, sorry, no, it was a unicorn's gone.
No, the unicorn was
Could be
Bella's.
others.
Yeah, the unicorn was
Who's
Bella's, yeah.
Mama's? The Black Dragon.
Oh, the Black Dragon, yeah, sorry, my man's Gar, but she is deceased.
Okay, so Maman's dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
Who's dead?
Mama.
The unicorn.
It's the Black Dragon.
No, the
Black
Avatar. Yeah, the.
Okay. So the
No, the
Avatar's
Avatar.
Is the
dead.
dragon alive?
Yeah, the Black Dragon's dead.
No, the Black Dragon was her creature, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
The
but is the
Avatar.
dragon dead?
Yeah.
But the creature, but the Guardian can be dead without the Avatar being dead. So
Is
the Black Dragon.
Is the black dragon dead?
Because the unicorn's dead, but Bella's alive. So the Black Dragon can be dead, and Maman.
are you saying the Guardian or the Avatar?
It just says Maman, who's an Avatar, Gar, deceased.
Okay, so the Avatar's dead.
But
No
is
man,
the black?
Avatar's
See, it
dead.
says something about the black dragon down here.
And then Stitches.
She chose a Black Dragon.
AKA D.
So we don't know whether or not the Guardian can live without the Avatar. We know the Avatar can live without the Guardian,
Yes.
but we don't know if the Guardian can live without the Avatar. So Mammon is dead,
Yeah.
but they had a Guardian of a Black
Okay,
Dragon.
so the Black Dragon might.
Is
yeah.
question mark. Query alive. We don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because she told him to run off. Didn't she?
Yeah, she requested him to
This is where you
retreat.
practice
Whether or
your
not he
poker
did, you don't know.
Patmos
All
or
evening.
Peridot, just say.
Who's that?
Patmos.
Yes.
Patmos is Peridot, wasn't it?
Just
Yeah.
dance.
Okay.
Dance.
So we only really have one good god, and everyone else is at
Basically,
best.
Peridot.
Oh,
very evil.
Pretty much, yeah.
So the only gap in my little table is the Guardian of Stitches.
Doesn't seem to have one, I don't think.
Yeah, but they all picked one.
It's not in this text either, I
Did I
think,
not?
unless I've missed it.
Maybe I missed.
I don't think she does.
Well, we can add it.
Because doesn't that explain why there's only 6 guardians or something rather than 7?
Well, unless the Black Dragon's dead.
Black Dragon's dead.
Well, we don't know.
Well, he's
we know
MIA.
that
I'll just
Manman
put
was-
unknown for now.
He's MIA.
That would explain why I've been told 6 guardians and there's 7 avatars, because Stitches doesn't have one.
Yeah.
Is that factually correct?
Yeah,
Or is
yeah.
It is now.
I totally forgot to write Stitches there.
okay, so are we keeping that factually correct, or will that be an amendment later on?
It will be an amendment later on.
Okay.
For the resistant leader, it says each member are able to build their own personal guard party.
This is a crab. Stitches.
Stitches is a crab.
Sorry, just trying. What's that?
What, the Stitches is a crab, or the Guardian's a crab?
No, Stitches Guardian is a crab.
Is a crab.
Yeah.
It's called Crassus.
Which is the
Oh, I
the
get
crab was in the northwest,
I'm gonna.
near where the sea.
it. Yeah. You know these resistant leader, because each member are able to build their own personal guard. That's basically then saying these are your resistant leaders underneath, isn't it?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
you get the names and things.
On this map is
Very
north top.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so north is where the big castle is.
I have resistant leaders for you.
Right, right the far north, like directly in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a second page to you, because I've been there longer.
Can I have a second? Which one's east? That one.
Never eat shredded wheat.
That's not.
It might be worth putting northwest east on.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah.
East is that way.
If you go clockwise, it's never
Yeah,
eat
eat
shredded wheat.
Never ever support West Brom. Never ever support Wolves. Never support Wolves.
Naughty elephants squirt water.
Ooh.
I still do because like big elephants can't
elephants.
always use small escalators. I'm nearly 30.
I've not
still
heard that
going,
one.
Big elephants can't use.
Well, fuck, can't
I know how
remember
to
what
spell
mine was.
difficulty because of Matilda.
I can't even remember what my one was now.
Okay, I've got it.
What? Oh,
Difficulty.
Oh, big elephants
This
can always
is
understand
E,
small
this is I,
elephants.
this is F. There we go.
and then
Big elephants can always understand small
I still spell beautiful the way of bloody.
Beautiful.
Is it Bruce and Whitey? Whatever it was. Or Alex Ventura?
Need to watch Bruce and Whitey
Ventura,
White
yeah,
spelling
yeah.
test coming out. So I'll wait for Hendrik to come back.
Yeah, so I've still got one.
Before I carry on.
Yeah, this is a lot of information. I have no idea what
That's
to
the whole
write
point of an
down.
information dump.
I know, but I'm very slow.
should have all like highlighter pens. And highlighter.
Can't you just write this all down when you're doing your fucking
I have written it
contract?
all down.
When you're doing your contract, just
already
give us a
written
bit
it all
of a
down.
thumb.
To be fair, once we get the group up, I'll put it in there.
Because I like having printouts. It adds character to my notebook.
I said,
You can write it down and then print it out.
it is just in detail lore that's not bullet pointed, but I can quickly bullet point the whole thing.
That would be amazing because I'm thick.
Like, I said, the second page was a bit more bullet points.
Yeah, with that.
Still fill a whole page though.
You did, yeah. You ready for the known resistant leaders then?
Oh, so known resistant leaders.
Yeah.
Do I need to write down any of this because I don't really know.
You might want to know just at least the leader of it.
Okay.
Because you might run into him in the mode.
Okay, so what am I putting?
What's his name? Aaron?
Aurora.
I just can't get Aaron.
Overall.
Aaron, who's a part Dragonborn elf.
Who was Titiana's son.
I know that part.
He's a hunter ranger, if you want to know what that's Arawn.
So part Dragonborn what?
Part elf.
Part elf.
Part
Who's a ranger? What?
He's a ranger hunter, if you want to know his class.
Yeah.
And he's accompanied with the
devil walking
the
thing.
henna.
What do they look like now? They're not.
He
called?
has also gone by the name
I
the
don't think I've
Huntsmaster.
got their minis with me. I haven't.
That's just
one.
one, and then Parfor,
But-
which is those are who accompany.
Effectively, how you met them.
Arthur and
Everyone's
THE.
everyone's guys are these,
Yeah.
but they've got new minis.
Because
So
they're not
because we
evil
don't
anymore.
see-
I've painted one, but I don't know where I put the other one out.
And then you've got Nico.
I need to call you later. Not sexual.
It's an
way.
offer you don't get every day.
I'll call you in a sexual
He's
way.
a Goliath barbarian.
You already met.
Oh, nearly fucking killed him. Who's he again? Sorry.
Nico the Goliath barbarian.
Is he the guy that we nearly killed?
Him. Yeah.
When was this?
Who was he? Sorry.
Nico, he's a resistant leader.
Good job we didn't kill him then.
Yeah. So he's a barbarian.
okay.
He's accompanied by
Good job,
John,
Nathan.
which is Jonn.
Does it say where he's located?
Nah, it just tells you who they are. Apostrophe and then LYN.
Does it say a village name?
It just tells me who the resistant leaders are. I assume they obviously operate out of the
So
castle
where did you get this information
by being there longer than everyone.
from? Okay.
This information's kind of gathered
Being in
through.
all councils.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I've seen R1 and Nico. They've all come
It's,
in.
Yeah, they're
it's
the ones
amazing
that kind
when
of
you can
shout
hear when you're in
abuse
house
and
arrest in the
everything.
castle.
Yeah.
What happened to Oxalotl? Why we were
Nico
fighting
also
and
has got
disappearing?
another one with him called Nika. How you think you spell it?
Probably starving
All,
tied to a tree somewhere.
like I said, all the horses.
And
were
then the last one
slaughtered
is
to death.
What about Oxalotl's not an ox,
which is
not a horse?
Z-
that you left
Dead.
LIA
under the canopy.
apostrophe H.
Dead. All dead.
So can we get? So are you going to create a like a Facebook based?
Yeah, I will put this
wiki,
in there if you want it
so
in
we
there.
can
yeah.
we can put this in like to the.
Gotta put that in
Basically,
my notes
the-
We'll
now.
do a Google Docs.
Fucking Oxalotl is dead.
I'm going to do a
Yeah.
Google
Well,
Docs.
yeah, definitely gonna be
So
Google
what
Docs,
I'm doing for my new notes is what I explained to John is basically I'm doing an Excel sheet and on the tabs along the bottom
I'm
it's
scared to see
it's
it.
going to be colour coded to characters, places
Pick a colour
as
now.
well and events, so that you'll be able to pop. So because as part of the free sharing information for the Fey Inquisition, you'll be able to. It'll be only available to Fey Inquisition members,
Yes.
and you'll be able to go on and you can add to. You'll be able to add to it. So say for example, if you've been back to Honeywood or to the Green Grasshopper Village or anything, and then you could say, "Oh, well, this also has happened there." and you
The
can add to
Grasshopper
it
Village is the one
with the
where,
curse.
the people were
Where
turning
Proper
into
died.
animals.
And then
Can I just make a request
So-
about this Excel sheet? We all have to write in
What
character
are
when
they
we're filling
then?
it
If
in.
everything's
yeah.
backwards,
Because I
are
think
they still turning into animals?
So.
as
Or are
if,
they
you know,
animals
it's-
turning into humans?
As
Or
if it's
whoever
a ledger
telling-
Yes.
Yeah.
So as if it's an actual ledger at the Fey Inquisition base, and you were to insert, I'll say like you have to put your name, and then as if you're doing it in a document. So you write, okay, Felix has added, and then I will write as if I'm Felix adding the journal entry in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Mainly because I want to be. Don't just go. Oh, he's a very nice young man.
What cars you
Don't one of you guys have a pen that doesn't run out of ink, like a pencil that never runs out of lead or something?
I think Gorok's got it.
I had a candle that never ran out, but I swapped it for
You've got
protection.
Mika as a known mercenary
Yes.
leader.
Mika.
Known mercenary leader.
That looks like the
Mika, sorry.
Mika.
She's-
oh, it's the penguin
Tatiana's-
from. It's the penguin. I looked at
Yeah.
the glove and I was like, hey, I know who that is.
And she is mostly located around a small village to the southeast.
And what's in the south east of where you are?
Have you got any more information to give us?
Yeah.
Pop. I was asking.
So is the southeast in relation to the castle?
Yeah, so
So
where
the
you'll be.
last one's
East, so
I'm super stressed.
Baylor, mountain dwarf, leader of the Hummingbird Verse group
Southeast.
in the northwest.
in relation, yeah, because obviously my brain's going from in relation to where we were, but it's not actually.
EELOR.
And is
Sorry,
the, is
I've
the
changed
guardian in
colour.
relation to the whole map?
That's irritating.
Mountain dwarfs.
Look at my hand.
So like
Leader of the Hummingbird
elemental is in
to
south
the northwest.
Yeah, we're just kind
Is
of.
it the
I'm
whole
normally,
map?
I'm normally
Yeah, that's
alright,
kind of
but
so like
when I
the
get in, when I get in the
northwest.
groove,
The north is the mountain range,
where
so
I'm
that's
on the
basically
notes.
where
when I'm in the groove, I'm
the front
fucking
is.
Yeah.
dead.
Right,
Are you all aware
That's what I
of
thought.
how to...
that's where the unicorn was.
How do you get back to this house?
And it's only because it was 10 o'clock
Fall
at night,
asleep,
none of us
can
could do any
you? Just
puzzles.
There's also a little marble that you'll be given.
Okay.
And you've
That
got-
will all be given.
Well, to return to Misthas, you'll be given a small marble, squishy to the touch. You place the marble into...
Kind of like a washing tab.
Yeah.
A tide.
You place the marble into a fire, and the smoke will return you outside the front of Misthas, the gates of Misthas. Though you will gain the benefit of a long rest, you'll also suffer one level of exhaustion.
See, I thought it was just you fall
what
asleep
happens to mirrors?
because obviously it's a dreamland.
So-
That's how you get back.
I assume that's a get out of jail free. That's how
No,
we
that's how you
to
get back to...
So if
yeah.
you're off
No,
on an
other one.
adventure, basically,
The other one.
but you want to take your character on another session that's not in the Wildwoods,
Yeah,
you would have your fireplace in the evening, put your marble into the fireplace,
And then use F out.
and you'd return into Mistass.
And then use the mirror to get back
That's
to
it.
the Wildwoods.
Yeah.
Do we keep the
And then-
marble, or is
What?
it?
And then when you come back through the
Okay.
mirror, essentially you get
So
into
is the
marble.
mirror the tree then?
No. The mirror's the castle at the very top.
So mirror gets you back into the Wildwoods. The marble takes you out of the Wildwoods.
So where? I'm confused. What happened to the big tree? So we don't.
That's
go in-
evil.
That's
That-
evil.
I know
that
that's
big tree.
evil, but why were we taken there instead?
We're not taking
I
that.
know, but why were we taken?
So
Because
you-
Hypnos was using us as puppets
to get him out.
Is
him.
this what was in Kieran's notes?
So, okay, so what happened in the last session was you guys went off to that village.
Yeah.
You killed a few creatures and took the helmet. When Urg put the helmet on, you were surrounded by
The big tree.
Bella
Evil
and
tree in
lots
the
of-
middle.
Didn't
That's its
we
name.
run
It's-
from that in
yeah.
the end?
So you ended up Remin gave
Evil
you
tree's
all
name.
a
The big, massive thing in the middle.
Remin gave you all a broomstick to fly on. With a bit of trouble on the way
Pronounced.
from Mika, you got to the tree, and then you travelled to the tree so that the citizens who were living there escorted all of you on carts to the base of the tree, where you were greeted with like I can't remember what I called it now.
All magic items.
But basically, there were lines of guards who were kind of saluting and things. And then you all entered the tree to meet with Hypnos to
And
give him back
the
his
veil and
helmet.
shit happened.
And the veil and shit happened. Some people escaped back out of the tree into the village, and with a few demonic grinning faces at them, one of them took them to the other side of the tree. Where they went to collect Orla and take Orla to somewhere they thought was safe, which is a castle, and they know that because whilst the veil was being lifted by Hypnos, a mirror appeared next to Bron, and though nobody could hear voices, they could see Bella speaking to Bron through the mirror. And Bron entered the mirror and disappeared.
And this is what he didn't tell anyone.
With me.
Yeah.
He didn't know half of that.
Okay.
All I saw, ignore all this information, was a flash, and everyone that who's part of my group is a demon.
Okay.
Yeah, so he got the eyes of somebody else to see through their eyes. So he had the veil lifted temporarily.
So more information about the world. So obviously that the big evil tree that had all the awful tendrils actually out of in the middle, and that's called Ixal. The
Spell
village.
That. So the very thing on fire in the middle.
Yeah, that is XYLL. It's pronounced.
Ixal.
Yeah, it's pronounced IX-ULL.
Yeah.
Ixal.
Well, I see with an X, I pronounce that as Zixel. Or
That's why I write the pronunciations down
because
next to it.
obviously
'Cause
X is
I
a
do
Z.
Also, near the Tower of Sauron, you see there's a small village next to the lake there that we've been to. That's called Grasshopper Village. That is the village where the people are cursed.
So this is where they turn to animals, or so we
So
think.
yeah, so no, the people are bitten, or they just wake up like it. So it's transferred via bite, the curse, or I believe the original people just started to wake up, and at night time they transform into animals.
But we're not sure
Is
that
this what we
that's the
saw
right
in the old
curse.
Yeah, Janet's had a very good question earlier for me.
Because sorry. Because obviously
need
what
to go, you do
we
now.
perceived it to be as people were turning into animals. But since the veil's been lifted, is that still the truth? Like, or is it animals turning into humans, or is it something completely different? Is it even cursed?
He didn't mention that we went through the list of memories altered.
No, I asked that question actually when we found it, and I asked exactly about the village, and he said no, it's what we thought it was.
Yeah.
Well,
That was the first question. Actually, that was the first question on my map after everyone just fucking roared off everything. What about this guy? What about that guy?
I get Joel to
We'll ask
confirm
again.
that.
But
He did say when I was there. Well,
their
I'll
pupils are
double
shaped
confirm it with
to what they turn into. So their pupils will either be hooves, and then they'll turn into an animal with hooves, or it'll be webs for
Because that's what I was going to
spiders.
say, there were spiders and there
It'll
were
be
wolves as well.
yeah. So that you can tell what they transform into based off their pupils. They do not want the curse.
Some do.
Um,
Weird. Some were alright with it. Oh, so you weren't in that session?
no, but I spent the time speaking to all the villagers in my downtime. So the
Right.
so yeah, they want rid of the curse. Some
So did the
are
veil get lifted before
Okay.
the downtime, before the 6 months, or after?
before.
Before
Before.
we started the 6 months.
So I
as the
know
veil
it was a
went on.
lock-in, but
Yeah.
I was poor.
As the veil was lifted, the time skip came then over the Christmas break. Then it was like the
So there is that about Grasshopper Village as well, and then people.
This isn't very good to write on.
So Remin is a little fey wanderer. He does have a very nervous disposition. He carries multiple bags of holding with him, of which he's been seen to speak into quite a lot. There are issues with bags of holding that we know of things coming out and grabbing out of them. That is not any fault of the person who owns the bag. That is like a dimension beast that lives in the void, sort of thing, that can make a ship. That's just from what we know with there. It's not really become a problem with Remin's bags. He tends to keep them tied up pretty tight.
In its tail.
He was also in the Vale as well, is our strong assumption. The Grasshopper Village, that perception you said before didn't change, so that, because we did ask that before.
Everything that you saw
But Grasshopper
in that village is exactly how you saw it.
Cool.
So why did you say I asked a good question then? I asked you what happened and you said you don't know? I asked you if that's the
So
same thing.
everything you saw in that village
Yeah.
is as you saw it.
It's still a good question.
But the good question of, are they animals turning into people, not people turning into animals?
It's just one on your list that I had supplementary information to then give you guys that it's something else on the to-do list. Dreamlord, so we won't cover him. There's no point covering Nixie now because
Okay, well, I think we've got like the headlines.
I think that's everything else, because I think everything else is completely null and void now.
Sneak.
I suppose whilst Remin is part of the Inquisition, I should tell you about his bag friend.
Oh, yeah.
I need to stay
As
for
no
this.
secrets.
Yeah,
There's no secrets.
Remin has to be transparent with us now.
Yeah.
Yes, he
I
does.
just realised I've lost out on my goat potion.
Yes, you have.
Damn it! I'll never have that again. I got were sheep blood. And I was trying to make a potion to be a were sheep.
Of all things.
It was
And there
someone.
were like 5 sessions that nobody ever went to where the.
He wasn't there for like 3 of them. He's only fucking
Are
fond
you,
of
are you still hunting mushrooms?
No,
That was for the wear sheep.
Okay.
that was that she's whoever was.
But
doing
will they
this.
come in handy for something else in the future?
Possibly. You actually gonna look this up?
So,
No.
when Remin was on his own plane, he was bullied a lot by the other kobolds because he was smaller and weaker than the rest of them.
How can you hate him?
He came across a magic sack which he used to collect things. He found joy in collecting trinkets and valuable items or less valuable items, just things that he picked up and thought looked nice, nice stones, nice,
So cute.
and things. And one evening when he woke up, there was a strange dangly creature that was searching around his home that he'd made, which had all his trinkets in, and obviously asked what this creature was doing,
Yeah.
and after a little bit of sort of fear and things, they befriended one another. But essentially, this creature was a creature that lost all their companions and got trapped inside a bag of holding, and now can only survive in the bag of holding unless it comes out for short periods of time. And so together they've kind of made this friendship,
Right.
and Remin
That's why he's talking into the bag of holding.
and those kobolds never bullied Remin again because they didn't survive long enough when they tried to do
Oh,
it
he's got
again.
an ally. How can you hate him?
We've
I
never
don't
seen
hate it.
Something
That's
wrong with you.
not true.
So
Hang on,
some of you have seen part of this
So
creature.
that's it.
Like
You've
that,
seen-
like that.
Supplanted
you've
to
seen
the bits that I've
arms.
seen arms coming out.
Yeah. So with Remin, he was always in the wrong place at the wrong time with me. It's just always happening with me.
It's true.
But
Right.
it's I have to trust him now because he's part of the Inquisition.
Oh yeah,
So
there's
no hostility. That's a good rule. No hostility amongst members.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, what do we do for disciplinary measures should someone go awry of the rules?
Lose a finger.
There's a
As a weapon holding barbarian, if you lose too many,
dungeon in
you
the
would be
middle,
useless.
maybe.
You'll be disadvantaged.
Lock them up and
Piss on them.
I'm not even sure what that room is, if I'm honest.
Can we have like a prison for like your?
You can have like a shame cage,
Yeah.
like in the
like you
centre
have
of the room.
tomatoes thrown at you.
A shame cage just to sit right in the centre.
We've all picked which bedrooms we want.
Okay.
Which one's Remin gonna take?
I haven't
Just to let
I
him
haven't
know,
picked a
dots
bedroom
there.
yet.
Well, hurry up
Yeah.
because they're all going.
Everyone's picked the room.
How do I know where you picked?
Our initials are in the bed.
I told you you'd go for that one.
It's the blue
The
one.
rug for Lilith, innit?
Yeah.
I told you.
He's got rug and cushions. He's got rug and cushions for Lilith. And
Yeah,
he's,
I know you.
and he's got a blue which matches the blue
I said to
dragon.
everyone, you might as well put Felix on that one. For the
Did you
exact-
go for the messy one, bro?
Yeah,
I told him that I was going to fight Bron.
because I thought with my fellow he'd be
How
basically.
much fun are you going to have telling Kieran that?
Well, the Kieran one that wanted it.
Yeah.
No.
But he's not. But Urug's not here, so.
Well, my,
He's
lo-
not even in the Inquisition.
my logic behind it was that basically because he's still there with Bellarina, he's basically just borrowing tomes over and over from the libraries, going through all like the the histories and everything of the Fae. And
I say, so in this room here, there are bookcases that have got books. Obviously, you've got some fiction, some
Yeah.
non-fiction that have been written. There are several sort of minor journals of other people who've stayed in this building before.
Should we write our expeditions in a book and leave it in the book in the library?
yeah,
I mean, essentially our fact journal would be about the
Yeah.
expeditions. On the Google Docs page, that would essentially be the
Yeah,
expeditions.
but then obviously you put in the library when we're gone.
Oh, we've said that the journal will be kept at the Inquisition headquarters,
So it'd be a
so that
legacy.
technically everyone can go back and add to it, and then take from it if they need to. And, but obviously, we'll have to just out of character police that yourselves and say that only add it when you get back to the headquarters, and
I was
only take
I
information.
was like,
from
where's a room that isn't going to scare fuck out of people if this creature comes out? And unfortunately, somebody's always next door. So I think Remin can take that corner one there.
opposite me.
No one puts Rem in a corner.
That's alright, 'cause
It's relatively basic, and that's kind of what Remin
after
is
your
for.
tale about poor Remin, Dot is. Oh, poor thing. Oh.
And you grappled this fucker on multiple occasions.
I would have killed him, skinned him, and wore him.
the frost.
I have no remorse.
the frost giant's location we do know as there.
Okay.
The big
That's
mountain.
The highest peak of the largest
So
mountain.
essentially, you might want to go shopping for some warm clothes. Be
And
like,
some ropes, maybe.
yeah, I want to pop out to get some like
Oh,
pitons
you
and
got him with a
climbing
scarf and a
climbing
hat and
axes.
gloves.
I did.
So would
To stitches you all go.
Just got a doily looking arm. Like,
But I mean, in theory, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
Would
that's
we,
what
would we go to
the
Mistast for shopping, or because we?
I mean,
citizens terrifying.
what's the shop situation like around the castle?
So there are lots of shops around the city.
Where's the castle on the
Not that I've named any of
So
them
Is
yet.
there
we,
one that I
we
can
are-
buy a magic book?
So that's our castle. I'm gonna label that as that's
Again,
our
this is
castle,
magic
right?
arrows.
I'm mad. You know what?
Keep it quiet for a bit.
I'm
Is that our
mad.
castle?
Yeah, it kept me quiet.
Yeah,
for,
so that's where you are.
Did you get some magic arrows?
Remin gave me 12
Okay.
arrows that give no extra
What,
damage.
he doesn't
They
have
just
an arrow, he doesn't have a
convert
bow.
my damage to
Don't
magic.
forget you kept the broomstick pieces.
I let you keep the broomstick pieces. You got
So
my
the
broomstick
city's called
pieces.
Riven Guard.
I would
Which
have.
is just at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's just in the bottom paragraph.
I got that,
Oh,
yeah.
I think
And
you,
that's the
you said
castle
you collected
cities
mine up
thing we're
because
in.
I was sort of,
Yeah, so
I was
the
having
city's
an
called Riven
internal
Guard and the
crisis.
castle's called Riven Guard Keep.
and an external
I
crisis.
seem
was having
to,
all the
I do seem
crises.
to remember that. I'm sorry.
So-
otherwise, I'd have.
So
Back
Joe,
when I was
just-
back
just
in
one
Mistast,
answer,
I'd have
the
made you
broom
some.
I had.
Arrows out.
arrows out of
It's
them.
been destroyed, hasn't it?
Well, I don't know. It never came into play.
Because
It's
apparently
not
only
with you
Doc,
when you go through the mirror.
only Doc
Okay.
was able to
I've
keep hers.
Done that as well.
What's not with you?
The broom.
The what?
Oh,
The broom.
one of the questions.
Oh, because I never brought it up, so I never know what happened to it. So
I
it's
do
like-
know a
Whether
broken
say the name
broom,
hit
a broken
cross
broom of flying,
brings his
and I also
attention
have
on
a twig from a
me,
big
or
tree
brings him
claw.
to
Joel
me,
just
or
It brings
Does
lots of
go with you
attention
to
to
miscast.
you
Ah,
from
apparently.
surrounding people when you shout the name Hypnos to activate it.
Okay.
Because it makes you look like a spy.
Deranged person.
They're the whisperer.
Yeah.
Can you just
Like,
kind
I'm
of
just
fair
gonna
position
shout.
me when you
I'm just gonna
Hypnos?
shout the name of the bad guy.
Do I have to?
Hypnos.
Do I have to shout it?
Yeah.
It has to be above a whisper. You can.
Okay.
I might make you do like a deception check with disadvantage if you were really trying to hide it.
Are there many like magic orientated people in Riven Guard who might be able to change the name?
Hypnos.
You could say every time,
Different language.
Oh.
or you could say every time you got to fly off. Right, let's
What
go get
languages, you
Hypnos.
know?
Oh, I know a lot.
Let's go
Weirdly
get
a lot.
Hypnos!
Choose the most obscure one you think no fucker's gonna
So
know.
I imagine that whilst you're trying to decide what kind of shops there are and things, you would take a look around the city.
Yes.
It's a relatively large. It's bigger than Mistast.
Mhm.
This city.
Okay. What's it called?
Riven
Riven
Guard.
Riven
First
Guard.
one. That scene. That scene.
Just in the bottom paragraph.
Yeah.
is
the
the,
chances
Oh,
that
okay.
good people are gonna know
page.
that.
I know.
What you notice is that there is an abundance of elves in this area, all different shapes, sizes, different types of elves.
Craftsman. Like
That's what I
elves?
was
Yeah.
thinking. Fighter, perhaps.
There are other races, but they're not as common as bumping into elves. You do see creatures like centaurs and things, but you see like one
Right.
in the day. There's not like you see a whole, I don't know, a herd. Would you call them a herd of
They're not cats.
centaur? I don't know what you call lots of horses.
Abomination if you ask Kieran.
It's a fucking.
I've got this big centaur thing for him to fight eventually.
I can imagine him sitting at the other side of the living room, just
I've showed
spewing
him
evils.
I showed him, went, you know that centaur you hate? And he went, yeah. I went, well, this is him. And at home, I've just got this massive, like, undead centaur. But it's so detailed, I'm scared to paint it.
Oh, right.
Like,
So I would be looking around for a boa or
It's a
Fletcher.
herd. I was
a boa or
corrected.
Fletcher.
Yeah,
Like,
specifically for bows or.
specifically for cursed items and...
At this point, you got to take what you can get. I mean, every other
At
fucking
this
weapon,
point, I'm just going to give you a bow that when you draw it, it explodes.
every other item I've got is bloody cursed.
I googled it.
But could we find an elf that could fashion
I would be
a
interested
bow from
in.
the magic broom?
Yeah, I would
While
be
you're
maybe
sorting
interested
this, I'm
in
gonna go for
a
quick
commission
snack.
work that may
You
take
can have a
time to do.
fancy elven bow if you
Don't
wanted.
make any decision.
Made
Right.
from the wood
The
of
splintered
a
wood of the
splintered wooden magic broom.
broom. That's what we got. I couldn't think of the word broom.
And there's me shouting across from the other side of the room, and the bow just goes.
Yeah, all the pieces just go.
What I'm hearing is attack with advantage because my bow's now going. I got height.
You could just.
It's a bow that you can fly.
Would it mean that you would activate the bow by saying hypnos? So every time that you were fighting something, you'd be like hypnos.
Well, I'm hoping the person on
And then
commission-
and then you come to buy hypnos, and you go hypnos, and he goes, haha, that's my item. You're dead.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a counterproductive thing versus hypnos.
Didn't you get the Trentwood? What was it?
Yes,
Because if you remember,
I also have
it
the
was
wood.
created by hypnos,
Okay.
so they were all items.
We do have plan
created
B.
by
So
Hypnos.
I also have the wood from a treant claw.
Plant myself a tracker in your party.
So I have a large.
I did ask about it. Hopefully in the 6 months.
I can, I can't scry items.
Oh,
It's a lot.
A toy one?
Yeah. You might
You know what
make-
those archery sets you get from
Yeah. So,
It's not really going to do
no.
much.
And your arrows will have suckers on the end.
So is there somewhere where we could gain like climbing equipment in the sense of like, you know, the ice climbing picks?
So there would be kind of general stores that you'd be able to find that
Andrex has already got
kind of
some,
item, or there'd be
He's got
blacksmiths.
Did I get
Ah yes,
The,
his woolly gloves and his woolly hats.
Sorry?
cards?
Yeah.
That was in the 6 months.
Yeah. So if any of you want to
Fingerless
purchase
gloves, so you can
a
play his
horse
lute.
or
Yes.
anything, there are stables near your home, and there will be a stable hand to look after them whilst you're not there.
How much for Shire horse? I basically want a big, strong horse and a cart because you know the cart's pulling our own.
Skyrim horse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he can't. bloody
Generic Skyrim horse.
walk.
Oh, right,
And then also I will buy. I want to basically just buy some climbing equipment and stuff that we might need up the mountains.
That's what we do as
So
a
kittens and
Yeah.
cloaks, snowshoes,
climbing boots.
snowshoes, and all that.
Not my boots because my boots are magical boots that never get dirty, never get wet.
Yeah, but you might want spikes to go up there. So you might want to climb a
There
boot.
was more barbecue.
They're not actually boots though, are they?
No.
They're
Well, I'm gonna get
like
the
casing
so I'll
on that
double
go
check
over
for you.
you.
So don't make them boots.
No, not always. You can get the.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about my boots. Yeah,
No,
no, okay, yeah, we'll look for
Don't
snowshoe.
climb.
Yeah, we'll look for snowshoe type thing.
Yeah, you know, like
Tennis rackets and just strap them to your feet.
Yeah,
Hey, if it works, it works.
that's what they are basically.
Does the broom have like a height limit?
30 feet.
Or a
No,
weight
they
limit.
didn't know. Yeah.
Good space.
No, I just mean like halfway up the mountain. It's like nope, can't get any further.
Whatever it says on the thing, really.
Oh, like in game, like I've hit the barrier, hit the edge of the barrier.
Yeah, like helicopters, they
Does
get
the
so
description-
far the blades stop working.
Does the description give it a limit?
I don't think. I think it is.
I just think
Yeah, you're right.
quite
Yeah,
speed.
so I took the last one.
What's the reading?
Oh, I'm with you.
Did you grab me another Vintor still?
Yeah, sure. No one else wants anything.
I want barbecue Pringles.
No barbecue.
Buy myself then.
I said I'm not buying it.
No, he's just getting it.
I'm
I'll buy
retrieving
it.
No, I'll take the last one.
No, there's no more barbecue. I'm afraid.
Boo.
Yeah, so I'll be able to like fly up above you as you climb the mountain and then go tuk, 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 for the next pit and then tuk, 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 for the next.
Yeah, that'll be really good. And then the rest of us can climb up afterwards.
Yeah.
Basically, I just want to price up. I'll price up how much it would be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5's worth. I'll get 7's worth because then the extras can sit on the cart. Of an extra bit of rope, climbing axes for everyone, a set of pittons for everyone, snow boots for everyone,
What,
the horse,
pigeons?
the cart.
Things go in walls, like climbing.
Basically, big ass nails you put in walls that you can use to then climb up.
Okay.
Ice picks, whatever they're called.
And then is there anything else you can think? So I didn't know if you guys saw. So basically, the top of that mountain is where we got to go.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think that would be useful?
Where,
Obviously,
where are we going to sleep? Do we need?
Goggles and ski masks.
Tents will be good with that.
a couple of some sleeping bags for everyone as well in the pricing up.
Because snowburn is real.
Yeah, and maybe some extra blanket, an extra blanket for everyone. I mean, just in case.
Talking of snowburn, there's also snow blindness, depending on how detailed you want to get. But if there's too much snow, the sun's on it,
Yeah.
so you can get
You
little
want
kind of
tinted
sunglasses.
goggles.
Like,
We should have Inquisition shades.
I'm thinking like CSI level, like so that we just put them on regardless.
You could buy sleds.
Oh, I don't know how
Sled.
useful a sled's going to be.
On the way down.
Well, it means you can pull stuff behind you. A sled is like you put behind. Cause you can't have you can't have a cart with
Going
wheels
all the way up
going
the
up
mountain,
mountains.
yeah.
So you need a sled that you can pull behind the horse.
Should we just have like 2 sleds?
So, Felix, are you after a horse with a high carrying capacity, or like a fast horse,
Horse with a high
or
carrying capacity.
both?
Horse
We're
with the
talking price
ability to
difference.
climb up mountains.
The both is quite a high price difference from the other two.
How much are we talking?
So a war horse is a 60-foot speed and a capacity of 540 pounds,
Yeah.
and is 400 gold pieces.
Okay.
Or a draft horse, which is 40-foot speed and 540 pounds capacity, is 50 gold pieces.
I might go for that one.
Yeah, we
That's
don't need
Or the riding horse is 60-foot speed and 480 pounds capacity.
We'll go for the 40-foot one because 40 foot's still faster than what our ogre can walk anyway.
Yes.
So we'll go for the 50 gold one.
Okay. So anybody who wants to purchase a horse.
I mean, I'm buying the horse for the Inquisition anyway because I'm using a lot of the money I got for the Patmos's book
Stabling will
to
be
set the
free.
Inquisition up.
Bella will pay the cost of stabling.
So shall I take 50 gold off for?
Yeah. Other bits are things like bits and bridles and stuff like that. Or you can have really fancy saddles. Or basically less than 10 gold for like saddlebags and a bit of bridle. That's fair.
I will kit it out with moderate to moderately fancy, some saddlebags on it. Not a saddle to ride. The horse is not to be ridden. The horse is to pull the cart. The cart will be. The cart will be. Thanks. The cart will be available. So, for example, if I'm not on the table but the session starts there, you guys feel free to take the cart. The cart isn't Felix's. The cart is the Inquisition's.
Is it going to be stamped with the?
The horse will be branded as well. No, the horse won't be branded.
You can shave it into it.
So are you looking to buy a sort of cart or something you can all ride in?
Something that we can use for storage of stuff. Mostly, I think we're all
And
capable of.
potentially sleep under for shelter.
Do you know?
Yeah, maybe like a gypsy wagon sort of thing.
So there is a choice between a carriage, a cart, a chariot,
Carriage.
and a wagon.
Bucket, let's get a
I think
chariot.
a wagon,
Wagon.
like
Wagon.
like a prairie schooner, like what the.
Is that like the stereotypical like gypsy sort of?
No.
Yeah, well, it's
The
a
pioneer
kind of,
one.
wildlife
Yeah.
pioneer, but yeah, it's kind
I
of like
don't
a
know
canvas
what- I
version
don't
of
know
the
what
gypsy.
we call
Yeah.
them.
The Oregon Trail.
But
is
then
that
with
it?
a wagon,
Yeah.
but the wagon
You
needs
basically
to
want
like,
a
big enough to have a couple
caravan.
of sleds in it,
Oh,
so that when we get to the point that the wagon cannot go any further because we're having to go up
Yeah.
quite steep.
So
So we can convert. We can take the really essential kit that we need, leave the rest in the wagon to come back to, and then we can use the sleds still
Take them off the side.
because those when people cross the Antarctic, they actually start
You get two
carrying the
sleds
sleds
with that as
behind
well,
them. So
which will be attached to the sides of the wagon.
Sounds good.
Sleds as in ones that you guys can ride or...
Yeah.
sleds that we can pull behind us with our
Yeah, that we could tie a bit of rope to the sled, tie it around our waist,
Yeah.
and then put some kit on it, and then we could walk up. Should the
Okay, so the sleds are 20 gold each.
no problem, I'll do those. So that's 40 gold.
How
So
much do you
I've got-
think they'll be able to carry? Enough food and.
Their weight capacity is 300 pounds. It says times
That should
3,
be
but I
fine,
don't
shouldn't
know.
One should be,
Yeah.
shouldn't it?
Well,
If
I've
a
got
couple of us are pulling it.
I've got two because one could go on either side.
Yeah.
Because if we ever have to leave one somewhere, for, you know what it gets like. It gets at least we've got a spare there.
Am I going to have to get furry nipple covers now we're going up the fucking avalanche city?
We're going to the top of a mountain to save a frost giant.
So I'm definitely going to need furry nipple covers.
The assumption is it's going to be a
Probably
little
a
chilly.
little bit more than that. Unless you want to start making checks, I suppose.
We don't really need to buy food because we could just raid the pantry and put it in the cart.
Yeah.
And just cook up food.
And wait for it to magically restart.
Yeah, and then by the time we get back, hopefully Bella's gone shopping.
How much was it for all the furs and everything, like gear and that?
The Inquisition's paying for it.
Oh.
Do you need us to all kind of donate?
Who's the
some money
Inquisition?
towards the Inquisition?
At the moment,
So you bought one
At the moment.
horse so far.
Yeah, so we've got what was the horse's thing? It was a what horse? Sorry,
So
Shire
the
horse.
horse you went for is a draft horse.
draft horse. So essentially, the money that I got for giving Patmos his book back, I'm using that first, and then after that,
How much did you get for it?
Should we have like a petty cash
I
thing?
got that. I got like just over 1,000 for it. So I think that's what I got for it.
Yeah.
1,200. Yeah. So I'm using 1,000 for that, and then 1,200 is
Okay.
for Felix's personal.
Okay.
Why don't we have like a petty cash thing in the castle that we
Yeah, I
can
mean,
we can all put in a bit every time we get some new gold, and then we've got petty cash then that we can all use.
you could buy yourself an animal. You can get like a mastiff, which is a dog.
I mean, they got like 4 hit points or something. So
Yeah.
Can you get any like snow or coals, like a husky? That's the word I'm looking for. Can you get a husky? Because the husky can pull the sled as well.
I mean, a mastiff is
You want
12 AC, 5 hit points.
Could we just not hire out some sleigh dogs?
Huskies are cool, right?
we could do. The problem is we've got to get them
We've
from
got
here.
keepers as well.
If you look at the map, we've got to get from the castle
Mm-hmm.
all the way to the bottom and then up the mountain. I mean, there's a lot between.
And we've instead of wearing our warm stuff through all the forest and shit, we can just put our warm stuff on as we get to the bottom.
We've got,
Oh,
we've
yeah.
got,
I mean,
we've got
so-
a
I mean, just-
caravan.
So
Are
sorry,
you
just
all
to
buying a horse?
so I've
Or are
bought.
you buying one horse and then trying to get a caravan type thing to
Well, I
fit
think
like
we need
7
two
of you?
horses
Yeah, I'm
pulling
assuming-
one caravan.
I'm assuming we're going to need, because now I've gone for the wagon. I'm assuming we're going to need 2 horses for this wagon,
I don't think the wagon
And this
is
wagon's got a
sleep.
sleep all of us.
unless one horse can pull the wagon. We're sort of relying.
Where it's got to pull the wagon
No.
with our kit in it, and potentially with some of
I
us,
don't know
or
whether
where
these
we've been
mean-
walking as well.
I don't know whether
We'll get
they
2
mean
horses.
Take 2 horses.
how much they weigh or how much it can
Even if you
carry.
swap them.
So,
Give them
It doesn't
one
go
back.
weight.
so Joel, if it's alright with you, what we'll do is, say if it's bird's eye view, we'll have the wagon there, and it will come up and we'll hitch horse.
I need to know how much a wagon can carry. Because a wagon probably isn't enough to carry all of you.
I don't think we're going to ride in the cabin. In the
You want
No,
to
but
sleep in it though, don't
just got
you?
to sleep in it.
So it's going to be big enough for 7 people.
you can sleep in it
Because
and
there's
under
nothing
it.
best than-
Yeah, it's
Probably
a
2
poor-
inside
unfortunate
and 2
fucker.
underneath.
Yeah. Or
I mean,
three
we'll take a
inside,
tent
three
as well. Like, I
Yeah.
Felix will be okay.
Two
Check.
man
Don't give
tents are
Laura the
pretty cheap.
tent. You know what he's like with tents. He will blow it up.
Yeah, how much is a 2-man tent?
Because I don't think we need a wagon to sleep.
I think they're on.
Enough to sleep all of us.
They're on D&D
I
Beyond.
mean, I don't
too
sleep.
much.
I'm meant to take 4 hours, but I'm alright. So
You don't even have to sleep.
part elf. So I'm meant to take.
Pieces. So if everyone puts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we all put a 2-man tent in your equipment,
Yeah.
that'll be paid for by 2, 4, 6, 8,
Okay.
10 gold. I'll put in, and then if you add it to your equipment, then we'll do that. And then the wagon could be mostly storing stuff, but obviously we'll have tents extra should we need to sleep in those, and we all can't fit in the wagon.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think a wagon will have a cover on it.
How
Just
much did
the,
you pay for the wagon?
will it go in the back? Will it go in the backpack or just equipment?
He hasn't told me yet. How much was the wagon? Sorry, you can say.
Back-
I'm looking to see if it's big
Okay.
enough for what you need.
Backpack.
Yeah, but then you've got to consider doing up. Well, then
I'm a little bit uncertain that one wagon
That's what
would
I would imagine.
fit you all.
Rather than one car pod, it'd be like a squad, wouldn't it? You know,
It makes it really difficult from
a meta point.
a logistical. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I'm gonna say like if I go off
Yes.
this kind of picture,
Ah, yeah.
I don't think a wagon is gonna fit 7 of you.
No. So.
But we're all cozies and
No. We're not
nice
sleeping in there. We're not sleeping in there.
Okay.
That's not happening. The wagon is sheltered cover for our shit, and maybe Uruk to sit on the back of, or to drive. Uruk can drive the wagon because
Just stay the
he's
fuck
the
out
only
of
one
my
that
way.
can't move 30 feet walking.
Yeah.
And then we've got the tents to sleep in because there's. I think with all our stuff, realistically, we're pushing how much we can actually.
So you're only buying the sort of one horse to pull the wagon.
two,
Right, 2 horses.
like hitch like that
Okay.
for the wagon.
How much?
And 2 horses to pull the wagon.
Yeah, I've taken off for the horses.
And then is anybody else buying a mount to keep up, or are you just gonna keep
40
the
foot.
horses
So-
moving slow?
I've got 30.
Yeah, I assume we'll just keep the horse moving slow unless you all want to get.
No, no.
How much is like a to be kitted out with like warm shit?
Sorry, you never said how much the wagon was. I paid for everything except the wagon.
So I ain't gone that far yet. I'm just making sure that's exactly
No worries.
what you wanted.
Yep.
Oh, I can do the hypnos thing. Death to hypnos.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Death was the death to hypnos.
I bloody hate hypnos. Any variation on that.
Or you could do, oh, my hip, nos.
So wagon is 35 gold.
Cool, I'll take that off.
God, they're cheap, aren't they?
I'm just going off what?
Oh,
Roll
Except for
20,
that
say.
one bloody horse that was 400 gold.
A chariot is 250 gold. Yeah, we've seen a warhorse stats. Wicked.
Well, we're not going to be
thing.
in combat with our
That's what I was thinking about.
horses.
What's the issue with getting the second one?
You might not be in contact with your horses, but
So
I
the-
might be in
the issue
combat with
with
your
getting the
horses.
second
Not there.
We've
That's why I kind of said it like a bit cheesy.
got to move as a convoy. We've suddenly made ourselves a much larger target for ambushes. It's hard to move quietly, stealthily, pass without trace as well. I mean,
Plus, you've
we
also
do so
got
much.
a really big, nasty guy
who's
out in the
who's-
open now.
who's gunning for us.
No.
And moving a massive caravan down does make us a really big. I mean, like, what's the most stereotypical thing? Oh, let's go ambush a caravan to get resources. If we're one wagon, we're moving.
I don't even
We
need
can
that. I
detect
got a
that.
tracking device in your party.
Do,
We
do,
can detect that. Well, yeah, we can
do, we,
detect that.
do we potentially want to hire a mercenary protection guard?
I have asked.
Oh,
Rory
Because
the,
we do now
questionnaire,
know
so
there are
I hope
two
somebody can
That's
give me
why
a
I
bit
get
of
a
very
bitch.
overt
If I get a bitch,
mercenary
we'll
groups
have one of them.
of Mika and Belor. And Belor is a mountain dwarf leader of the Hummingbird mercenary group. So if we're going to a mountain, having a mountain dwarf mercenary
Maybe.
guard might be
Yeah,
quite
no,
handy.
yeah. Or at least maybe he might have been up the mountains, so he might know the best route up.
And he's in the northwest.
Where have you
So
seen
he's
a
by-
hummingbird before?
He's by us somewhere.
So we've seen the hummingbird brooches, ironically, shit.
Does it?
Ironically, on people in the obelisk that we may or may not have killed. So the
Oh
hummingbird.
dear.
But in our defence, they were looting the place.
Okay.
So,
So they killed them to loot what they'd looted.
and our perception was flipped.
Okay.
That's our fucking loot.
Okay.
So
So that
that's
was
like-
at the obelisk.
So the Balor may or may not know that we killed
They
his.
could have been
mercenary.
restarted.
He wouldn't. We left no one alive.
There's
They were
no
in the
trace of
obelisk.
our.
There was no way that they would know it was us at all. But that was at the obelisk. So the hummingbird stuff, he may be located at
Well-
Grasshopper Village.
Well, we're going that way
Can-
anyway,
can-
aren't we? Past, well,
can-
in
can
the direction
we-
of the obelisk.
Can we ask?
Yeah, I'm sure we can ask people
ask
around
people
town.
around whether they means of getting word to Belor and his.
Is he within 24 hours of the castle?
What? The
Mountain.
hummingbird guy. The mountain.
Dwarf.
The mountain dwarf.
What was his name again?
Belor.
Belor.
He's normally in the northwest.
But if you look at the castle, we can either head straight for the mini mountains or go through the cursed village and go past the obelisk and see what's in there.
Yeah, it's further than the stitches.
Could we ask around town to see if anyone knows which village he stays at or where he normally hangs out? The coast. top left, the very
So,
coastal
so the
village.
mountain dwarf lives near the sea.
Which also is where Stitch's guardian is.
The mountains ain't far.
No,
I
okay.
don't be like stereotypical as well. Oh, he's a dwarf. You have to live in a mountain.
Well, he is a mountain.
Is that racist? That feels racist.
Bron's not a dwarf, is he? I always think Bron's a dwarf.
I thought Stitches
My only
was
one
this
character
little
in
house
Dwarf.
here.
Stitch's
Her
is.
guardian is up
Her
there.
guardian
So the
is
crab.
the crab is in the top west village.
Crab.
Stitches were around here, weren't you?
So in the village, not in by the sea.
Yeah, but we don't know if Stitch's one is safe or alive, but we know that the frost giant is
We've got crab
in a lot of
question mark.
danger. My issue is that's a long way out of the way, isn't it?
Well, it's not that bad
Well,
because
No, we can
we
just
can follow the
trail
route
them
of
It's
the
going
mountains.
to, so it's going to
down.
it's going to take over a week to get to that village.
So, I mean, he's the leader of a mercenary group. That mercenary group could all be located in the same place, or there could be representatives of it. And given that Rivendell, Rivengard, is the biggest urban area,
There might be
there
representatives here.
might be representatives that we can hire.
Do we know his faction group name?
Hummingbird.
Hummingbird.
Hummingbird Merc Group.
Go to the pub, ask for the hummingbird.
Yeah.
Go to the pub, ask for the hummingbirds.
Wait for all this to blow over.
Yeah. Is there a pub called the Winchester?
Or the hummingbird.
Yeah, there is a specific pub called Come Here for the Hummingbird. I haven't created the city.
Whilst walking through, I'd be looking for the brooch.
There will be several pubs. To be
Yeah.
fair.
Okay. I would be looking for the brooch. If we saw anyone on the way to what we're
Maybe-
doing with the brooch,
Can
instantly tell
can we go do a little quick round all the pubs, just go and ask
Maybe there's a pub with a hummingbird
if
on it.
if anyone knows how to contact the Hummingbird mercenary group. Because we might have some work they'd be interested in.
This is
worst case scenario. We could always have one or two people go off to the coast while everyone else is going to the mountains.
I'm pretty
Could
sure
not
one of the
fly
roses
off.
never split up.
Well, I can
and
fly
fly.
at 50, I think.
What's your
So-
flying speed?
I think it's 50.
Yeah, the issue
It's not
is,
that
don't
much
forget,
faster, is it? No.
Tatiana and Hypnos are gunning for us, and
Are
Tatiana's
they
a
like
dragon.
a team now?
Well,
Are
they
they a
always
team?
have been a team.
Yeah.
They always have been a team.
But we didn't. Well,
We just thought they were a good team on our side.
Because it's Hypnos and the White
I
Dragon.
mean, technically at the time they were on
Tatiana
our
is
side.
the white
because we were
dragon.
doing what they wanted. so-
Tatiana is the white dragon.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I didn't know. Didn't know that.
But it's only if they find
Yeah.
me or can't. With the
I just want-
tracking
I like
wanted-
your confidence.
Yeah, I just wanted you to
As
be
soon as
aware.
they find me with
Yeah.
the tracking
If-
beacon.
totally get it,
On
but
a,
that
on a
could
broom
be
made by
a
Hypnos.
big
Yeah.
risk to Dot
Yeah.
in general. I just wanted you to be aware of
Yeah.
that. I can send Lilith with you.
So look, I think Joel has been generous now because he's mentioned it a couple of times in jest, but you know many true words spoken in jest and all that. That the broom is a tracking device.
Yeah.
Ditch it.
I think
Those of you who know magic, which are quite a few of you,
If you're attuned.
know that. No, I'm just getting the. I'm just getting the.
Can
thing
you
here.
not like sensory shit?
I can detect magic, yeah.
Go on then.
We could use that to our
It just
advantage
tells
and
me
make him think where
I
we're
just
not.
digitise
We
it. It's
could.
magical.
It just says it's part of
We,
the
we,
Magic
we,
is
we,
sent
we,
it
well, we
so
could just
far.
leave it at the headquarters of the Inquisition.
He thinks we-
Activate it, hypnos it, activate it,
And just let it hover.
and just let it hover. And he'll be like, well, they're obviously, and he wouldn't have the confidence to attack us
But
at the heartland of.
A bit of
he'd see
information
that
that
we
we
wouldn't
have
be
gained.
moving though.
A bit of information that I did gain is Hypnos' army is pushed back the front a lot and is winning a considerable amount. Don't know, that was before the 6 months
Yeah.
though, so I don't know what's changed in that as far as war efforts
Yeah.
go, but
But I really like the idea of basically implying that we are still because we haven't moved from there for a long time. So Hypnos is like they're basically given up. They've basically made a life in Rivengard, and they're just staying near Bella. And I've won.
And we could go out.
And then we could leave the broom hovering there. To leave that, so he's completely got his eye off the ball, whilst we go and rescue the frost giant.
If it does help, you can ride Lilith soon. I just need to level up a little bit. I need to ride Lilith.
I like my broom.
To be fair, I love Lilith. I want to be the first one to ride her.
You're not going to be the first one to ride her.
Well, obviously you are,
Yeah.
but the first non-owner. Because she's so cute.
Has Bella got any ways that the broom might be able to be severed from its creator?
Remove all the magic from it.
But then it won't hit us. It won't. Woo! It'd just be a broom then.
Bella, your avatar like Hypnos's. Yeah? Is that, do I understand that correct?
Well, the unicorn's dead.
Not exactly the same, but yes.
So you have magical powers?
Different, but yes.
So you could remove the enchantment on this broom,
I'm gonna have to go.
and then you could replace the new enchantment.
Dot wants a broom.
It's got a broom. Comes with
Oh,
it.
what
Almost like a cursed
dilemma.
item.
You know?
I think
I guess it's just like permanent tracking, isn't it?
I think if I find out, if Dot finds out quite early on that it's going to be a tracker, I think it would be putting it before the committee and saying we've got to do something. I love the broom, but if it's going to be a danger, it's got to go, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We could use it for the old bait and switch. I think we keep them here at the Fair Inquisition now. We might later down the line find some way to cloak ourselves. You never know. We're not that powerful yet.
Can you summon the broom?
I can send it a mile away, and I can call it from a mile, I think is what it says. You can send the broom to travel alone to a destination within a mile of you if you speak the command word, name the location, and are familiar with that place.
Because if we felt the broom could be significantly helpful in helping us to climb the mountain with the pitons, which we think it could be, we could bring the broom but leave it a mile away. But then Hypnos would know we're on the move.
Hypnos would he knows. He knows I want to save, and Tatiana knows I want to save the frost giant. I think if he sees us going in that direction at all, he will start making a play there as well.
Can I cast detect magic on the broom? Tell me the schools. What school?
Only you can.
But you'll just know it's magical because it can fly.
No, I know the school.
So there's different
Each
types
school
of
has a
magic,
different one.
like illusionary magic, divination magic.
Like conjuring is pretty much what you think it is, and then like there's a
Won't be a broom at all,
invocation and stuff.
Oh my god, what's it going to be? As long as it's not a dildo flying.
Flying dildo.
I will steal it from you as a flying dildo. You don't need it, you've got cobwebs.
All these poor people.
How do you know Dot's sex life?
Just guessing.
She's only 20, she just looks that old from all the sex.
Once you go Goliath, you don't go back.
I tried that. Oof, painful.
It doesn't tell me what school of magic.
It's a real map now.
Is enchanting a school of magic? I would have thought.
I think enchantment is.
It's enchanting.
It's
It's going to be enchanting.
Normally it tells you.
If it's a genuine vanilla
Or a bit of
broom,
string.
Joel, then it would be enchanting.
That's the
Yeah, it is just a
thing for it.
generic magic item.
Would the detect magic detect any curses or any?
It would detect.
So detect magic can detect if an item is magical
Right.
and
And
what
school.
school of magic that item comes
But
from.
not whether it's benign
Or obviously if there's like a magic wall
You
and
need to
stuff.
identify it specifically.
So, for example, if they had
Identify doesn't identify curses.
Have they taken that off it?
Like, you never could.
so if it had a divination on
The whole
it,
thing
that
was
is
so
the
that you
spell
can't
school of
identify
information gathering.
Okay.
So if you had that on it, that would have confirmed it's tracking us.
Right.
I think we searched this up last time.
But if it's just enchantment, that's a bit more obscure.
How do you find out someone's got a curse?
Because we don't know what
do we have
thousand
anyone in the city that we could visit that would be able to
Like,
divine?
because Laura doesn't know about
the-
his arrow thing.
We're in a city
He
big as
just
this
thinks-
so there must be someone.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Well,
know
he
his
knows
shield.
that.
He does now, but he didn't know his shield was cursed.
We didn't even wait for it to get identified. He just fucking put it on.
Oh, I suppose he did. Yeah.
Is there any magicians or mage schools that we could visit in this town that would be able to give us definite answer on whether it is a tracking device, or maybe come up with a solution of, I don't know, we chop a little bit off it and that can be tracked and the rest of it is
Just by the tracker is like carved out.
There is a mage guild, but they're a bit arsehole. A bit arsehole.
I can go in and use my old lady powers to intimidate them.
I can
Do you want some
probably
biscuit?
So, in the Dungeon Master's Guide on page 139, most methods of identifying items, including the identify spell, fail to reveal such a curse, although lore might hint at it. The curse should be a surprise to the item's user when the curse is better revealed.
we could go to the Mages Guild and I could try and charm person. But
We can do. Are we doing the hummingbird first or the Mage Guild bit first?
I think hummingbird. Yeah.
Depends which is
Hummingbird
closer.
Yeah.
Get our information and then Mage Guild, see what we can do about
But
it.
if the guild is on the way and it's
Yep.
closer,
But we're looking for members in the city, aren't we? First, Pubs and that.
Hummingbirds.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I can go off to the guild. Obviously, do the hummingbird bit first, but I can go off to the guild. My broom, my problem, or do you
It's
want
the
to?
Inquisition problem.
we're all
It's
together
a team
now.
game.
It's a team problem
sports,
now.
Yeah.
This is another good bit about the Fey Inquisition, because now we are all, we're not just random people that sit on a table,
Yeah.
we are now all the Inquisition.
Hanky out the back.
Death to hit, I mean capture to hypnosis.
Yeah, captured it.
I was just like Hitler then. I was like, oh.
The broom lifts.
Right then, to the hummingbirds.
Yeah. To the pub. We'll have a shot at each as we go around.
Pub crawl.
Yeah, I can imagine. We're all sober at the end, but Dot is smashed.
Constitution save
Do
throw
the
all
Ruin
around.
Guard mile.
Yeah.
Six inns and.
You said there was a fair few pubs, so
Yeah.
that's pint to each.
Maybe like when you get secret codes, there might be like a hummingbird like carved onto a door or one of the pubs or something.
I know what the symbol looks like as well, so I've seen the symbol before on the brooch. So
The city is relatively large in size, but there are sort of taxi services with horse and cart
Take me to the hummingbird.
that you can use.
we shall use those.
What they call it?
Just like put like a few
The-
coins in your
the-
hand, just be like,
Clop clops.
The closest tavern to where you are is called the Cruel Sign.
We'll start there.
The furthest one away is called the Sour Falcon.
What are all the names? If we ask a cabbie,
These are
they
the-
know all the
These
names.
are the
don't
pub,
they?
these are the pub names.
is there one called the hummingbird?
I doubt it.
No, it's not.
Is,
I don't make things that easy.
are there any names that have dwarven sort of connections? Either they're about mining
pub
or
called the Little
stones or
People.
rocks
Well,
or.
if we asked the cabbie, could he list the names of all the pubs?
Or where do all the dwarves drink? If there are any dwarves,
They might not all be dwarves. Just because he's a dwarf leader
dwarf-
doesn't mean he only recruits dwarves.
How much is it to hire the cabbie for the evening?
For the evening.
Come on, love.
Probably about 10
When'd you
gold
get
to
on?
go, that's it.
That's quite a lot, really, for a cabbie.
Just to go around a city
That's a
or
year's salary for a city cabbie, isn't it?
to carry 7 people. Well,
So we're
5
quite heavy.
people. And Remen, so 6
Speak
people.
for yourself.
We're going
So
to be in
six
Felix is
people around the
nice,
city all evening.
All right,
That's,
I'm
that's
heavy.
that's definitely surcharged. That's like 10 gold.
What's
So how much should it
What's
might
your
get it for
walk?
7?
Uber surcharge.
Let's do all these.
don't you? You haggle out.
Yeah.
I've got the best hagglers around.
We a business in town that will be here quite often doing back and forth. And if you do us a good deal now, we can ensure that it'll be you we come to for any future journeys.
Bullshit.
Oh yeah. How much for a trip to the Frost Mountains, please?
250,000
Can you
gold.
take us up as well?
Yeah. Can you Sherpa or something? Like,
Sherpas die very easily too.
so in terms of pub names, how many pubs have I got here? That's my easiest thing. There are 10 pubs or taverns across the city. The Spicy Lord,
Oh.
Love that one.
the Swift Hag,
Swift Hag.
What are you saying?
the Defeated Gooseberry,
Defeated gooseberry.
I don't know how to spell gooseberry.
Gooseberry. Even I know that one.
I'm gonna say,
Gooseberry.
even Jazz knew how to spell that.
I need to just go here. Next one.
The Diamond Fish,
Oh. I like that one.
Fish, that could be.
There's no sort of aviary ones yet, is there?
No, there's the sour falcon.
there's the Towering Seagull,
Ooh. And he's located near the coast.
Towering seagull. I like that one. That's sounding.
Sounds promising,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah,
He's located right next to the sea.
there's the Crippled Horse,
Crippled horse.
the Cruel Sign,
The cruel sign.
yeah,
Yep.
the Sickly Oyster,
Ew.
That's that's also sea related, so that could be a.
The mouldy clam.
the Next Minotaur,
The next Minotaur.
It's Minotaur.
Minotaur.
It's Minotaur. We're not American.
No, it's Minotaur.
No, it's Minotaur.
and the Sour Falcon.
So speaking to the cabbie, so you know where the hummingbirds drink.
That'll be 10 gold.
I'll give you 5 and a boob.
So is that 10 gold for a ride and the information?
That's for the evening, because you asked how much it would be to hire the cabbie for the evening. So that would be waiting outside whatever pub you went into.
And we hire your knowledge of the city to it as well.
Well, I know my way around the faster routes.
Call it 5.
And a boob.
And we'll be coming to your services again, so you'll easily make up and benefit from
Well,
this.
if you're asking questions like this one over here,
Tell you
it'll
what.
be 10.
Let's make it 5 and a bonus of 10 gold if you can take us to someone that knows how to contact the Hummingbird Mercenary Group.
Or the hummingbirds themselves.
Mm.
Yeah. And a boob.
Q
I
shades.
just forget my boobs out.
Q shades.
Give me a perception roll. Not perception, sorry. A
Persuasion.
It starts with a P.
Would that be Hendrik as well?
Yeah.
Because I went on to his.
There's about 1,000 questions just got bombarded me about hummingbirds. So yeah, you'll have a...
Mine's 7, so.
And mine's 2.
Can I roll for my boob?
Is yours 2 with your pluses?
No, 2 without plus. I mean,
Oh, you got no plus on you?
well, I do. I think I got +8 or something. But
Well,
two's still not going to cut.
What if you play loot? Does it
Yeah, but the 10 might.
give you extra?
Play him a nice
I
melody.
could try and charm them.
We've been in the city for one day.
It's just-
Let's charm the taxi driver.
Persuasion is +7, so it's 9.
That's not bad.
Can add them,
No,
add them
that's
together
7.
because they're both trying to persuade. Add them together.
7 gold. I'll take you to the Sickly Oyster.
And that's where we'll find the hummingbirds.
You'll find somebody there.
So, right, done.
Let's pay the
I will give him $7.
You don't want to run off on a cabbie because before you know it, there'll be another 100 cabbies appearing from nowhere, like to kick the shit out of us.
Can you imagine? I'll give him the $7 and I'll help Dot on to the.
No thanks.
Oh, such soft hands.
So,
Moisturise.
you end up not too far from where Orla is set up by the gardens. You're, I mean, if you were to say it in sort of American terms, you're about 7 blocks. So, there's about 7 sort of sets of houses.
So we're like 3
from
streets
where Orla's
away.
staying. So you're because you're located near the keep and they're located near the end. You're probably about an hour on the back of this cart before you turn up there. So
Just
go
like
short
so.
rest if we need one.
Busy day.
I
When
will
did you get off?
hold out.
Typical cabby.
I will hold out another gold coin. Who do we speak to in there, Sickly Oyster?
Stinky clown. No, it's a stinky clown.
I hate you guys.
We kept Orla's name, Orla. Rename
Yeah,
her.
so there was Titania. to start with.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's over with. God. Like, that's sorry. I'm trying to remember.
Oh God, yeah, all would be easy to check.
Oral?
wouldn't it? Oh, I wasn't even thinking that way.
Yeah.
Oral.
I was thinking of Orla, but oral.
Why do you think she had all those male treants around her?
Only know they're male because they got wood.
Well,
Orla Orla?
Are you assuming she's straight?
I'm assuming she fucks anything that's not nailed to the floor.
True.
Are you assuming a man can't be a queen?
Planks are down.
I mean,
I'm saying,
she's called
she helps it to
Titiana.
become dead wood.
She's only called Titiana because you guys made her name up.
No, she's not. She was called that before.
She was Tatiana.
She was definitely Titiana. That's
What's-
how I've
what's
known
long
her.
and sticky and uses Orla.
Anything.
Lisa.
How's it going? You guys finished shopping yet?
Are you dead yet?
Just got to Burns' hut.
Oh, so you've left Miss us now.
Miss her.
Back to Burns' hut, eh?
Mm-hmm.
There's been some adventures there, isn't there?
Lots of adventures, isn't it?
Right, that's a scary place to be.
It's not.
I don't
It's a great
know.
place.
Burns,
It's a great place.
Sorry,
Burns,
I've got you travelling east then.
Burn is
Yeah.
a dodgy.
For
Burn
now.
is a dodgy character.
She's a hag.
Yeah, exactly.
There's 4 that we know of. We killed one.
I'm sure there's more.
Yeah, there's been a lot of,
Yeah, we did,
lot,
didn't we?
lot of hag negativity, hasn't there, tonight?
We've actually killed.
Did you eat a meal from her?
Well, tell kill.
No, but we just. The whole joke with no distractions.
doesn't matter 'cause he's dead.
And then the trolls.
I don't know because Jamie doesn't kill off table, so Till might still be alive. Ooh, sorry, I'm just getting it now. I just saw somebody called Lily in my notes, and I was like, God damn it, gosh. Sorry, I got like a big list.
Because you're so organised, why haven't you tried doing them? Because you've got all these like lists.
You
and
could totally do it.
information and- yeah, you could.
I probably could, but
Takes up a lot of your time.
yeah.
Yeah, but isn't your time
Well,
taken
I
up by
think,
us
I think it would
anyway?
be exponential because this is the amount of time is consumed by being a player. So if you were a DM,
I mean,
then
you come
it
with
would be
maps
like
and everything.
your playing time times 10. I don't think there are enough like.
But being a
hours
player is
in a day.
relaxing, man. When I get to be a player at the table, I'm like, I don't have to do
I
anything
have
here.
a
I
lot
can
of
sit back and
downtime
be
at
quiet
home
and kill
because
things.
I look after my little one
Yeah.
pretty much, and the other half's the
You
main
are a little
breadwinner.
one.
So whilst Enchanto's on, although Shrek actually at the moment, Shrek's the big.
Oh yes.
Yeah, he loves
Kid
Shrek.
after
He loves
my
anything
own
with
heart.
music. And
Yeah.
ironically, there's a lot of songs in Shrek. So anyway,
Yeah.
that's a tangential to the main point. So I do have a lot of time to plan stuff.
Right.
So no,
Kid
I've
after
never
my
thought
own
about
heart.
asking if I could.
What's his
Never thought
favourite
about
Shrek?
The first one.
Oh, the second one's so much better.
He's not tried the second one much yet because when you put the first one on, he will sit in his little chair and watch the whole thing from start to finish.
Yeah.
Which means I can get the washing up done, I can get some washing on, I can actually do stuff, and then after he's finished, he wants snackies, which is normally half a banana and a yogurt.
Yeah, but that means that you listen to the please keep off of the grass, trying to shoes by your face.
I take it he can't rhyme yet.
He's not great at speaking yet. He's really advanced with everything, but he's behind on speaking.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Halloween one? Have you seen the Halloween one? They changed that song. YouTube.
No.
So there's a short story Shrek thing for Halloween. They go
It's on
to
Netflix.
they go to Duloc Castle as like a little dare who can stay there longest because it's all abandoned and now haunted and crap. And
watch
they
it this
pull the
night.
thing and it's changed the song to like a Halloween version of the opening Welcome to Duloc song. It's quite funny actually. Yeah. It's on Netflix. It's like holiday specials, and it's got Shrek holiday specials. And there's a couple of little shorts on there. They do like a Madagascar one.
Try him with the second one next, because he won't be disappointed. Coming from a fellow Shrek lover,
Yeah, I
2
do.
is the
I
best.
think there's the number 3 and number 4 on Netflix. I think number 2 is on Sky for free as well. So there you go. See, I even tell you where you can find all the stuff.
Game.
But long short of it, never thought.
So,
never thought
you're looking for somebody called Bod.
Bored. I will pass him that gold coin.
Bit for your time, isn't it?
Looking for blood or bod? Blood or bod?
Bod.
Double D or 1D?
B-O-D.
Is that weird puppety thing?
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It had a little tune and it was like,
Does he have the-
Oh, the Captain Scarlet kid.
And it was like, here comes
Does he
Bod.
have
And then look, Bod would, but that's like
I can
80s.
What's the stinky clan called?
Um,
What's the pub called?
most likely not.
Stinking
But-
human.
I think it's the
you will-
Stinky
you will know
Oyster
it
or
when you
something.
Stinky Clan. No, it's the
The moldy
Thank you.
mussel.
We'll be out momentarily.
Something
it was the
something with
oyster.
genitals.
It was the
I'll
something
take my
oyster.
Yeah.
Probably better not.
Yeah.
What's the pub called?
Where can we
What's the
find him for
stinky
the whole
clan
evening?
called?
Where are you going?
You're
Is
in
it the sick
Ireland.
Moldy- moldy
It's
oyster?
that gold
Sickly.
that they
Sickly.
use as the oyster.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Here
The
we go.
infected clan.
I will.
I spelled oyster.
Infected glam.
OYSTER.
Oh, boy.
I will walk in with Lilith, and I assume posse behind me. Is that better than
Posse.
Inquisitional raid?
Posse Patrol.
I suppose we are in posse mode because we're kind of relaxed, not trying to
Yeah.
start anything.
That's how the Inquisition starts.
Yeah.
Just chill, man. Just chill.
The
Instead
original.
of
And then
got
when-
murder hobos and just kill everything anyway. Like,
Yeah. Then when they say
for the Inquisition.
yeah, then when they say no, they got a naked barbarian on top of them. Hendrik's going to Jedi mind tricks into their deepest, darkest thoughts. He's singeing off their pubes with moonbeam. You're burning their toes, and Lilith is
You've got them like strapped to a chair upside down with their arsehole pointing up. Like, moonbeam.
So we have our torture ready.
Yeah. And I'll be there to clear the evidence afterwards.
Yeah.
Not much
We didn't
stinky
torture
clan,
it.
With your broom.
I mean, you're forgetting I don't shower, so my body parts aren't the best.
So
that's
yeah, in
torture
we go.
itself.
Yeah, it's just like, here's my crusty tit.
I'll go to the bar and I'll ask for a round of drinks for us, and then sort of the usual bar keep stuff. So how much is it for?
It's a relatively small tavern. You can see there's probably only around 5 tables altogether.
Where can I
and
get
there's
bitches
a booth,
around here?
like a small booth at the back. It's relatively dim in here. It's only sort of lit by candlelight. The brightest part is just the bar where you come in, and it creates a kind of L shape. The whole bar itself, and just sort of in the corner is where you get your drinks from.
Hendrik, we might need you to do your
Yeah. Well,
interviewing technique.
persuasion. Well, let's start with persuasion, and if simple persuasion doesn't work, then we have other means of unlocking the information.
How much for the round of drinks, my good man?
Sorry.
6 silver.
I will put the gold down. Go. We're looking for Bod.
Keep on coming.
He'll nod over in one direction and take the coin. And Bron, because you have such high passive perception, you can see that there is a small dark figure sat in the small booth at the back.
In the way he nodded.
Relatively silhouetted.
I think so. I will agree. Hendrik, take the lead with this one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
Do you want a backup boob?
Here's my crusty boob.
So I will
Peeling the whatever
what's-
clothing out.
Can I see what body's drinking?
You can see that he's just got a. If I was trying to think of the names of things. That's the one. Whatever those big bugs are called.
So I'll
Is that like a metal?
I'll grab a tankard of it, two tankards of ale from the round that's just been bought.
That's mine.
You can.
I like that from the round that's just been bought. One of you ain't getting a drink.
No, I'll take both over. I'll stand at a respectable distance from the table to grab his attention and sort of gesture that this beer is for him and is it okay for me to sit down. In fact, I will say, do you mind if I join you? There's something
Are you hitting it?
I'd like to talk to you about, please.
So you see him kind of lean towards you, and you can start to see his face now. You can see he's relatively rugged, and he's got a pipe in one side of his mouth as he comes through. You can see that he doesn't look like he's been in fights. Still got relatively nice skin. His beard's all very well groomed, but he's got this kind of like grubby cloak that's covering the majority of his face.
Mm-hmm.
Shit out.
Great. Well, glad to join you. I saw you drinking an ale. There's another one there if you like. So I'll get straight to the point. Is Bod, I believe, is that correct?
Aye.
Good. Glad to meet you, Bod. I'm Hendrik. I'm with the party that you can see stood at the bar there. You may not have picked up that we've been right in the heart of some of the battles against the dark forces that are trying to take over and corrupt this land. We're currently staying up in the castle with Bella, and my party and I are about to set off on a very important mission in the interests of the realm. But of course, we recognise that in this business no one does anything for free, and we'd be very interested in talking to you about potentially engaging the services of the Hummingbirds to help us in this particular quest. Is that a conversation you could help broker?
What be the job you be hiring us for?
Well, we'd like to secure safe passage from here to the Frost Mountains.
So you just want guards, eh?
Well, we expect there may well indeed be some trouble along the way in our battles against the dark forces. Let's just say we have ruffled a few feathers, and there may well be one or two bad actors out there looking to get revenge on the things that we've done. So it is essentially a protection job, but let's be straightforward. We are expecting that there will be some trouble along the way, so we need some of your good fighters. And beyond that, we need to get to a certain location in the mountains. And if you have any of your cohort that have got particular knowledge of the mountains, how to navigate them, that would be something we'd be prepared to pay a little bit extra for as well.
So you'll be needing stronger fighters and good climbers.
With knowledge of the mountains, exactly, yes.
I'm sure that's something we can organise. Is it the mountains that you're travelling to?
the mountains that we're travelling to are to the west. We understand that actually what we're trying to get to is the tallest peak of the mountains of the west. Now,
Very dangerous.
well,
job,
yes,
Russ.
and we wouldn't necessarily expect your guides to take us all the way to the peak, but certainly get us to the base of the peak that we would then need to understand how to scale. So yeah, the job is a protection guard to the mountains, and then let's say one or two experts mountain folk that can navigate us to the base of that peak.
Well, the mountain you'll be talking about will be called Giant Bane.
Giant Bane, yes, that sounds like the mountain in question indeed. Yes.
It's a very dangerous job here. Even climbing that, many have died.
Yes. Well, we recognise the danger. We are a well-experienced party adventurers, and we are well provisioned with traditional and indeed magical items to help us. But what we don't have is the knowledge of the land and strength in numbers. So, what would be the price, do you think, of providing that assistance to us?
Well, for us to guard you to Giant Bane, we would charge you 400 gold.
Okay, and that would be how many
That would
fighting
be
men?
5 of our best fighters.
Are you sure it's the best?
You can
400
fight them if you like.
Just like.
I imagine you've all kind of surrounded the
Yeah,
table.
yes, it's like there's a friendly conversation going on. I'm like, so I'm saying,
Right.
well, at this point, I'd say, let me introduce you to the party and quickly sort of, say this is Felix, Bron,
I'm still
Mystique, Dots. Everybody, this is Bod. He's been very helpful. Understand
People
what
too
we're trying.
friends. Price reduction.
Understands what
Not been
understands what we're
watched.
trying to do. And for the experts' knowledge of the mountains to guide us to the base of Giant's Bane.
Well, we would have to outsource the expert. But I can't see that costing more than 200 gold.
And would they have knowledge of the better route for us to take up Giant's Bane as well?
Well, we could find somebody with the best knowledge. But as I said, many people have died. I know somebody who's travelled up there several times.
Then get in there.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive, but
We'd
he's got
like
some
to
parts
hire-
missing.
That's fine. We'd like to hire his knowledge. He's gone up and down several times and he's still alive and kicking.
Kind of. Not kicking.
Still alive. I'll take that. We can regrow limbs.
So for 600 gold we can escort you to the mountain and we can send somebody with you.
If we can regrow limbs, can you knock some price off that? If we can fix your boy.
Well, it's a pricey thing. As
It's a
well as
high-level
regrow
spell.
limbs. Yeah, it's not one that I can personally do.
It's like a ninth level
Yeah.
spell.
Yeah, I just know it
Well, do it
is.
so we can do
so
it
I
then.
I'm not sure I want to cast Mind Breeder on him because he'll know that I'm doing that. I think that might create some bad faith, which seems to be quite a good negotiation at the moment. But can I just sort of try and discern his integrity and honesty at this point in time, just to do a quick sort of look into his eyes?
So we'll just
and-
do like a general insight check,
Yeah.
just so you can kind of see
yeah,
body language.
body language, general kind of
Okay, yeah, give me an insight
that
check.
kind of stuff.
Just quick look in the eyes like, like, what the fuck are you looking at?
It's 13.
So you can see that he's being relatively genuine.
Yeah.
He's not lying to you, he's kind of being
Yeah.
quite upfront about what.
So I say, Felix, can the Inquisition afford 600 gold?
The Inquisition can afford 500.
Okay.
Would 500?
Tits.
I have these two also large canines from a bone dragon.
that you might be interested in to supplement some of the auto cost for 500 gold?
Well, I could remove one of the fighters, and we could do 500 gold. I send you with 4 of our best fighters.
Which you all think, I mean, we are there also, so...
Exactly. What would the price be with?
I think four's good. Four's good.
I think 4's good, because
Yeah.
4 plus us
Yeah.
makes it a nice... We're in just into
Well,
double digits with...
Because the other thing is we also want to minimise our, kind of
But will they
visibility.
be at full
we don't
frame
want to be
capacity?
too too
I'll do whatever my character sheet's got.
yeah.
I've taken 500 gold out.
Okay.
Whack that out. Let's do it.
But will they need
Yeah.
to be at full
Yeah.
fighting capacity? Because if they're all fucking
gone
half
down a
dead.
lot.
So Bod, how,
Yeah, you just spent like 900 gold just this session.
so Bod, how long do you need to mobilise the?
Well, when would you like to set out?
Tomorrow.
Well, I think 24 hours.
Yep. How long do you need to get the knowledge, the best knowledge, and for that money, and the best fighters? We would ideally like to set out tomorrow morning. But if you need longer,
it's fine.
yeah. If you need longer, we
as
can,
soon as possible. But you tell us when you can get the quality people that.
I can have the escorts with you tomorrow,
Sounds good.
and I can have the man meet you there to take you up.
Sounds good.
Good.
What about the?
Or if you wait for 2 days,
Mhm.
you could travel with Paul.
You can let your man know he has met the right people, and I'll pull up Shadowmark when he sees,
And you'll all be like, ha ha ha.
and then put it down.
I have no idea what that means, my friend.
It's a way to
Wait.
distinguish. It's a way to distinguish that your man has met the right people. There's a lot of people in this world, I'm sure, as you know.
Well, let's wait. Was it an extra day?
It's just 2 days
2
to have
days.
everything, yeah.
2 days to travel with
The guide.
the guy and
Okay.
the
Because
guy.
I'm worried if we're late, if we get waylaid, if the guides.
So the
If
day
Josh
after,
can't make like 3 sessions
Yeah.
that was because my little boy was poorly.
Yeah.
and
So-
stuck yourself on lock-ins on every table.
Well, that's not.
Every single lock-in, Josh was on.
That was just a
Because-
schedule.
Yeah, I mean, we can sort of fast forward sleep through these 2 days if we need to, but I mean,
Yeah.
we also do want to make a decision about the broom. So
That
there's
might
also,
take some time.
so we also got the broom
Yeah.
challenge to
So
solve.
should we say 2 days?
Yeah.
In the morning, 2 days from now, then. And can I give him directions to the keep to our Fey Inquisition base at where we were staying?
We're in the big castle up there.
It's not quite. I think we've got a little manor house, haven't we?
Yeah,
We've
so
got a
in
manor
front of the
house inside.
castle there are several sort of manor houses.
We'll
And
meet at the
you're
castle.
in one of them.
You're just like, that's our castle there.
He's gonna
So-
know it belongs to Bella.
So from where you are,
I've
There's-
literally put that it's our castle.
there's a large,
So-
there's like 1,000 steps before you can reach the castle.
Fuck that.
at the top. So it's like a
do
steep.
we want to meet him at the city gates then? Because come all the way up and because the other things we don't really want to advertise. That we're-
Well, you're at the bottom of those
Oh, we're
stairs.
at the
It
bottom
just
of the
means that
steps,
just
okay,
the castle
fine.
itself is up those steps,
But
and
we,
you're just
but
at
we
the
don't. We
base.
still don't necessarily want to advertise that we're leaving the city with a big band of mercenaries because there might be some spies or
Good point.
people. So I think let's meet him at the city gates,
We'll do that.
and we'll be quite sort of stealthy.
We could,
Go in there.
we could even meet the guards kind of half a mile down the road. So all we're meeting is just one person.
You can meet them at the gates if you wanted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the gates I think is
Yeah.
good. Half a mile down the road, we might end up attacking them.
Yeah.
Yeah, meet me at the gates.
Oh, God damn it! Last time we saw those things, we killed them.
Meet me at the gates 2 days from now.
Okay. Have you got a name that they will be searching for?
Felix.
Felix and a crew.
Not the Inquisition.
Imagine you put the money in like a big bag.
If we're successful, then we'll start spreading that around.
Are you going to pay him all the money now, or pay like retainer now and the rest when they turn up in 2 days' time? I mean, he's just
good business. He might,
Yeah.
he might think we're suckers if we just give him 500 gold and say see you in 2 days. I mean, yeah, just
Well, let's leave the city now.
Some bloke we met in a pub.
That's
Like,
actually a good point, but to be fair, looking him up and down, does he actually have the hummingbird crest on it?
Give me a perception check.
But you never checked
could
that.
be the taxi
Oh my
driver's
God.
mate. This could be like Sam City.
That is 22.
I was told in the taxi that he probably won't have the iconography on him.
You can see there is a brooch under his cloak, but you can't quite see
Oh, shiny.
what's.
I will ask him about the brooch, saying, is that the brooch of your, just like, like a friendly, like, oh, is that the brooch of your Merc company that you...
He'll reveal it to be a hummingbird.
That's all right.
Brooch.
There we
Does
go.
it resemble the ones that we found on the bodies in there?
Or is it a counterfeit?
Give me a history check, because this was like 7 months back since you've seen one.
I'm assuming that's just going to be a 10. That's just a 10.
I mean, relative looks like a hummingbird.
Smart on that. So,
Alright.
here's 250 now, and we shall sort out the other 250 when we meet you at the gates with the rest of the company.
Two-door pip.
So he'll kind of take the gold and pull it back into a thing and carry on smoking the pipe. See you in 2 days. And thanks for the beer.
Just blow him a kiss like, bye, bed.
Right. So I think we should retreat to the Chateau Inquisition or
And talk about this bastard broom.
and sort the broom issue out for
Did you
tomorrow.
want to? We can bypass the Mages Guild on the way back.
Well,
If it's not too late in the evening.
What time is it?
Yeah.
We're looking at
It's 10 past 7.
I mean, that's
10
pretty
past
big.
10 past 10.
not now.
Alright, I thought you meant now.
Oh dear.
It's also dark out.
Alright. Three reasonable questions.
I'd imagine you're like mid-evening, so probably sort of 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It's just starting to get.
So I was right the first time, 10 past 7.
Bit late, isn't it, really, to go banging on the
Yeah.
Mages' doors?
And they're grumpy at the best of times apparently. So
It's not getting them after dinner.
yeah.
You've unpacked your stuff in your nice new.
And we've all picked our bedrooms.
Picked your rooms.
Yeah.
Go
Do
back.
you do the generic jumping on the bed
Mhm.
things?
I mean, if I have
your
someone to
stuff,
jump with me.
chuck your stuff on the bed and start jumping.
I think.
So, hey Felix, you want to come test the bed?
Yeah. I think
No.
we could go to the castle and ask if anyone's got any contacts in the Mages Guild. If anyone can make any representations on our behalf, just to introduce us to someone.
See if they can introduce us, maybe gain a little bit of favour,
Yeah.
not complete arseholes at the
Yeah.
door.
Just random.
Yeah.
We always get labelled as arseholes there, so.
I'll,
But
you
we
get-
don't have Ulrich though.
It's because you get your tits out every time, though.
Yeah, but like,
These are intellectual people that we're going to see. You need to keep the ladies in check.
Should we go into the
when have I
into the
ever
war
kept my
council
ladies in
going?
check?
Woo!
I don't know. These old wizards, they don't get a lot of pussy.
Exactly.
So actually,
Don't
you
get
know,
They
look.
might
not
be
not the
excited
fighters
to see a
guild.
bit
The
of
fighters
this.
guild, like
What if they're all
Yeah.
women?
get
I'm
loads of
sure
pussy.
they, I'm sure they might like it, but this is
Sexualists.
this is syphilitic, never been watched.
You've literally all just gone, oh, they're old men that haven't said anything for a while. What if they're all women?
They still haven't seen
Dot's
anything for a
hopeful,
while.
That's all. That's why she
They've
thinks
got
we're all
other women to see. They're there already. Don't need
I
your
don't think
crusty
it's
old
flashing
backs.
each other.
Don't need
My
your
backs are
crusty old backs.
legendary. Alright.
When we get
Smell
back to the
legendary.
chateau, or whatever you called
We're
it.
calling it the Chateau now.
Yeah.
The chateau.
It's not a French chateau, guys.
Chateau d'Inquisition.
I'm gonna.
Or do you want me to rustle something up?
Oh,
Nice
yeah,
and
go
warm
on.
before we go to bed.
That'll be lovely.
Yeah.
I'll,
I knew we kept you around for a reason.
Can't I use this? Other than burning
Changing my
things.
D&D.
Other than being mysterious and burning shit
I just
randomly.
halfway burn it, also known as cooking.
Joel,
Patriotic music on.
I'm going to cast locate object.
Okay. What are you trying to locate?
The object that I'm going to locate is not what you're thinking. I want to try and locate some magical climbing gloves. If it is within 1,000 feet.
Do you have to know it though?
That's what I was checking.
It says describe or name an object that is familiar to you. Gloves are familiar. Magic items are familiar.
Magical gloves? Boom.
You sense, I don't know, you sense the direction to the object's location as long as the object is within 1,000 feet.
So
of you.
what are you exactly
It's just
looking
a
for?
random fish for some like magic climbing gloves. Just on the off chance that it's like.
Can you stand
I'll just think of magic climbing gloves that I've never seen before and I'm not even too sure if they exist.
Yeah.
So I know that many weird magical items exist,
Right.
and we haven't actually bought any of the climbing gear yet. All we've purchased is a wagon, 2 horses, 2 sleds to go on the side, and some tents.
I did want to
So-
buy gear, but we bypassed all that.
You've got some beetles.
We didn't get
We
around to
didn't get
buying any of them
anything.
yet.
No.
Okay.
So for large winter cloaks and kind of you're looking at kind of sheepskin.
Can we check the wardrobes here?
Let me fit.
Sorry.
With the sort of sheepskin trousers, so you can see are obviously meant for thermal wear. For the sort of spikes that can go over your shoes to get through, and obviously some ice picks. Are they ice picks? I can't remember what they're called.
The climbing pins.
Yeah, they're like
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
pickaxes that are meant for.
And they tie onto your thing, so if you drop, they just sort of hang.
I don't know if they're
around
that
your feet.
fancy.
Crampons. They're the things you put in your feet.
Yes.
With
Yes.
cramp twins. That's what I
Crampons.
thought.
Oh, I fucking love the Cramp Twins.
Like,
Get your boy on that.
for all of that
Cramp-
gear, it's
crampons
probably
and
going to
climbing
cost you about
axes.
7 gold each.
Yeah.
The Inquisition can do that.
Quite sort of specialist items.
14.
Can I check the wardrobes in our little chateau?
Check the wardrobe in your
749.
chateau.
Yeah.
Like-
Can I go round in? I want to go and explore the chateau.
Yeah, they magically know exactly what rooms you were all going to pick. If
Joe.
you've got a full wardrobe full of clothes. No,
Sorry.
there's nothing in the wardrobe.
I will add
Yeah.
it to the
You
cart's.
can buy your own stuff. That's it.
I'll add it to the cart's inventory, but just so you know, I'm not fudging it. I'd buy 7 sets, so 1 for each hit, and then 2 spare for whoever we get on the table, so that I can kit them out.
Okay,
Whoever
If
else is
they
there.
join the
There's 6
Inquisition.
people here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Roman. 6.
8.
Don't forget the
I
little
was like, where's the 7th?
Yeah. I forget. Yeah, so I'd buy 8 lots, which is 56 gold. But just so you know that next time when you go, well, where do they magically bloody come from?
You
I
give
would
it
have
to-
bought. I would have stocked them up and put them on the cart.
You don't locate any magic.
Yeah, that was going to happen, but you gotta try. Just so I know, so it would be a set of warm clothes.
I'm just looking at what's in Remin's bag.
The cloak is on.
I'm laughing because you guys have just bought loads of stuff and nobody thought to check Remin.
Ooh, Renan.
In his bag, he pulls out like a.
And you and
a
Doc
snow
bought you
sled.
like hats and a
The
scarf and some
snowmobile and
gloves.
Plus,
It-
plus
yeah.
10 climbing gloves. It doesn't
He
matter.
might not always be with
Yeah.
us. He might be off on
Yeah.
other side missions, so it's always good to have our set as well. So it's a set of warm clothes with some
You've got a
pittance.
grappling hook and everything.
And Remin's got a
There was-
grappling hook.
So much stuff on him.
How can he walk? He's so little.
He's got bags of holdings. Basically, they're sacks that you can
Pittance.
fill
Can
up.
we just use bags? Sacks is such a.
Yeah, but a
horrible
bag
word.
can be like that
Yeah.
big to
Oh,
that big,
no.
and a sack is like,
Yeah.
you know,
I know,
they're
it's
they're
just
quite
such a
big bags in
horrible
comparison
word.
to him.
Well, if we're doing the kind of the French thing, we could use.
And they can hold
regime.
500 pounds, but they only weigh
Yes, the
15
fucking-
pounds.
Ugh.
Teeny tot time.
Yeah. Tots
So-
TV.
That's it.
I'll add them later. So if everyone wants to add warm clothes, pittance, climbing axes, rope, spikes on shoes.
And we're
We're
gonna
going
do
to have to list
that
that
again.
again in a minute.
Yeah, you might going to need to custom item some of this stuff, but if you add it to your inventory now, then if it comes up in like 4 sessions time when we're halfway up the mountain, at least you know that you've
I'm
got
just
hold
going
of
to
it.
say full climbing gear.
Yeah, warm clothes
Yeah.
and
Yeah, maybe.
Full mountain climbing
Yeah,
gear.
if you put in the description, if you put the item down as climbing gear, and then in the description, if you just list it,
you're gonna look like Eskimos with these big.
Eskimos is offensive, they're Inuits.
That's one. Why did we look for a ring
Just
of
saying.
Your mum's offensive.
It's only
Bitch, you love my mom.
it's only offensive if you meant it in a derogative.
Yeah, I just meant, I was thinking of, where they're all like all rounded and with a big fluffy coat on and things.
I bet Remington's got a bloody ring of warmth, doesn't he?
No. No, but you can,
How much would grappling hooks be? Because I like the sound of some grappling, getting a couple of grappling hooks.
Oh wait, let me have a look. What was that? No idea how much.
Remin's got one, hasn't he? Right, description. So,
He's got one, but what happens if that one breaks?
Yeah.
It'd be good to have a couple of them.
2 gold each. Let me just make sure that's not the full. When tied to the end of a rope, okay, so you need rope as well. Grappling hook can secure the rope to a battlement, window ledge, tree, limb, or other.
Oh, so it's like an attachment. And it's 2
Yeah,
gold.
so basically it's like just the grapple hook head.
2 gold
and
for
then
one.
you put- yeah, and then you put the
3? Does 3 sound?
what are them? What are them things?
I think they're
Can you spell it?
pitons.
Pitons.
I don't know what.
So I've got warm clothes, snowshoe spikes, them nail things.
Yep, climbing axes. Or ice picks, whichever.
Ice
I've got
picks.
both because they're actually slightly different.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Trust you, don't know.
Climbing axes and
Well,
ice picks
Well, yeah, I think ice picks are for
ice only.
getting.
You get a
the
bag of
ice.
chalk as
Whereas,
well.
whereas climbing, the climbing axes are the things that you actually put into
Yeah,
the thing.
we-
and pull yourself
We
up
want
on, which
climbing
is,
axes.
The little ice picks are just,
Fine, you win.
Climbing axes
Yeah.
and
Oh, so we just
spikes on shoes.
can
Yeah,
we
I've
just,
put snowshoe spikes.
Is that actually a climber's kit? On
yeah, a climber's kit includes special batons, boot tips, gloves, and a harness, and you can use the climber's kit as an action to anchor yourself when you do. You can't fall
That
more than
makes life
25 feet
easier.
from the point you've anchored yourself, and you can't climb more than 25
Well, it's
feet.
that and warm clothes, then I imagine.
Yeah.
So okay, so what's that called?
Climber's kit.
How much is it? Has that got a cost next to it?
It's 25 gold each.
So
So,
that's 25 gold each.
Yeah.
I'll have to up it.
Just do 25 gold, and that'll include the.
It's 25 gold for one climber's kit.
Yeah, but I mean that'll include all your clothing and everything.
Yeah. I'll do maths in that second.
Yeah. Yeah, there is no adventuring gear. Oh yeah, because it's got a harness, it's got like real proper stuff in it, so you can abseil down and.
Cool. Climber's kit then, that is.
You can hang 25 feet from it as well.
Yeah.
That is what we want. Could we say that I bought some normal arrows to top myself up to 40?
If you want to buy yourself some normal arrows.
I've only got 24.
I don't know how much a quiver holds.
1.2 gold. They come in bundle
sure
sizes of 20.
I'm going to say, I'm sure a quiver just holds 20.
Yeah. They come in bundle sizes of 20, so I'd have like 20 in the sack and 20.
Yeah, a quiver can hold up
Yeah.
to 20 arrows.
Well, have you seen it with like the type of arrows with like a rope?
But if
You
I
just
just
carry like
if I just take 20, I'm
Yeah.
running out of arrows.
Well, you
Yeah.
can take a quiver of 20 and then you can put 20 in the
How
cart.
much are we paying for any of this?
At the
And
moment,
Devin's got some.
Okay.
my issue is I don't think I'm going to be able to pick them up in the snow because they're going to get lost, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
Do you want me to carry some for you?
I think 40 is fine.
Wrong thing.
and then technically I've got 55 because I've got 3 + 1 arrows and then 12 other magic arrows
I reckon you
that are
could.
just regular arrows.
Yeah, because that's what? 20 rounds?
If I tie a bottle of beer with a bit of cloth on to an arrow and then light the beer, Molotov arrow.
I'll go, and the arrow go. With the weight of the.
I mean, it
with
would.
the weight of the bowl.
It wouldn't with a longbow with the poundage. That's going to go.
I mean, I don't know. They're balanced for weight. So as soon as you fire an
Tie a
arrow
rock
with a
on the
weight
other end.
hanging,
Yeah, and a rock on the other end.
Oh, there is. Oh, it's a Molotov.
it's like tying
Yeah,
something to a
Molotovs.
dart and then open it on the fly straight and
Is
throw
it
it.
actually Molotov?
No, that's your Molotovs, yeah. So in Molotov, you can. So
Muzzle
you
tart.
spend an action to light it.
There's also like laser guns and stuff.
Well, we get
So
some of that.
basically, if you throw it,
But when you start looking to the gear, there's like laser guns. and
Is that
stuff.
when dot flashes?
There's basically 1d6 if they fail it, and then a 1d6 every turn until they put the flames out.
How much does
So
that
you can
cost?
literally have Molotov from someone.
I mean, what is it? That's going to be a strength to
find
throw.
it?
I ain't going to throw that far.
Yeah,
Is it dex?
it's a dex save, but I don't know about the throw.
Does,
Can you imagine just all of us above a ridge looking at like a Wendigo? Molotovs.
Fireproof clothing. or-
Inquisition,
I don't want to take
help
some.
me be
Oh, there you go.
because I'm a bit worried about my
How can you be fireproof? Didn't somebody get a fireproof? No, I think Orug's got it, hasn't he? Fire resistance potion.
I kind of do something a bit permanent, like whether it's something to wear or a ring or something.
Yeah, that's it. Just load you up with magic items and screw all my session plans up.
Some
Because I'm like,
rings,
yeah,
frost, lightning, fire.
I think you're only allowed 2. I think you can have
Oh,
one
yeah.
in each hand, and that's
Okay.
the sort of rule in for magic rings.
Was it the Mandarin? It's 10 rings.
Yeah, just load. I was laughing because I was like, if I loaded you all up with magic items, all of the creatures become like obsolete. So like CR10s are basically like CR4s once you've got magic items. So I just have to put like CR20s up against you, and that's when things start to get nasty because I'm pretty sure that thing is a CR23.
It is, yeah. Well, it's up there, definitely.
Yeah,
So
but
that
imagine the
massive dragon.
experience
Oh,
we'd get
dragon.
for defeating it with all our magic items.
I got a lot from running away from it.
So I think they were like level 14.
Yeah.
Some of them leveled up 2 levels after killing that.
Yeah. But they had to get like
Or was it
ingenious
a level? They level. No, it was
The
2
high
levels
level's
after
got
Morfell.
one level.
It was 2 levels after Morfell, and it was like a level they got. Up.
Yeah, and one
Yeah,
level.
so the more magic items that I gift you, the harder the creatures are going to be. The more likely you are to lose your character
I said
and
we
the
didn't
magic
reason for
item.
it so far.
You have to
So,
say it.
So
That's
I've
fucking
taken off
easy.
the gold for the climb, for all the climbers kit, same amount, so that we've got a couple spare for whomever may answer the call extra. And then Renan's got a climbers kit as well, and cobalt size warm clothing,
Oh, cute.
because he may have.
What about Lilith? Does Lilith get like a little?
Oh no,
crazy
she's in
outfit?
her element there. She's a cold. She's a blue drake, so she's cold is.
Yeah, but she would look so cute in a little fluffy
She's
jacket.
immune to any cold effects.
But she still look cute though. Doesn't mean just because she's immune doesn't mean she.
I'm not dressing her up. She's not a dressing up. She's a lovely little drake.
The dragon's going to be resistant.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Dragon
what?
Scales might- Dragon Scales might be.
But is that going to like suit even rarer than like a magic?
Well, I mean, Tatiana's a dragon.
I mean, so what you're saying is, so Lilith isn't actually a dragon. She's a drake.
I'm not. anything about
So
Lilith.
she's a
I'm
drake,
just thinking
okay.
about this thing.
Oh, that thing. That'll be fire, 'cause that's a red one, isn't it? You want a blue one for cold.
Oh no, I'm just worried with all my fire stuff. One
Well,
day
I've got
something's
blood
going to
for
go
poison.
real bad,
Oh, well, you get
Yeah,
like fire
yeah.
immunities. I'm with you.
or just something resistance. Or
Just
not.
take correct water. And then if you do,
Splash.
put yourself out. So I think someone did it where they did heat armor and then someone else put water and then they like obviously at the end it cracked because it's
There's
instant.
a spell you can get. It's called Chromatic Orb. You choose the element. So you can choose
Oh,
fire
that'd be a good
every
one, yeah.
single time, but then that one time you're like, I'm against a fire elemental, you could swap it over to something slightly different.
Okay. Have a go at
There's
one.
a few of them chromatics. There's a few of them that you
Yeah.
can mess about with the elements.
Yeah, the spells are called Chromatic, and then
Yeah, and then
Orb
whatever.
is the standard one, and
It's chromatic missile as well.
it's actually quite nice. I think it's like several D8 damage. It's a nice little damage.
I can remember what
There's a
gives
chromatic spray, which is like
advantage.
burning hands, but
Yeah, that's it.
Ooh,
Chromatic
that
spray.
sounds good.
but you choose the damage.
I'm only
These wizards though. These wizard spells.
No, Percival's got them with sorcerer.
Oh yeah.
I'm only like 122 XP points from the next level, so you know.
You know he's going to give you 120.
0.5.
Yeah, just leave you that little. Like,
Can you give
Okay.
XP?
how much you get for fucking a guard?
I was
That's
gonna
my
look for a
job.
map to stamp on.
I would. That's this evening's entertainment. Watching Doc try stamp on rats outside.
Grinds the experience. I'm exactly the same. 1, 2, 2 is what I need. So we'll go stomping together. or we could like fight each other for a little.
See, the thing is, I can't remember
Spar each other.
the last session that I did. I can't remember if I had the XP or not.
Can't remember who that
Did we do it at the table?
Yeah, we did, because I gave it. Because I wasn't sure if I'd get another session in before Christmas.
Because if we did it at the table, I probably did add it.
Was it? If it was the session,
It was like 330, wasn't it?
I could probably tell you. So I'll go back and I'll write it down. If I've got my thing at home. But the session before the week of Christmas one, we did do that one at the table. I think the week of Christmas, we didn't do that at the table.
No, because I had to ask.
Yeah.
And it had been sent out.
Yeah, the
post
Christmas
session.
week one wasn't at the table, so your one would have been done at the table.
Mhm.
It was the one that you missed wasn't done at the table.
That's alright then, because. Okay, so
was
I
one of them.
need.
Because that very
Oh,
last
yeah,
one,
I remember.
we
I
overran, didn't
I
we?
put it up because I know the last one we were
Oh, no,
early.
no, yeah, we were early,
no,
but they
no.
were just really, really early. Because they
Yeah,
finished
the
at like 9.
TPK
didn't
and everything.
Yeah, that was the lizard one.
They
wasn't
finished
it?
at
They
like
all
9.
died, yeah.
So, I think, should we fast track to next morning then? We've got all our shit that we need kit-wise, I think.
Unless you want to wait for anybody else.
I need 226.
Well, before we set out, we've got to do the Mage Guild.
Oh yeah. If you want to.
So we're just going to
So
pop
is that
to see
scheduled
about the Mage
before?
Guild.
Mhm.
Then we can leave it at waiting at the front gate, and then should 2 others join, we're technically still in the town, aren't we? So we're safe for them to join. Is that correct?
We're safe.
Unless Hypnos attacks the town, and the whole
We're
campaign.
behind walls, so we're safe.
So are we waiting for other adventurers?
So I think
March to
if we
round.
if we skip to next morning,
Yeah.
we'll do the broom bits.
Yeah.
And then we will sort of end session at the gates, waiting for our entourage to come, so that if there's 2 more people that want to join in on the session, then
Yes.
we're
But
technically
we-
still in town, so
Yeah,
they can
okay,
join
got
us.
it.
But we still need to vote them in, or vote. Or
They would
kick 'em
still
out.
not be supplementary. It depends who it is.
Yeah.
So it depends who
Or
it
it
is.
can fuck.
So if it's someone who's already earned that like kind of trust,
Oh yeah.
We would still have to do. We would probably not do the interview. For example, if it's Orog, we'd probably do a vote.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can travel with us as part of the party, but not necessarily part of the Inquisition.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah.
that's-
But
we-
we
we
still
can-
do what we're doing,
we
but
can
not
have-
know any of our little
We can have
secrets.
non-inquisitional people in the party. That's not a problem.
Oh, I know that.
And it depends who it is, because Orog has
But
been
then,
around.
but then you're gonna have to do all little meetings
Uruk
whilst
has
on
been
the
around
move
with-
without them,
Yeah.
and then people will be going, "I'd like to perception check what they're talking about."
Yeah, Orog has been around with Felix and Bron longer than you guys have, so there's that vouch there for that. He is a bit.
Twat.
Yeah,
He's our twat.
but he,
Technically, he's been the one that's been right all along.
I know, but he's still he's a twat. He's a twat about it.
He told
So
you
he's-
to kill Theo, and nobody
But
did.
was that what his dream was about, or his experience was about?
no, that was great. But that's what. So
Sorry, we were supposed
Are
to
we
kill
allowed
Theo?
to know what that's about now?
Theo was the evil
Theo
tree.
was
Theo's dead.
dead.
Was he?
Yeah, he was bad. He was one of the corrupted Trents.
Are we allowed to know
So
what
actually, it
his
was
name
pure
now?
luck.
And while he was
That I'm getting
tied
dragged
up,
away and
Orog
killed.
said that
Okay.
should burn him
Yeah, he did.
But when we first met him, Orog wanted to burn him to the ground.
while he was still chained up.
But obviously, we didn't see him as an evil treant, so
and then he's had a thing against the
Yeah.
centaurs the whole time.
so I basically told
And he
told
didn't
Orog.
want to give Hypnos his crown back.
So really, Orog has been the only one who's like really been the good guy without knowing it.
Yeah, I told Orog off, and he stood off in a strop outside because I wouldn't let him go.
Because he's a twat.
He killed a lot of goblins, aka children.
It's
didn't he?
it's
So-
it's one of those.
Oh, was that Bron?
He killed about 2 goblins, and then Bron just moonbeamed about 16 of them.
Funny enough, we were all like, man, these are dying really easy. Like, one hit and these die. I mean, now it makes sense why, but at the time we were like, fuck, these are weak goblins. Probably have like 1 HP, didn't they? So
It's similar to Goliath, wasn't it?
So with Uruk,
My poor baby.
it's a case of, yeah, okay, he comes across as a dick, but he's one of those people that, okay, he may come across as a dick and a bit greedy, but he's always done the morally right thing when it came to it. So
On the process, but he's done it.
yeah, it's one of those things that, although his head might not be in the right place, his heart has always ended
He had a really good
in the right
thing
place.
when Mika went for the helmet as well. He hit his head, and then a minor illusion, the helmet falling.
So it's one of those that Felix with him sees past his surface flaws to he sees him as he is a good guy deep down, and it's sort of like we can coax him over to be properly good. He's never done anything.
Yeah, but he's got to
bad.
follow our rules.
And he has to accept those. He might not.
Just because we've got to start tomorrow, I'll just show off.
Yeah.
It's only for this, sorry, it's an hour back.
We've only got to do the mage.
Yeah,
Mage
I think I've got 5 in the morning. So.
Yeah, everyone try and get it. I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. But I don't live an hour away.
No, but then I go another hour and a half more south.
Yeah.
I live in Birmingham, but near London. And
So are we allowed to know what Kieran's vision was about then? Now.
If Kieran tells you.
I was going to say, Kieran tells me.
Right.
He's not going to tell me anything.
Yeah, I'll sort it out. John's going to catch
You're
me.
with us. You don't even know he had a vision, really, apart from...
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll...
I've seen him
Big value
whispering
for
with other
change.
people about something.
I think it was 200.
Oh, hello, if you had the money out.
That's for the session and then the snacks.
Just text me what you've
I'm
had.
allowed to. Cool.
So yeah, so with Orog, this is literally Felix's petition to you guys. Like although he is an arsehole and he's susceptible to greed and things like that, he has always done the morally right thing. He has
But
never.
do you think he can follow our rules though? It's alright you protesting for it, but we have set rules. And he can fucking follow him like we all do.
I think he could.
Brian would also vouch for it.
Yeah, I think he could.
Can we have
I
the
think
rule,
he's
no
one of-
flashing your tits?
He's one of those souls that needs a bit of
Cheers.
guidance.
Cheers,
See you later.
I'll put the XP in the group for you.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Yeah.
Thanks for the session.
He's one of those people that needs the guidance. Not everyone has such an easy time in life. Some of us need a
Then
little
you
bit
can
of
be his
help
little guardian then.
along the way.
Because we ain't
And that's what-
babysitters.
Felix is the 7th guardian!
And that's what 8th.
I was just taking a piss out the 6th guardians and then you being the 7th.
But there's already set.
I know, but usually there's 6.
And then there's and I have been trying to guide him onto the right path. I feel like it's going well, and I think this would be good for him. He is also, whilst he's not here, I will say he is an incredibly intelligent being, and although we didn't want
Have
to.
you seen the armour he's wearing? Doesn't look that fucking intelligent to me. He's wearing an armour that doesn't fit. And stops him from doing stuff.
Intelligence transcends, as I'm sure my Perilot friends will attest to. Intelligence transcends clothing.
I think he wears it for fear. He's scared of something hurting him.
You ever been shot? Hurts, doesn't it, Remin?
I just think he looks like a twat. He knows that it affects his speed, and he knows it makes him hunched over.
I'll try and hit him.
I mean, being
I
what?
don't have to try and hit him. All I've got to do is shoot something at him, and it fucking goes straight for him.
I mean, I'm just also saying, not washing causes infections, and yet you don't wash.
Oh, yeah, I like infections.
Yeah, that's a funny looking rash you've got.
Yeah,
Right.
they kill you real fast, though.
I got that rash checked, and it was nothing. I even have it in my notes that my rash turned out to be nothing. Okay? Don't backfire on that now.
6 months later. Yours
Sepsis
might turn
is a
out to be
killer.
nothing.
But yeah, so and if like some brand new characters
Plus, I'm
come,
thick as fuck.
if some brand new characters come, then obviously we won't indoctrinate them. They won't have privy to the map. We'll see how they get on. Obviously, if they're great, then we can look at recruiting them. Sorry.
Thank you.
If
you look at
new
recruiting
people
them
come,
later on.
where are they going to stay if you've turned that Like adventurers
They
guild.
can be
into
initiate. They can be initiates into it, so they won't be privy to the secrets, but they
It
can
can be like a fraternity.
castle.
You've got to like pass all these tests
What you have
and
to-
like suck
The,
dick
the
and
chateau.
do stuff to goats and things. It can be like a
That-
fraternity.
No,
To be bully.
You've got to like fuck a goat
I
or
think you
something.
got it
I
right.
might have it. It might be mine.
Chateau Inquisitor.
I realised that
if we've got like an initiate area where they can just sleep.
Yeah, all together are like on bedrolls on the floor.
Do we have a barn?
Kitchen.
A barn?
You've got a
in the
stable just
kitchen.
outside.
There's a stable outside.
Yeah, but they can fuck the horses for it.
Jesus Christ! Why is it always sexual?
Because there's
Well,
fraternity
there are
shit.
some spare beds, right? So there are
Fuck is
there are
spare
1,
beds.
2, 3, 4 spare beds.
We're not going to have that many initiates on the go at the same time. Really.
Exactly. I think it's a little bit
You-
elitist.
you
right,
could-
to say right as
You could
if
change
you're
one
not gonna
room to
sleep
just be
in the
full of
barn
like
until
bunk
you're an
beds.
official member
guess
of
so,
the
yeah.
Inquisition.
Especially considering our Inquisition is like
Yeah, Josh.
reputation zero.
Yeah.
You could take one of the beds out and you could put in like 3 bunk beds.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
like
we'll do
6.
that for
Yeah.
an initiate room. And then newer adventurers that are coming onto the table, they can go there and they can sort of, I don't know if
You
we-
get the shitty room with no storage for your items.
obviously as a DM, you know, you can say like, this is we're obviously, they won't be attending our meetings until they can prove to us that they are trustworthy, reliable and morally good.
Because we share all the information. When we do welcome into the meetings, do we have to go over everything? Sorry, was that your fault?
Well, no, we can information share the current goings on, but then they will get access to the old ledger that we then.
Yes.
And if they're in the chateau, then they will be able to read the material.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if
what-
they're just
what they call minutes,
initiates,
you'd be writing the
they
minutes
shouldn't have
of
access
the meeting
to our
that they'd be able to
little
know.
book.
Until
If they're yeah.
How am I getting the same amount of work as you?
Maybe there's like a sort of basic.
You would,
level
but
of
there's gonna be. We're all gonna be
access to,
equals.
and
There's
then
gonna be
there's
no
like,
leaders.
The
I'm gonna
big
do all the
diary.
work.
Yeah.
you see
So
how no one else
The basic
You might as well
one
just
No
call
one else
yourself.
wants to do all the
and the big
You
one
might
would
as
be
well
like
just
tucked
call
underneath,
yourself
like,
all of the. You know, I'm the leader of the Inquisition, and then it would have made sense.
No.
But now you're like, we're all equals, but I'm gonna do all the work.
skirting
Skirting
board.
board. Oh, okay.
I've been ill. Leave me alone.
It's just how we
My
got to
brain's
skirting
not
board.
working.
It's just. Can I just check as well? The F in Fey Inquisition doesn't really stand for Felix.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
really
think.
like-
Felix
I did think you've already voted
It's
Yeah.
the Felix Inquisition.
Yeah, it's actually Felix's Inquisition.
Yeah.
With
That's
Felix's
not-
angel.
I genuinely didn't even think about that at all. However, it's nice when things line up like that.
The Felix Inquisition.
God's honest truth, that never even came to me about it.
What's
The
Felix's
Fey Inquisition
second name?
actually came from what Bron's been said. He's been doing his character as. He's always said it's the Fey Inquisition, so that's where I drew that
What's
name
Felix? Felix got a second one. Firebrand.
from. Scalebrand.
Scalebrand. Felix Scalebrand. Okay.
Scalebrand.
Okay. So it's not FS.
No,
It's
yeah.
it is FI. So.
If it was FI, that would be
Yeah, but
very
there's
convenient.
an F
wouldn't it?
and an I in Felix.
Yeah. Where's the symbol again? I don't know. Look at it. It's like
I expect you to come in
Da
with a
Vinci
tattoo of
Codex,
it one
like-
day.
There's not an X in it.
It's literally just F and an I. Can you do? You probably can do
that's
an
the
S.
isn't it? It's like,
I
I
can
mean,
see
you've got
an
an
E.
I, you've got an E.
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
in fact, you can spell FEL.
Yeah.
X.
There's only an X. There's only an X missing.
Just,
no
you
X.
just need an X, like
should we just change this branding to X and fuck it? That's it.
You could just put like one line diagonally and it would spell Felix completely.
That wasn't intended.
It would be the Felix Inquisition.
Right, shall we bypass this now? Because I've been clearly found out. I mean, it's just nice when things work out. And then, should we head on over to the Mage Guild?
Sounds good.
I thought we were waiting because
So
it's
what is
late
it?
at night.
What is it you're looking
That's
to
next
do
Oh,
when you
okay.
get to the Mages Guild?
right. So we are looking.
What are your plans?
So the plan is to see if there is someone whose services we can procure who is an expert in divination or whatever the school of magic is that will allow us to definitively identify whether the broom has a tracking or a homing or some sort of a psychic connection to Hypnos that would allow him to identify its location at any given time.
Okay.
And if that is the case, whether they or a colleague have got the abilities to either remove or cloak that that sort of ability to detect it.
We're still talking about the broom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just like. Wait for Josh to get back.
That sounds encouraging.
Well, I
Because
don't wanna-
if the answer was no, then we wouldn't need Josh to.
Unless it's they try it and something goes wrong. So we need everyone here to witness. Dot go across the walls.
Wait, you killed mages already? I don't went to pee, can I get XP for that?
Okay. So
Alright, the evidence.
I've inquired as to whether there's anyone that can help us identify whether there's any magic that will allow us to track us, and if there is, whether that they or a colleague can either cloak it or remove it.
That's pretty much what we're after.
Yeah.
In a warlock, can I ask for like a gift off the?
Off your patron.
Yeah, when you level
Pay
up.
tributes to the Mages Guild rather
You
than
get a gift from your patron when you level up.
Is it only when I level up?
Pretty much. It's a lot of it is like your patron gifts you this and
Oh, so it says it when.
yeah.
Okay,
so
right,
like
yeah.
so as you level up, basically when you do what you're supposed to do, so you thing,
That's
they
all right then.
gift you with stuff.
As long as I've not been missing that.
Which is why
Each
you end
level
up
up,
with
I just
you get like the best familiars and everything if you choose the Pact of the Chain.
Oh yeah, I think I get to choose my pact this time. Was it level 4 pact? Well, anyway,
Can't remember.
So you come to this sort of square tower. I say tower. It's like it's relatively large square. Goes up several stories, but doesn't seem to like overshadow any of the houses. It's about twice the size of a normal house, so it stands out. You can see that there aren't any windows. There is just a single door and some steps leading up to the door.
We've reached another cult.
Up I go and I'll go.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
I think that's going to just be a straight 4.
Not that pretty now.
No. Yep, just a 4. Everything's.
Everything is 4.
It's a good job we haven't been in combat tonight because
Yeah.
the rolls have not been great.
The dice are clearly
Yes, they
recovering
go
from
in
the
spa and they
Christmas
look
break.
like idiots.
They're just going to. Get away from me!
Shoot! Shoot, nasty!
You can. So behind the door, you can hear. Shh, shh, shh. What's the problem with an illiterate wizard? You can hear through the door.
Can we all hear that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite loudly.
They
What's the
can't,
problem
they can't
There's the
spell.
second. There's somebody.
They can't spell.
And then you hear both of them burst out laughing, and the door starts to open.
That was better than my answer.
Straight away, you bastard! I've got more jokes here.
Have you heard that one before?
I've got more jokes here.
Tell us
What's,
another one then.
what's the best school of magic for cow wizards?
Oh, I don't know.
Moodoo! You can see that there are two small old gnomes that are standing by the door as the door opens. You can see one of them is on the floor laughing, and the other one is like holding on to the door laughing.
Oh,
The one that's
cute.
on the floor laughing, Lilith will go up to and start sort of snuffling their belly.
Oh, I've got another one with this one. What do you call a wizard who likes to use ice magic?
I don't know.
A blizzard!
Is it just the one that's telling the jokes?
The one that stood by the door is the one that makes that one.
Oh, what's your name? I like you too. You're quite funny. What's your names?
Oh, I'm Bob, and that's Drew.
Bob and Drew.
Well, actually, that's Bob. But
And they were gnomes.
yes, we're gnome wizards. What can we do you for?
Irish gnome wizards.
I can't do accents. It's just whatever comes out of the toy.
We're in need of a little bit though.
What's the place called?
It would last.
Amazing.
Mage Hot.
Oh, is it mages, not with...
It's the Mage Guild, but they're wizards. I don't know.
You can
I
hear
just
from
got
further
wizards out when I
inside,
was
somebody's going, "Did you tell him about the vampire one?"
But
No, we haven't got that far.
before you get on to those jokes, we should love to hear some more, but we are in need a little bit of help. I'm sure my esteemed colleague Dot here will be able to give you more details.
I'll swoop out the broom from behind my back. Hold it out. This broom, it flies if I say a particular person's name, but he's not very popular around here, so I'm not going to say his name right now. But we're worried that he might have some kind of connection with it.
Ooh.
Can you check? And also, if there is one, is there a way of disconnecting him from it?
Without removing the magical properties that are also on the broom.
Because I could buy a broom at the shop.
But not a flying one.
Could we take a look? Bring it in. You can see that as you enter, this room is much larger than the outside of the building. You can see that it is just a big open sort of octagon. Is that octagon? They're kind of 8-sided.
Octagon.
Octagon, that's the one. I think I was close.
Yes, octopus is
Like-
8, has 8 legs, so
yeah, it's
octagon
yeah,
has
it's-
8 sides.
Yeah, I was close. Like an octa something. And you can see that there is just a big sort of stone table in the centre of this room.
There's a chair
We've just met Dr. Fucking Who is bigger on the inside.
You can
Like my
see that
family.
as you walk in and look up, you can see that this tower spreads much higher than you could see before, and there are like balconies that and you can see dancing lights kind of lighting the place up. And there's lots of gnome heads that are leaning over the balconies.
Oh. Oh no. Excellent.
Gnome is spelled with a K, right?
Yeah, G-N-O-M-E.
Yeah, I'll put K. Completely wrong. I knew it was a silent letter, just didn't know which one.
I just lean
like
into my
a
spelling
knife.
mistakes for the characters.
Could have just put N-O-M-E, it still says the same thing.
Good gnome.
Good, no, yeah, pretty much.
Should I put it on the table?
Put it on the table, we'll take a look.
I'll put it on and then I'll
Can I have another joke
Come here,
first?
come here.
and I'm gonna
You
whisper
want
in
more
his
jokes?
Yeah, I want one.
Oh.
easily distracted.
I just want to hear the vampire one. Sorry.
You want the vampire
I want
joke?
the vampire one.
She wants the vampire joke! You can hear everybody kind of scuffling.
Tell the truth.
Why did the vampire fall in love with the wizard?
Something about his heart, or
Because the wizard was a necromancer!
oh,
You can hear the whole place erupt with laughter from these gnomes. Like,
See why they said they were dicks. You can't get much out of them without doing jokes.
favourite.
You're welcome.
Do they all look different, or do they all the names look the same?
You can see that there are different variations of the, they've got different kind of hair colours.
It's not like some freakish mirror image thing.
But
There's
otherwise,
just one gnome in.
one
Yeah.
giant gnome split into thousands.
Yeah, some
Uh,
simulacrum
No,
plus.
why didn't I think of that? That would be great.
Because there's that
I'm Bob, that guy's Bob too, it's Bob number 3.
there's that simulacrum clone combo that can be done by hired wizards, isn't there?
I just like having a big tower full of gnomes.
All called Bob.
Gnomey. It's my Gnomey tower. Like, all cool Bob. But that'd be great. Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4.
You know, it's when they don't even put numbers, but they know the difference between
Bob
Bob and
and
Bob
Bob.
and Bob.
It'd be like Ed, and Eddie.
Yeah.
That's Eddie, Edward, Eddie.
Bob, Bob.
And they never get the wrong person. They always get the right Bob they want as well. And you're like, how the fuck?
Yeah, one will just go, "Hey Bob," and the right Bob will come
Yeah.
to the balcony.
What do you want, Bob? Oh, well, now.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hey, you're the one I needed.
And then every time a player says Bob, all the wrong Bobs.
All of them go, yes!
It's like, God damn it!
Should we give you 5 minutes just so you can rewrite that?
Excuse me while I make another gnome tower. Specifically with all these ones that I fucked up with. So, you want us to check to see if there's some way that somebody can track where this item is? Can you steal it?
No. So it was HYPNO.
All the gnomes you hear gasp all at the top.
He gave it to me as a present. Well, no, actually, so
Do you want a shovel?
Just say you nicked it from him.
we were doing some fighting, and it went quite wrong. And well, I thought really what I should start with
Accidentally.
is I came here by accident when I fell asleep, and when I fell asleep, came through the tree, and then we left the tree. Well, actually, I suppose. Basically, Remming, he's got a bag, and it came out of the bag, and there was 10, and then 9 of them broke.
You
And
can
then
see the
what?
gnomes doing that kind of fake walk to the other side of the table to like disappear from view as if they're walking downstairs.
Ask him
Well,
to
hopefully
go.
she sounds suitably confused
Little
and semi-senile.
Yeah.
They'll
But
just
we got away with that one. The Inquisition's first purge, and it was a gnome tower.
I just be like, she's crazy.
At least there's only one person in the guild. Just
Burn it down!
Yeah, just multiple versions of the same Bob.
you're spared, don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Kill Bob, I mean.
Is it mass murder if it's just a load of clones? Or is it just murder?
What if you made a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone and they just slowly started to like
Like the
get
stewing.
worse and worse
well,
along
once you
the
start
way?
to clone clones, is it sort of like inbreeding that you're...
Yeah, have you seen the Family Guy episode where Stewie just keeps cloning
Bit
himself and he goes,
Maybe put something through if I
and
check
one
off
just melts. One of Stewie's clones just melts.
So you bought an item of his in here, not knowing that people can locate their own items?
Pretty much.
Well, yeah, that's why we're here.
Are you stupid?
Are you short?
Yes! We're all short in here.
I'm not sure.
It's very small in here. So, there is a spell called Locate Object. It is a very low-ranking wizard spell, but it can be found within 1,000 feet. Although, I'm very sure the person you're speaking of has a much larger range.
2,000?
Anywhere in the world.
That to me says that he has to actively be thinking about it and doing it. It's not like a constant awareness of where.
He's got to like,
And can locate object be cast at higher levels to increase its range?
Bear with me, una momento.
The official
Why are we
spell.
not speaking foreign?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think it can.
No,
But-
can't be.
Might.
Yeah. Doesn't say it can be.
How about another joke while we're waiting?
The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you've seen it up close within 30 feet at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewellery, furniture, tool, or a weapon. The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
What's this building made out of?
So if you cover your broom in lead,
Yeah.
There's a divination spell.
so it's
Could we dip it in lead?
Or just lead.
I don't know if you'd be able
Just-
to activate
just
it.
get a lead. Just transport it in a lead case.
and then you can whip it
Cost
out.
you an
as and when
absolute fucking arm and leg.
No, lead surely, wouldn't it?
Lead in D&D.
Yeah, is it?
It's quite a. It blocks
Well,
almost
it
all
blocks all
sort of
magic.
magical properties in
Oh.
D&D. Lead.
Right.
Is it
Right.
all kind of Superman based magic?
So like an inch of lead
Yeah.
will block almost all magic. So any kind of locating spell and things is all blocked by
What's this building made out of?
stone.
And
Magic.
How do you spell lead?
so that nothing can be
LEAD?
blocked within these walls.
Wow. Stone blocks
Just
some
seems
magic.
like an item of like
Does
lead
it block
blocks
this
if we
magic?
get a
Well,
pricing
you
on it.
might
It's
not
not
be
on
able
there.
to tell where we are right now, but as soon as you step out,
Then fix it then.
well, it's not something we can just fix. We didn't,
I'll write you some more jokes to tell your next guests.
we didn't create, we've got lots of jokes. Do you want to hear more?
I've got better ones. I'll have one more, but I guarantee I've got some better ones. I'll tell you my favourite joke if you tell me yours.
What do you call a wizard that breaks things?
Brick.
The mage. It's like damage!
I've had my fill of gnomes for today.
Yeah, follow them.
So, I think maybe we should be leaving the broom in here if it can't be tracked in here. If it's
Might
safe.
not be tracked if it's a high level
I
spell.
think
then
we
it'd be
want
lead.
the broom to be tracked, but tracked
In a
back
different direction.
to a different place to where we are. So
Maybe leaving them at the HQ.
HQ, yes.
At our chateau.
La
Should we
chateau.
like tie it underneath a carriage, like one of the taxis, so it always looks
We
like I'm still
can't. We
moving around.
can't betray our taxi friend.
I mean, I've got some broken pieces we can stick on the bottom of the taxis.
But they're not magical anymore. But
Are they magical to feel? The broken bits?
okay, so
I don't
I, at this point I will go. Can I just double check on these bits as well? Because this broom was one of those, but it's broken. It doesn't fly anymore. Does it still have magical properties that could be located?
So you're a wizard that breaks things.
I am not a wizard, but I have the ability to work with magic.
We can smell it on you.
Well, you smell
No, what
very
you're smelling
nice
is what you're smelling is syphilis, and that's coming from her.
True.
No, but there is some kind of mad fungus growing.
Yeah, that's my bloody parts. It's tasty though if you want to eat it.
The yeast.
I make lovely bread.
Let's just
All
quickly move
naturally
on to
sourced.
finding out about
Back
these
to the
brooms.
broken bits of the broom.
Made myself feel ill. Well, I don't sense any magic coming from these.
Okay.
What did you do to this? It's quite hard to make magic items.
Well, like we said, these brooms are not necessarily brooms that have got magic that we would normally use as magic. It's got connotations with he who shall not be named, and in the process of trying to tame that magic, the broom broke. Now, my colleague here, Dot, managed to tame the magic through her wizarding powers, and turn the broom for a force of good. but we're still concerned that it carries that name and therefore may well be traced. So that's what
As he was the creator of the item, I'm not sure I can remove the properties that he's placed on it without completely nullifying the item itself.
Would you be able to recreate it on another broom?
Possibly, but it takes time and resources.
I understand.
Something we could do for
do you
free.
happen to have any magic climbing gloves knocking around?
Magic climbing gloves. Where are you planning to climb? To your death?
Well, you know,
Planning to climb tall things.
in our quest for
It
goodness
might
and
be a little
helping the land rid its blight. So,
Maybe see if you can.
Any help you can give us, it would be much appreciated.
And what sort you say it will take time and resources? We're about to go out on a venture that might take us a little bit of time. What sort of resources would you use? So we have time. What sort of resources would you need to recreate this magical broom effect? I mean, a broom, obviously. We can supply that. I'm sure we could source a broom.
do they sell magical items?
Do you have any magical items for sale? I mean, you yourselves are esteemed wizards. I sort of hold my hands up and point to all the balcony.
All the
gnomes.
balcony bulbs.
Yeah. Yeah, all of the balcony bobs. You are esteemed wizards, are you not? And, maybe we could just get you a new one.
Not attached to necessarily this.
You could then pick the started broom.
The number's 2000.
Put a
No
nice seat on
splinters.
there.
Yeah.
Seat on there.
Well, it's not very often we sell magic items. There's a lot of us here and lots of items of use. Sometimes we use one magic item to create another magic item.
Smart.
But we have to be in this building because, you know,
Do that again?
Because of what?
sometimes if you mix two of the wrong things, it
You
explodes.
have certain chambers to contain those effects, I assume.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's big enough to not really blow the building
Does
apart.
that explain the bits of gnome all over the ceiling?
The bits of Bob everywhere.
Well, we could make you a broom of flying,
Okay, and what would you need to do that?
but it's quite expensive.
It's okay, you let us worry about the expense.
I'll make you some bread.
Broom of flying is going to be like 5,000 GP.
Do you reckon?
We might
At
have
least Dot's got a goal to get
So
to.
what's a wondrous item, isn't it?
Yeah.
we might be able to find something up the mountain that's helpful. So.
I mean, like I've got 2 bone dragon teeth that I've been carrying around just for any sort. Eventually, it will come.
You
To
can sell it
fruition.
to
But
fairies.
Can I ask the gnome, if hypothetically Hypnos were to be destroyed, sorry, would he who shall not be named be destroyed, would the broom still be magic?
I believe so. He created it, it doesn't mean it's completely linked to him. There's many magic items that have been created, and
So-
their creator is...
How much would this cost, or is there certain materials we could source for you to cut costs down?
Why don't you just use this broom once it's demagicked?
I
Or just
wouldn't
re-magic
I wouldn't
it.
risk that.
If you demagic it, then
And
it's just a
completely
broom.
re-magic it. Exactly, it's just the broom. Then re-magic it with new magic.
Might as well, for the sake of what, a silver or something, go buy a new broom.
I wouldn't trust
Yeah.
that he's handled it. He's had doings with the broom.
Oh, has he?
Whether he could still kind of
There's-
detect it
there's-
somehow.
Broom is brown for a reason, so.
If you can bring us word of a magical property, then that would bring the cost down significantly.
What?
Are you?
What?
Yeah, but his
Bring
wood's
what?
not magical
Wood and a
anymore.
magical property.
Your
Wood.
little twig.
So I have got I've got a twig from a magical tree ant.
A twig.
It's a bit. It's I mean it's a tree ant's twig, which is which is a branch to a normal tree.
The baby's arm
Is
holding
it
an
big
apple.
enough to ride on?
It's big enough to position in the middle of a broom or other stick to levitate the overall item. Yes.
Normally, it would have to be the whole room, but we could give it a go. Not saying that it's a definite.
Okay.
If you're willing to give it up.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. If it's like team sport, like we said. My
Inquisition.
my broom is my stick is your broom. Your broom is my stick. All that.
Me cast you.
I know what dog's riding later.
It's good, Pete Hendrick. So, what is there any other materials you need? How much, if we supplied that and it worked, how much then would it cost?
Well, depending on what happens, really. If it was a full size, I'd say it would still cost you around 2,000 gold.
But
But that
if
brings
it
the
didn't
price
work, no
down
fee.
quite significantly. That is cheap for such an item. Though this could turn out terribly, and then it would be cheap.
Doesn't your curiosity want to find out how this is going to turn out?
Well, there are other things that...
Would the broken pieces of the other broom, albeit not technically magical, the fact that they have previously been imbued with this magical flying power, would they not, combined with this magical branch of a tree ant, spliced together in a strong broom structure?
I feel like this broom is going to be an abomination. We'll just take bits from here and bits from here.
I mean, a cat's a cat if it's got 4 legs, so...
Well, as look, at this point I will show them Electra, the loot. I say, look, here is an example of a magical item that myself and my enchanting colleague from a distant land worked on. As you can see, this has been lovingly carved and tuned, and each part of this has been.
We could make better.
I'm sure you could, but I'm saying a poorly trained and amateurish enchanter craftsman like me can turn an ordinary loot into a magical loot like this. I'm sure the intelligent and highly skilled wizards of this tower would be able to take on this challenge and come up with an incredible piece of enchanted craftsmanship. I believe you have the talent, at which point I'll start playing the lute and giving them the full, influencing and motivating powers.
Remin starts to pull on your cloak.
Excuse me.
And out of one of his bags he presents to you a ruby that looks like a star. A translucent ruby gemstone with a white star-shaped centre.
What's this for?
Maybe you could use this to cut the price down significantly.
Aw, team.
Generosity knows no bounds. Do you have any magical wood in there by any chance?
Or a flying broom?
No, I haven't arrows, but you already have them.
I appreciate that. I would swiftly then turn around and go, Bob.
Yes? So I was like, welcome please then.
I'll sort of come down to his level, so it's not intimidating. Lilith will then.
You're almost like hands and knees.
Just a
like-
little patronising, but not at least it's not.
Yeah, I'll try to do it in a non-patronising, and then Lilith will come breathing up, sort of right next to her as well. Bob, you're an intellectual.
You're like scared kid look. And they're like,
You're an intellectual gnome, aren't you? You're a man of magic and knowing, and
well, you certainly know me.
and then sort of with my hand here, I want to just sort of do the and then bring out the gem straight away. Now, I'm sure this would cut costs down, wouldn't it?
Wow. That depends if you know how much that gem is worth.
Sort of start waving it about to entice other bobs.
You can see some other, like around some pillars that are in this room. A few more of these gnomes are going. And over the balcony.
I shall jump up and hold it up so the balcony bobs can see and go, look. I'm sure this hall of esteemed wizards have a capability to do so, and should this gem not go to the gnome skilled enough to do it, would you not be encouraged as a competition between yourselves to see who has the skill, nay, the daring to pull this off?
But you only have one stick, which means only one person can try.
I will dump out the broken bits of magical broom. There is some more magical remains to practice on for other people to attempt.
All of them are stroking their beards at the same time.
I will do the quick polish it. Oh, look at it! It's beautiful. Have you seen the? Almost looks like a star in there. Oh, I say almost. It is a star trapped in a gem. How pretty!
Just like you are.
Think you could make, what's that, 30, 40 miniature flying brooms, and then the best one, you could cut it
You're
off.
imagine that. Toothpick sized flying brooms.
And it'd be great. You could keep them. You could use them to send messages between yourselves, because they fly on their own if you do the spell correctly.
It's like
from what I
Bob.
understand.
I think we've solved this about as good as we bloody can.
Oh, we'll give it a go. For 1,200 gold pieces. And that ruby.
1,000
We've
are
got
my
half-
favourite
we've
joke.
Does this ruby have any magical powers, or is it just?
Does it feel magical when it came through my hands?
No, but it's worth a lot more.
Is it worth a lot more than what they're?
Not a lot more, but
It's worth more than what they're putting on.
Now,
it's a little bit more.
is
But
it
it's a
Drew
free
or
one,
Bob
right?
that
So
we're talking to?
It's
Oh,
free.
you
800
don't
gold
need
bucks
that.
off straight there.
Now, I don't really want to have to part with this, but I do have a chess set made of dragon.
Yes. A maid of dragon?
Exactly.
Wait.
I've got
Not
two,
just a
I've got-
dragon chess
I've got
set.
2 dragon chess sets as well.
No, it's,
A chess set made of dragon?
You'll see Lilith just start going wide-eyed like,
yes, it's,
What dragon did you kill for this?
oh well.
Did you make it?
It wasn't me, no, but I have it on good authority. It is a dragon chess set.
come here, Lilith. It's fine.
I mean, there's a difference between a dragon chess set and a chess set made of dragon.
Would it be a case of
Ah, I get it! He's telling a joke!
no?
Yes, you are.
I'm
Boss.
most serious. I have, and I'm going to pull out this set, this dragon chess set. Put all the pieces on it. Oh, see.
That's
Would
not
that
a
knock
chess
off?
set made of dragon.
Would that knock off the rest?
Maybe a gold.
Oh.
I've got 2 good wizard jokes.
Hold up. I tell you what. How about
Hold up. Wait a minute.
thousand?
Wait.
How about 1,000 gold, this gem, and a joke you've never heard before?
2.
I mean, I still can't promise this is going to work at all.
No, but if it does, that is what you'll get.
Deal! 1,000 gold, the ruby,
A joke you've never
the
heard.
stick, and a joke I've never heard before.
Of course. I'll hold on to the ruby for now until.
If it
you
makes
see
me
it.
laugh,
It's made me laugh about 3 times.
deal.
Write them down and keep them for later.
So remove the stick.
If it makes me laugh, we have a deal.
Okay. Do you want the sexual one or the racist one?
Not yet. On payment. That's why I said write them down and keep them for payment.
I still want to say them. They're so fucking funny.
I tell you what, give them one now then for a teaser.
Sexist or racist? Who are you people?
Sexy or racist?
Oh, sexy. Wow, you know me very well.
While we're on camera, I think go for the sexy one.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not the racist one.
Why doesn't a wizard finger his wife?
Is it all men though? Male names in it?
All male names. Because there are no women here.
Because he licks as a.
God damn it, I laughed.
You were doing so well.
It was good. If you guys had stopped laughing at that precise moment, I'd have been alright.
I'm going to write the other one down.
And you'll get another one when we return.
Ooh, another one. Well, we'll give you loads when you return. That you can spread across the land.
Very well. Very well. Well, we shall be seeing you. We'll be back in about a week. 2 weeks. We'll be back in. Is that sufficient enough time?
Sure. But before you go, what happened when the Wizard's company went bankrupt?
He became homeless.
He had to let his staff go!
Are you guys able to make one of these magical? I'll pull out a bow. One bow.
It depends if you bring more wood.
Oh, for fuck's sake. There's always a catch. I shall have a look for some wood.
As you can see, there's not a lot of wood around here.
We have noticed. Do you know where there be any magical wood in the outlying areas?
I mean, there's several places.
Here, I have a map. Point to me, dear Bob.
Here,
I thought he was going to fucking point there. I was about to slap him.
here,
Oh.
That's on
and
route.
here.
That's us.
Orla doesn't count, I'm afraid. Orla's out of bounds.
Well, there's only 2 places.
I wonder if wonder if Theo's still tied up in the.
Where did Theo get tied up? Was it about there? But none of you had any idea, do you?
I think it was about there.
Did you go not so?
It was
so
that cave with the spiders.
so Grasshopper Village was there with the curse. Is there a cave on there? Is that the cave? That bit there? Damned if I can see it.
Because he got buried just outside the cave.
Yeah, so it's just that.
Fuck man, that's
Funny
not rude. So Theo got buried there.
Right.
So we are planning route. So we're here. We know he said that there's magical wood to be obtained here.
Yeah.
Theo was buried here,
Yes.
and we're going here. I don't see why we couldn't check both
Yep.
to gain more magical wood, just in case they fuck up
Yeah.
the broom.
And they
We
owe
trust
us
you.
they owe us a broom. They owe us
Yeah.
a broom.
I'm dying for a bow, if you hadn't been able to tell.
Mhm.
And it's
Yeah,
always
you gave him 12 magic. He's got like 15 magic arrows that do almost exactly the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah,
He
but
just doesn't want a
that's-
limit. He wants to fire
that's
a
a limit.
limited bow. He wants to fire a limited. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him a magic bow and then I'm going to drop dragons on you until you're all dead. And I'm going to take my magical bow back.
as long as one of them's Titiana and I can kill her, then I'm happy. I'll die to the second dragon.
I mean,
So that's
That's a potential route we could go.
Yeah.
That also, I have no idea what that is, where the magical wood is, and that does look like
Was that the colourful trees?
sort of a treant grove, doesn't it?
Oh, God, we can't kill any tree ants.
No, but
It'd be weird
So
robbing their graves.
they die naturally.
We got escorted by the tree ants. The tree ants are our
Yeah,
allies.
It would be good to map out what it is to know for future
Yeah.
thing. And if it's a case of they're friendly, they're treants, we pass on by. We know where you guys know where Theo's buried. We can hit there up instead. But obviously, with that being there, it won't hurt to pass through. If they are treants and they're friendly with Orla, it gives us a safe place to rest for the night.
There's also another option you could take,
What is the option?
but it's a very slim chance of working. There is a wishing well.
Ooh, where's the wishing?
Not too far from here,
I think I've.
but
that
it
wasn't-
requires going.
I think I know where it is. I think I spotted it.
requires going around.
Wasn't it on here? I did see a well somewhere.
Yeah.
You did put a well on here, didn't you?
Yeah.
Where?
Probably not where, and there's nowhere near where your finger is.
No then. That is looks like a well though.
I did see a well on here. I remember, one of the iterations that you sent over. I remember looking at a well and going, oh,
It's about a day's travel from here.
why would he put a well on here? And then,
Where the waterfall
Or
is.
maybe 2 days.
I can't find it.
Where the waterfall is.
Legit can't find it.
Can you
There,
put-
yeah.
That's because I never put a well on.
Are you sure you didn't put a well on?
Waterfall.
It is.
There is a well.
Yeah.
The tree directly south with the twirlies.
With the swirly swirlies.
Okay, so we could go.
not
That's
well.
on route, isn't it?
We could
south
go
there,
directly
and
south.
then-
Do you know how small a well is?
There's a fucking big one down there.
You're not just in the side of the castle. Think of how many wells are inside.
So we could go directly south to that wishing well.
Hmm.
Potluck, we could all just do a wish for the sake of it.
Yeah.
And then we could go on to that grove to see if it's a friendly grove. They might not even know Orla's alive.
Yeah.
Oh, a new bitch.
Um,
Got on my
We
sheep.
should also consider that we've hired some mercenaries to give us safe passage, and if we start sort of deviating
We'll see what
a
route they
little
say.
bit too far.
I like that. You've now gone from going straight to the back to going.
Yeah.
Well, we're
I
not
mean-
going up too far off.
I mean, I'm
Your
not.
2-week journey has become 4 weeks.
Well, it's what? It's meant to be a week journey there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it takes too much longer.
So to get to the actual mountain that you're going
Yeah.
is actually further than you travelled to get here from.
Knowing
From the trip.
with the map and stuff that I've done,
From the-
roughly how long would I say it would take to get to the base of the mountain?
I'd say just over 2 weeks. Should you not fall into,
I don't think the deviation to the wishing well is going to be like we can't afford it.
because you're essentially going
I think the
back
wish
to the Black Spire, the Black Obelisk, and then further.
We can't afford to leave that frost giant for.
We can do it on the way
much
back,
how
can't
much
we?
Yeah.
how much extra time would the wishing well take then?
Day.
Dot just said we could do it on the way back, couldn't we? And that'd be.
We could do all the detour on the way back.
About a day or 2, depending on how quick.
Yeah, I don't need the resources for the way there.
No.
If we hit it up on the way
Yeah,
back.
yeah, okay. So we'll head straight there. Keep the mercenaries,
Because then we don't have to pay them after we're done, do we?
Yeah.
They can bugger off.
Just take him and kill him. You're not paying for shit.
They all accidentally fell off the mountain. Don't know how.
Yeah. I'm right.
The mountain dwarf dude.
Because the job we negotiated was
We've already killed some here.
we need escorts to the mountains and we need guidance. And that's it. Wasn't like we're going to mill around doing shit for a
Yeah.
couple of weeks and then we're going to get to the mountains. So
We're going to get
they-
halfway down there, so your 2 weeks is up and they're going to go.
Current room you've got
Yeah.
in
We'll hit that stuff on the way
Yeah.
back then, and
Okay.
if we're all still
Yeah.
capable.
Before we leave, turn to Drew and Bob.
It's been nice knowing you, knowing me.
Oh! No news is good news.
What was that gem that Remin gave me?
So
Is it an actual item on there, or is
it is called a star ruby.
I did have a star on it. You didn't just ad lib it, or did you know
No,
that?
he was described as a bit of a star in there. So I've managed to get it's worth 1,000 gold.
Okay,
So we've knocked 1,000 gold off the price with it,
pretty good.
with thanks to the joke.
Good and good.
Trying to see the other one.
Good negotiations all round. Really, I think we all had.
Jesus Christ!
And I guess
I've
we'll
only
go
read
around
the
and do a
first
few
line.
rolls and see what happens with that route.
Just keep going until something successful comes up, I think is the best.
Well, I just couldn't find the answer.
I'll be doing like
Hey,
3
Les.
parts.
Good.
3 parts with about 50 gnomes all trying to get a piece of it.
50 rolls.
Like, I'm not going to do 50 rolls.
Just do
Rolling with
5 and
advantage,
times it by
advantage.
10.
Well, surely they would sort of go off into
Little bomb
thinking groups,
formations.
wouldn't they? Like, no, they wouldn't. Are they all really that competitive that
Bob
they want to
Group
be there?
A, Bob Group B.
See, I didn't know if it
Group
was.
two.
I was sort of going off of World of Warcraft gnome wizards sense that A, that I know that you've dabbled with some of their stuff before, and B, I thought, shit, if we could play onto their competitive side, being intellectual wizards, if they want to be, all going to want to be the best, aren't they? The best Bob.
Best Bob.
You know,
we already
always-
know who the best Bob is. Like,
The best-
There's no competing
The
there.
best gnome Bob, the best small Bob.
You know, there's no point giving those gnomes names now, right? You know, they're all called Bob.
Drew's out the window.
Yeah.
But the Bob gnomes, like the Bobcats,
The Bobs are infinite, by the sounds of it, by the looks of it.
infinite Bobs.
I'm just saying, how much do you reckon it would cost to hire all the Bobs?
Bye, mate.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we roll initiative and there's 1,000 Bobs all casting Firebolt at Hypnos, we win, right?
I reckon
So
that would be
funny.
so fucking expensive.
He can only counterspell so many of them before he
I
runs
just
out of
imagine like a
spell
level 20 wizard split into 50 parts. It'd just be like 50 level 1s.
slots. Yeah. The
You're
level ones,
50 level 1.
50 level 1 army!
but on action economy alone, the level ones would
Well,
win, wouldn't
I
they?
think if we can befriend the Bobs.
I mean, it's
right,
that
because-
age-old question of would you rather fight one elephant-sized creature,
Or 100.
what is it, one elephant-sized
spider-sized.
chicken, or 100 chicken-sized elephants?
100 chicken-sized elephants. Have you seen chickens? Imagine that as an elephant size. They're friggin'
They're
ferocious.
vicious.
Yeah.
No, it only has
Vicious.
one attack a turn, whereas you have like
Yeah.
100 attacks against you a turn.
Oh yeah, I guess in D&D, I'd rather go for the big elephant-sized chicken. In real life, I'm having a
Plus,
hundred
Hypnos would just be
chicken-sized
like,
elephants.
fireball,
Chicken-sized elephant.
50 level 1's dead.
As a friend, obviously. Not
Oh,
as a,
God, yeah.
I've got another one for you. Would you rather have a dick-sized nipple or a nipple-sized dick?
I've already got a nipple-sized dick,
I'll give that
so I've already got a nipple-sized dick, so...
There was an advert where someone had weird, like,
Yeah, there was, I remember that.
nipples that moved around like a trunk or something.
that.
Oh,
What?
really
I've seen a
unpleasant.
black woman's nipples and they float. They you can hang a coat on them.
I don't think that's exclusively for black women.
No, she was
That
just
was a
black.
racist joke.
No, she was just
No, I
black.
read the racist joke, right?
I've
That-
also seen a white
it
woman's
goes
nipples
more.
like that too.
It's
But
actually quite is, but
she was breastfeeding.
that joke is reserved for payment of the.
Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah. You're not allowed to know that. It's fucking funny though. I mean, it made Josh cringe.
I mean, it was.
All you had to do was read the first 2 words.
Oh man, Remin speaks loads of languages as well.
So Remin's coming along with us as well.
So yeah, Remin's just
Awesome.
kind of tagging along with
So
you.
we've got an extra
currently.
person going up there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not.
Is he a
Not
full
extra
fighting
person.
posse?
He's part of the team.
So an extra, I'd say an
Oh,
extra
no, I'll make you
inquisitor.
a jacket.
We have an extra Inquisitor, Grand Marshal Remin.
Grand Marshal Remin.
Yeah.
Master Hunter.
I think I might give us all, as founding members, titles something along those lines. just for fluff.
So
He's got
I'll have to see if I can think of anything.
He can cast
fitting for
Entangle.
all of us.
Guess who's gonna get entangled?
Rowan's going tangle.
Yeah, it's gonna entangle.
That sounds really good. Oh no, I'm falling. Entangle.
Oh, Bron, remember the time you entangled me? Entangle.
So actually, if
So you
someone's
can get out of my
falling,
spells without entangle.
entangle, because then the person can choose to fail the DC check. You can always choose to fail a DC check. So you're like, yeah, I fail, I'll let it grab me. And then all of a sudden, I'm not falling. I don't know what to do to get them to. I mean, someone's going to have to then climb over and harness them up. But
then that's if there's all the entangling kind of growth stuff. I guess
there's stuff to climb onto.
Yeah. It's better than falling to your death.
Oh my god, I've already got a use for that spell. Yes, I got pass without a trace for us still as well, so we could move up there stealthily without
footprints in the snow.
without making tracks. Pass without traces without making tracks in the snow.
I think we've used it before.
Remin
Yeah.
can make
So-
a weapon magic.
Just quickly, Joel, DM ruling. With
You're a ranger, Wayne, you got that spell.
what spell?
Magic weapon.
Cause
You
I chose
trust a
either.
non-magical weapon until the spell ends. The weapon becomes a magic weapon with a +1 bonus to attack rolls. Then you'd never need a magic bow.
Because I Hunter's Mark is concentration as well, isn't it?
So
You can concentrate on two things at once.
you could get a feat that concentrates. If you get what's the feat? It's like
Big brain.
what is it? War caster, and you can concentrate on 2 spells at the same time.
No, Warcaster lets you cast without doing the woo.
I think it does. I think it means you can go on.
It gives you advantage on concentration check. I think on concentration checks to maintain
There is
spells.
something that allows you to concentrate on 2 spells at once.
If there is, if I haven't got a magic
If
weapon
you-
by fucking level 8, then
if
yeah,
you
I'll have it. Because that's my next
got
feat.
2. Everyone's got 2 feet.
What level's Remin then? Must
That
be
looks
quite
like a
high.
pirate hat. A small
Oh
pirate
yeah.
Yeah, because he's been in the Wildwood
Level
before.
5
Level
cover.
5.
Yeah.
It's a small pirate hat.
Did we get an XP for tonight?
So you're gonna sort of head back to
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
No, back
going
to your
to
ship.
rest up and quietly make our preparations for
Maybe
for leaving.
spend the rest of the time mass cooking some food to take with us, so we can
Yeah,
take
don't.
extra
Like
provisions.
pemmican, sort of like the fatty foods that people take on walks. And
Yeah, yeah, just so
When-
something that's very dense that we could take, that's not going to take up much room, much weight.
yeah. So basically,
Because we'd
if,
have the rest of the day for that, then wouldn't we?
what I'm gonna have is if new characters come in, or characters you already know. Characters you already know, I'll say that you've requested to go into the mirror room and use the mirror to request for that person to join what you're doing,
Yeah.
so that you can kind of invite them in. That way what will happen is like a mirror will form near them and you'll be able to speak through the mirror. And with sort of new people, I'll probably have them pulled in and offered mercenary jobs. And then obviously
And Bella knows that
They can
we're
meet up with you.
a resistance group now anyway, so she could send them to us.
well, it'd be like you guys would go, we need 2 or 3 people to help us on this. And she'll go, alright, well, I'll request for 3 people and I'll pay them.
Do we have the means of communicating with Bella on our travels, either magically or through, I don't know, some sort of intermediary kind of emissary, whether that's an animal or a person or because Remin is now part of our party. So what about that? No, I think he was evil. Centaur.
Yeah, he was in bed. He was half a centaur. I think he had most of his torso missing.
Then we'd
is half a centaur just a person or just a horse though?
Well, it's split down the middle.
He had he was missing a lot of his torso. That's the human bit, so he's just mostly horse.
That was the ill guy that you guys met at the farm.
Yeah, that's just,
And are we
It was
taking the broom away from the Mages Guild and we're going to activate the broom and leave it in the chateau?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I asked Dot what she wanted to do, and Dot said she wanted to leave it in the Mages Guild.
Okay, yeah. Are you leaving it in the
Sorry.
Mages Guild?
I
No.
just assumed it would be helpful for them to know.
do-
I totally forgot. Dot is useless.
They are totally going to be flying around.
To be honest, it is just as useful, serves the same purpose, because if they're going to be flying around on it, it means it's going to be pinging as it's moving around.
But,
So it
but
serves the
they
same
can't
purpose.
detect
It's
it
behind
in.
a
They
thick
can't
layer
You'll
of
detect
come
it
back
in
and all the bobs.
They didn't
are
think.
No, Bob!
If they take it outside to practice outside, then obviously that would be picked up.
But they said think. They didn't. They said they didn't think he could detect it in there.
Yeah.
But they don't know. I mean, he's an avatar, so.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's not a left building,
I think the
it's a
important
stone
thing is he's
building.
not going to track us, and it may well be we get the added benefit that
We've
he,
killed all the
he
bobs.
thinks that.
I think it works both ways, because if he tracks us and he can see it in the Mage Guild, he thinks we're there anyway.
Yeah.
If he tries to track us and he can't see anything, that's going to instill a bit of panic in him. So it's still a win-win for us. He thinks we've just gone off to another realm completely.
Yes. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
So surely it's a win-win.
Take it through the mirror, throw it into mist there.
Or alternatively, might think that we've just broken it.
All that.
Yeah, because
It'd be interesting to see if it does work in this house at some point.
It didn't go when you go into Mist House, didn't you say? I thought you said broom vanishes when you go into Mist House.
Bronze vanished when he.
Oh, bronze vanished.
Like when he went through the mirror into the keep, his vanished.
Do you want to take that risk?
Not right now, but once we got a spare.
Test it. Do it on the tester one first,
Exactly.
then see.
Sorry,
Well, I think the session request is already up for the Frost thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I put it up.
I don't get session requests.
It's on the Facebook page.
I know. I mean, I read them,
Oh, okay.
but I don't.
So essentially, you put session request, and then tag the DM it's in. So you either tag Joel or Dan or Ross or James.
Yeah, you can put like Wildwood as the
Yeah.
title.
And then give it a title. Because it's always better if you get, like I gave this one Fey Inquisition just as the title, just because it's easier when Harriet writes it up if it has a title. And then you don't have to do it in character, you can just say, right, I would like to investigate this, XYZ.
I want to find a magical pet and a bitch. That's what I want.
You could put it up as a session request, but
It's going to get denied. I know.
no, they don't get denied. You could request people to be on it, in which case you tag them. So, like I tagged you guys to come on the Fey Inquisition thing, and then they'll get first refusal to. So when the session goes live, it'll be like, oh, you guys free? And then if they're not, then it will go out to everyone else. But if they are, they get first refusal. And yeah, the session request whatever you like.
Second to see if Desmond can
There's nothing to say that you can't. Obviously,
It's not
The
important.
difficult-
It's not important.
well, no, it's not about importance. I think she does it via timeline of like who's requested first come first serve requested boys.
Yeah, and if I can also put in like our DM groups, run a DM group. I can put I want to do this session.
Yeah. Bit like my storyline works with this one first, then that one. But you've got to think of a starting point. So, okay, you want to put a session request in for that, for example. Okay, so when it gets to the table, people will be looking for you for guidance because it's your session. So you've got to sort of start it off. So where are you looking for this magical pet? Where are you looking for this beast? How do you plan on doing it?
Yeah, have you got
Exactly.
any information
Yeah.
on where you'd find a
And
magic beast?
If you don't, that's fine. So Tom wanted to do a vampire hunt, and he's waiting for a session request. to
you
come
can
out.
request to find the information and then
Yeah.
request.
And he's basically in a couple of sessions he's been doing leading up to it. He's put feelers out to NPCs to ask for information and he paid some of them to get some information on it. So that when it comes around to a session request, he knows, right, I've spoke to this NPC, this NPC, this NPC in game several weeks ago, well, it's now several months ago, which actually helps with his investigation, so that he can get the group together, go to those places first and do it. So if you want to do something like that, maybe you in our sessions start putting some feelers out
see if you can get any.
I've been
information
putting feelers out for a magical pet since I fucking started.
Yeah, but feelers aren't telling
I know.
Joel to give you a magical pet. There's like, I run into an NPC. It's like, okay,
I want one of those eggs, because I know you've got an egg. I know Aura got an egg.
I got an.
You've got an egg
Or
somewhere,
didn't get an egg.
No.
didn't he? Well, I know one of you have got an egg.
So my egg was a class feature,
We just did
but
we just did a bit of flavour.
we just
'cause
wrote it in for fluff.
I literally just bought a little thingy of a dragon popping out of an egg.
Yeah.
So it was just.
You wanted to use it.
God, why wasn't I as good painting now, like then, as I am now? Because
Strip
that
it.
would have been a wicked.
Strip it. Just go
That would have been a wicked.
just go up to like you get some
Wicked.
spirit stuff and just
Just
strip it.
no,
and
just
repaint
dip it in white paint, and then do it again.
Nah, because it goes
You-
really thick.
You
if
lose
dip some in
you lose
white.
detail.
Yeah.
Stripping it's honestly it's real easy
I
and it's
could
cheap.
spray it with primer and see if that helps, but
Is it alright to strip plastic? Well,
it's a 3D print, so I don't know.
I don't know about resin. Plastic ones are good to do. So
I thought
I
it
do
just
loads of-
melt.
No,
No.
plastic. I do plastic. I've done plastic ones quite a few. The best ones I've done are don't get the actual designated paint stripper. They're all absolutely dog shit. In my opinion, that I've
Yeah.
used. Literally, you just go by the ethylene spirits, whatever. I don't know. I got the link
Meth.
for it,
Yeah.
and then
The purple one. The meth.
yeah, and then just pour it in.
Or rubbing alcohol maybe as well.
I don't know about that one, and then just scrub it.
I can get that shit for you at
Or,
work.
nail varnish remover as well might work. I don't know.
If
Not-
oh, no, it melts it because the
Does it?
acetone in it.
So that would
It's
melt.
not a lot of
That melts
XP for you guys tonight,
Is
unfortunately.
it 120?
I
It's
forgot.
164.
Oh, that's good
I
enough.
was about to
isn't
say I forgot I was crushing insects on my way.
it? It's good enough though, isn't it?
One
And then
XP.
I'll put loads of combat against you now. You've all leveled up. Like now you've leveled up.
Is that
I haven't leveled up. It was two.
That's
it was
enough to get you guys
226
up.
for me.
164, you said.
Yeah,
So,
164.
so does that mean you guys are now level 4? That's going to be a
feat.
that's going to be a really big help going
I
up.
know what feat I'm going to have.
What are you going to get?
The Inspire Leader feat.
Oh
thing.
yes,
So I can give everyone really nice buffs before we need to do
it's
changes.
inspiring song though, isn't
Inspiring
it?
song thing, yeah.
Oh, what have I done?
And then level 4, you get another couple of spells. I think it's
Are
spell
you-
slot 2 as well, extra. don't
Another
you?
cantrip as well, I think.
Super
maybe as
nice.
well.
And just the general bonus extra HP of where we're going. It's I'm hoping that we get you guys to level 5 before we get there. I mean, essentially, it's a good couple of sessions before we even get to the mountains, surely.
Oh yeah.
So,
So probably 2 sessions to get.
so possible level 5 before we get to the frost giant.
You could always stop off at the village as well. Progress on
Ooh, I get ability score improvement.
and sleep on a bed.
Either that or a feat, whichever tickles your fancy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody's like,
have a
oh,
look at these. Have a look at this. But the other thing is, on the vanilla version of D&D Beyond,
164.
you might not see all the feats that
Yeah,
you can possibly get.
Have you attached your
It's
characters to the campaign?
No.
which if you had the other 2 here, you probably wouldn't have leveled up. Because they'd have had to have shared XP.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I have
I bought
50
books
Does it go well?
Yes.
to get on
Shopping and talking.
on D&D.
That's just D&D.
The best bit
So
is
James
planning.
got
Well,
That is just
The best bit
D&D.
is normal guys on a shopping adventure.
Oh,
Apart from your, coin purse, but
So,
Well, I
Kieran-
think I
Kieran-
think
Kieran
Kieran managed to blow about 15,000 gold.
Nice.
I
I bet you spend something like
Big spend.
2,000 gold.
Yeah.
and then-
so there's a lot of very happy shop owners that are basically
No,
retiring
she's
now.
just she's only got like a couple of rounds of drinks for that, really, isn't she? That's what the reality is.
Some very good drinks.
Very good drinks,
Very good drinks.
some potions.
The drinks all the time.
I think we splashed about 900 gold. 900 to 1,000 gold on the kit.
I've been requested to get Mystique a bitch Goliath
Under
that's got high
magic
HP, and I went, I mean, you could always try and convince Gartok to become your bitch. Like,
Good fucking luck.
Yeah,
My character's
I was like
naked
the main
all the
tank
time.
in the whole campaign. You could try.
Yeah.
Isn't Gartok nearly naked all the time?
He's got a loincloth.
That's about it.
I've got one nipple covered.
I've got one nipple covered.
I mean, if that's happening, I'm watching. I'm getting popcorn watching Gartok beat the living crap out of her.
I just want to see him slap her and see how much HP it takes off. I've seen Gartok punch somebody for like 20 odd HP.
Yeah, that has happened.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
It's worth a try.
I miss playing with the big boys.
I've got my current max HP 164.
164, and you rage, and
That's before I rage.
And then you rage.
So it's effectively 320 odd.
Immune to.
Then I've got some wild shapes, so I can
throw those in as well.
Effective HP.
What happens if you rage and wild shape?
It works.
You still keep the rage. Yeah.
The rage works through wild shape.
Just brown bearings.
I did math. I have effective HP of about 500. So you've got to do that much damage to me to drop me out.
So all have to somehow knock you out so that you lose your rage.
Yeah. Or because I'm a barbarian, just fucking charm me. Just fucking like dominate creature, dominate person. My charisma saver is shit.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to kill you, we could.
Oh god, yeah. But
where's the fun in that?
Barbarians do barbarian things. You are a meat shield.
Instead, I've noticed.
You are a lump of meat.
Instead, I've noticed, rather than just killing you, we kind of like to torment you. We like to give you all PTSD.
Oh yeah, definitely PTSD.
Do you need to grab control for something? Or you're up for
I'll message you.
Alright, yeah, no worries. It's late o'clock.
It is late
o'clock.
It's bedtime.
Tomorrow, I'll get the link and I'll send it to you. Say again, sorry?
It's just another day.
I'll send you the link so you can attach it because it will open up options for you. Especially before you choose a feat, because it will open up a lot of options for
So
you.
you recommend a feat rather than...
No, whatever tickles your fancy. There's no best way, but
Is this level 4?
Buffing your
Yeah.
ability score, you can buff your like spell save DC and things.
But
Yeah.
for the sake of reading a couple of them, some might tickle your fancy. I've read through them before and gone, do you know what? Nah.
What I did with Till is I took the alert feat at level 4, and then I took the at level 8. I upgraded my ability scores.
My advice would be follow what the stories lead your character down.
Yeah.
That's what my advice would be. If you want to be the power player, increase
But at level
your
4 is a
abilities.
warlock. You get
your
you get a
abilities
gift.
to level 20 as quickly as you
So
can.
you get a gift.
So first 2 levels, to level 4, level 8, increase your ability so they're 20, max them out. If you're a power player.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think you are.
Thank you.
Right,
So
I'm
follow
going to
the
go because
story
I'm
then.
fucking
Oh,
tired.
Granny!
Dot is an evil witch that we've just commissioned.
Evil
sorry.
hag.
Actually, no, technically not. She's a Fey Inquisitioned.
Don't tell Dramos there's another hag. Jesus Christ.
We've
Hags have a
He'll-
theme for Dramos.
He'll be ripping into the Wildwood together.
made a constitution this evening.
See you later. Thank you for
Made a
coming.
constitution and founded an inquisition
Okay.
because that's going to go well.
And met my gnome tower wizards.
All called Bob.
Not intentionally.
Yeah, kind of accidentally became Bob's, but
Yeah, I'll send you that link tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
how was your Christmas, Ross?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, mate.
You have a good time?
Yeah.
Still got your chest infection.
Yeah.
Kieran's got a chest infection as well. He's literally been dying for weeks.
This is why I didn't want to do anything last night. It's hurt my throat to talk.
It's so much effort to DM as well, and when you realise
Adele was out anyway, so I wouldn't have been doing Strahd, so it'd been alright for that. So hopefully Monday Adele will be back, and I'll be alright at that. Well, I just doused myself up with stuff again.
yeah, so what's
So It's the only way I'm getting through work at the moment.
To be fair, you kind of go into work mode as well, and you die after work. That's what I do when I'm ill.
During work today. Just turn all the power up to make sure that was it.
Quite funny, my sister went to the game shop today.
Yeah, I saw the message.
And she went, oh, we went to that game shop in Wellington. I went, the game in Roomcaf, or I can't remember if it was all right. Ordering Calf. And she was like, yeah, that one. I was like, yeah, my friend owned that. But I couldn't remember if it was Lindsay or Jenny that owned it.
It's John and Jenny.